Chapter 1 Super God Level Talent, Hand of Heavenly Punishment. Brother How, wake up, Ragnarok will be launched at 9 o'clock, and you will miss the launch time if you sleep any longer. Ragnarok? Opening? Lin Tianhao opened his eyes suddenly and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar environment around him. This is the Dream Chasing Club. Wait. Wasn't I killed by Wu Xiaodao, that damned old man, when I was exploring the ruins of the gods? What's the situation now? Lin Tianhao grabbed the phone, and the time on it was May 20th, 2032. I'm reborn, and I'm reborn back to 10 years ago, when Ragnarok was just launched. Zhou Xiaopeng saw Lin Tianhao's big reaction and immediately comforted him. Brother How, don't worry, the brothers will find a way to help you raise money, your sister will be fine. The memory gradually became clear, and Lin Tianhao suddenly thought that at this time in his previous life, his sister was hit by a car and had a blood clot in the brain. The surgery cost 300,000 yuan, and the driver escaped. There was no surveillance in that place, and the police have not been able to find out who the murderer is. The 300,000 yuan surgery fee fell on Lin Tianhao. Although Lin Tianhao's all the brothers were trying to help Lin Tianhao, but in the end, even with the loan, they could only get together 260,000 yuan. Lin Tianhao knelt in the hospital and begged, but he was short of 40,000 yuan. The hospital said that it would not perform any surgery, and finally his sister died on the bed. Thinking of that cute and playful figure, Lin Tianhao clenched his fists. Sister, don't worry, this time, I will definitely save you. Lin Tianhao's eyes were firm. I will live again, and I must change my fate and not let the tragedy repeat itself. Looking at Zhou Xiaopeng in front of him, Lin Tianhao suddenly smiled. Fatty, let's enter the game, and our fate will be written by us. Zhou Xiaopeng was relieved when he saw Lin Tianhao return to normal. Brother How, come on. Entering the game cabin, Lin Tianhao was really a little upset. Ragnarok, a cross-era virtual online game, claims to be a second world jointly created by more than 100 countries around the world. But Lin Tianhao, who had experienced the previous life, knew that this game was not created by the so-called country at all, but a god-making game created by the main god of the galaxy with the power of the ancient gods of the earth. The purpose is to deal with the catastrophe 5 years later. 5 years later, the Alet galaxy will attack the Milky Way galaxy, and the catastrophe will begin. Lin Tianhao, who had experienced the catastrophe, knew very well how important it was to accumulate power in the game. I didn't awaken my talent until I died in my previous life. In this life, I want to see what my talent is. Lin Tianhao entered the character creation page, and the gorgeous promotional video began to play. This was an 8-hour promotional video, and it could not be fast-forwarded. It could only be skipped or watched normally. Almost all the players who came in the previous life did not finish watching it, and chose to skip it directly. After all, 8 hours would have opened up a big gap with others. But Lin Tianhao did not skip the promotional video, because the first person to finish watching the promotional video could get the God-level Talent Awakening Stone. Talent is a special setting of Ragnarok. Everyone has different talents. According to the level, they are divided into yellow level, mysterious level, earth level, heaven level, holy level, and God level. To awaken talents, you need talent awakening stones. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao had obtained a holy level talent awakening stone, but in the end, his talent awakening still failed. This shows that his talent is an extremely rare God-level talent. In his previous life, those who had God-level talents were all super strong men who dominated one side. In this life, he will also awaken God-level talents. Combined with his memories of his previous life, Lin Tianhao has the confidence to reach the top and defeat the Alet galaxy. Time passed bit by bit, and finally, the long 8 hours ended. Ding! Congratulations! You are the first player to watch the trailer of Ragnarok, and you will be rewarded with a God-level Talent Awakening Stone +1. Sure enough. Lin Tianhao showed a satisfied smile on his face, and the next moment, he appeared in the character creation hall. Profession, Archer, nickname, Snow Queen. Lin Tianhao spoke out his choice in his previous life without any hesitation. Ding, the profession was created successfully, and you are about to enter Novice Village No 10086. The next moment, Lin Tianhao appeared in Novice Village number 10,086. Each Novice Village can accommodate 10,000 players. In other words, there are now more than 100 million players entering Ragnarok, which shows how popular Ragnarok is. Lin Tianhao walked to an empty corner, took out the God-level Talent Awakening Stone, and silently recited Awakening. Ding, because your talent is too high, the God-level Talent Awakening Stone can only awaken part of your talent. Ding, you awakened your talent, the Hand of Heavenly Punishment. Lin Tianhao was stunned for a moment. What's going on? The God-level Awakening Stone can only awaken part of his own talent? Surprised, Lin Tianhao immediately checked his talent. Hand of Heavenly Punishment, Super God Level 1 Star. Effect 1, each general attack causes true damage of 1% of the own health. Effect 2, each general attack permanently increases the health by 1 point. Proficiency, 0/1000. Note, health can only be added when damage is caused to living organisms. Lin Tianhao was stunned on the spot. Super God level? In his previous life for 10 years, he had never heard of the existence of Super God level. Moreover, this talent is too abnormal. Permanently increase health. After a brief shock, Lin Tianhao habitually called up his attribute panel. Nickname, Snow Emperor. Level, 1, 0/100. Profession, Archer. HP, 100/100. MP, 50/50ths. Attack, 9 magic power, 5. Armor, 3 magic resistance 1. Attack speed, 0.63. Movement speed, 3.1. Physical penetration, 0%. Magic penetration, 0%. Special attributes, none. Free attributes, 0. Luck, hidden. Talent, Hand of Heavenly Punishment, Super God level. Skill, Continuous Shooting, 1 star. Equipment, Novice Longbow. If the Hand of Heavenly Punishment is not counted, this attribute page is mediocre. But, it is because of the existence of the Hand of Heavenly Punishment that his plasticity is very terrifying. Level up first. Lin Tianhao knew that he had wasted too much time. Coming out of the Novice Village, Level 1 Readed Rabbits can be seen everywhere outside the village. Readed Rabbit, Normal Level 1. HP, 90/90ths. Attack, 5. Skill, none. The attributes are average. As long as the operation is not too bad, it can be hunted alone. Swish! Lin Tianhao shot a feather arrow without hesitation. 8. At the same time, Lin Tianhao also found that his health value increased a little. With this talent, he is simply invincible. Lin Tianhao stacked up his health while hunting reeded rabbits. Now the attack speed is slow, and it takes about 1.5 seconds to shoot a feather arrow. This is a bit uncomfortable for Lin Tianhao, whose attack speed reached 13.5 in the previous life. Ding! You killed the reeded rabbit, experience value +1. Chapter 2. Was he fired for watching a promotional video? It is true that reeded rabbits are easy to hunt, but the experience value is pitifully small, and they almost only drop the quest item Red Eyes, and even copper coins are rarely dropped. But Lin Tianhao is happy to hunt them. After all, his main purpose is to stack health points. As long as the health points go up, his attack damage will naturally go up. In addition, Lin Tianhao knows a hidden reward in the Novice Village, which is to increase the original 100 reeded rabbit eyeballs to 10,000 when submitting the reeded rabbit task. You can get a special skill, which can increase the general attack distance. When it is upgraded to the full level, it is said that it can increase the general attack distance by 50%. This may be a bit tasteless for professions such as mages and priests, but for Lin Tianhao, an archer, it is quite amazing. The attributes are stacked up, and then he gets this skill that increases the attack distance, then his next plan can be implemented. Ding! You killed the reeded rabbit, experience +1. Ding! You killed the reeded rabbit, experience +1. 2 health points can be stacked in 3 seconds, and 40 health points in 1 minute. Excluding the gaps of moving and monster death, Lin Tianhao can stack 30 health points per minute on average. At the beginning, Lin Tianhao still needed 12 arrows to kill a reeded rabbit, and then 10 arrows, 8 arrows, and 5 arrows. When only 5 arrows were needed, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Your talent Hand of Heavenly Punishment has been upgraded to 2 stars. Hand of Heavenly Punishment, Super God level 2 stars. Effect 1. Each general attack causes true damage of 2% of its own health. Effect 2. Each general attack permanently increases 2 health points. Proficiency, 0/100000. With the upgrade of talent, Lin Tianhao only needs 3 arrows to hunt reeded rabbits. It is also fortunate that more than 8 hours of game time have passed, and there are no other players here, otherwise Lin Tianhao would probably be watched by many players. In this process, Lin Tianhao successfully upgraded to level 2 and obtained 5 free attribute points. All the free attribute points were added to the attack speed, and the attack speed increased from the original 0.63 to 0.73. Although there has been an improvement, it is still a drop in the bucket. Equipment, and free attribute points, these are what I lack now. Lin Tianhao thought secretly, and at the same time, a feather arrow flew out and hit a reeded rabbit not far away. 30. With the increase of health and talent, Lin Tianhao's current general attack damage is already very considerable. 3 arrows for a reeded rabbit, the efficiency has improved, but it means that he needs to frequently attack new reeded rabbits, slowing down his attack progress. Originally, he could perform 30 general attacks per minute, but now it is different. He can only perform 20 general attacks per minute. Fortunately, his talent has been upgraded. Each general attack increases his health by 2 points, and 40 points per minute, which is more than before. But now Lin Tianhao is facing a problem. That is, hunting level 1 monsters at level 2 does not give experience points. In Ragnarok, except for dungeons, bosses, and a few special monsters, hunting monsters below your own level does not give experience points. Without any hesitation, Lin Tianhao chose to continue to brush the reeded rabbit here, just for the special skill that provides attack distance. 2 hours passed in a flash. Lin Tianhao's level is still level 2, but the difference is that Lin Tianhao's health has increased from the original 100 points to the current 4,800 points. This is definitely a very terrifying increase. At this stage, even those warriors with pure health points at level 5 should only have 500 health points now. In Ragnarok, the increase in attribute points of different professions is different. For example, for archers, 1 free attribute point increases the attack speed by 0.02, while for other professions it is 0.01. A warrior adds 20 points to his health with 1 free attribute point, while other professions add 10 points. Specifically, the warrior mainly adds health, armor, and magic resistance, which are all doubled. Archers mainly attack speed, and crit. Assassins mainly attack, movement speed, and crit. Mages mainly add magic power, mana, and movement speed. Priests mainly add magic power, mana, and movement speed, just like mages. Therefore, the direction of adding free attribute points for different professions is different. However, relying solely on upgraded free attribute points is a drop in the bucket, and the attribute can only be fully improved with the blessing of equipment. Looking at the red eyes in the backpack, only more than 1,600 have been collected so far, which is still a long way from 10,000. However, Lin Tianhao is not worried at all, because now he can shoot a reedy rabbit with one arrow, and it will be very easy to collect red eyes later. At this moment, Lin Tianhao received a message. It was an external device calling. Lin Tianhao glanced at the game time. It was more than 10 hours, probably calling offline to eat. Coming out of the game cabin, Zhou Xiaopeng said excitedly, "Brother Hao, this game is too real, it's really like the second world." While talking, the two walked towards the dining room. Dream Chaser Club. It is one of the 3 major game clubs in Binhai. Lin Tianhao and Zhou Xiaopeng are only gold makers in the club, belonging to the bottom of the club. But for Zhou Xiaopeng, food and accommodation are provided, money is earned, and he can also play games. Where else in the world can he be so happy? There are more than a dozen people eating in the dining room, all of whom are gold makers in the Dream Chaser Club. After everyone arrived, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked in, and behind him, there was a long-legged secretary in black silk. The general manager of the Dream Chaser Club, Li Heidao. Also known as Li Ziwipao, he has no talent in gaming and talks a lot of nonsense all day long. Today, Ragnarok is open. You have been in the game for 10 hours. From left to right, report your levels and gold earning situation in turn. Level 4. 45 copper coins. Level 4, 53 copper coins. Level 4, 32 copper coins. One by one, they began to report their situation. Almost all of them were level 4. Finally, when it was Zhou Xiaopeng's turn, he said very proudly, "Level 5, 2 silver coins." Li Heidao, who had not taken it seriously at first, looked up at him, a little surprised, and finally nodded and said, "Just make do with it." Lin Tianhao lowered his head to eat, and Zhou Xiaopeng pushed him, "Brother Hao, it's your turn." Level 2, 15 copper coins. The drop rate of level 1 reeded rabbits is really touching. Lin Tianhao hunted more than 1,000 of them, and only dropped this few copper coins. Hearing Lin Tianhao's words, Li Heidao slapped the table fiercely. "Lin Tianhao, what's wrong with you? Everyone is level 4, why are you only level 2? I wasted some time watching the promotional video." Lin Tianhao said truthfully. "Watch the promotional video. Don't you know how precious the time is in the early stage of the game? You still watch the promotional video?" Li Heidao scolded him. "Lin Tianhao, the club never keeps idle people. Our club doesn't need an internet addict like you. Pack up your things and get out now." XXX. Chapter 3 Resurrection Ring. Zhou Xiaopeng stood up quickly. "Manager Li, Brother Hao must have watched the promotional video to better understand the game. And I got 2 silver coins today, can I give one to Brother Hao?" "No." Li Heidao said coldly, "In the game, one step slow step by step, how can you keep up with the pace in the future?" Zhou Xiaopeng wanted to say something, but Lin Tianhao raised his hand to stop him. "Fatty, forget it. But your sister still needs money for surgery, and she has lost her job. Don't worry, I can earn enough money for the surgery." Lin Tianhao stood up and turned to leave. Walked out of the dream chasing club. Lin Tianhao felt relieved. In his previous life, he wasted too much time here and put too much energy on making money. Zhou Xiaopeng chased him out of the club. "Brother Hao, there are still 20,000 yuan in this card. You can use it for emergency first. When I earn money, I will give you some more. I will definitely help you get the money for King King's surgery." Lin Tianhao was quite moved. Fatty, Skinny, and Glasses were Lin Tianhao's 3 best brothers. When Lin Tianhao was poor in his previous life, they still spared no effort to help his 3 brothers. "Fatty, leave the dream chasing club, come out and work with us, set up a studio, and be your own boss." Zhou Xiaopeng was stunned. "Brother Hao, if you ask, I will say no, but your sister. I understand what you mean, 3 days, just 3 days, I can earn enough money for the surgery from the game. Lin Tianhao's eyes were firm, even if he didn't have super god level talent. With the memory of his previous life, he still had a way to earn money for his sister's surgery through the game. Okay. Zhou Xiaopeng didn't question Lin Tianhao, then I'll call Skinny and Glasses to join us. Okay. Zhou Xiaopeng returned to the Dream Chasing Club and quit his job. Quitting without a job. He didn't get a penny. But it didn't matter. He believed in Lin Tianhao. This is brotherhood. Xiao Erhao and Yanjing are not in Binhai now, but Zhou Xiaopeng has sent them a message, and they all said it was not a problem at all. Going to the Ragnarok login device sales point, Lin Tianhao and Zhou Xiaopeng spent 20,000 yuan to buy 2 game pods. Returned to the rental house. My sister is in the hospital at this time, and Lin Tianhao didn't go to see her. It's not that he is not worried, but Lin Tianhao knows that the most important thing now is to make money. Fatty, you upgrade first after entering the game, and don't rush to the main city after reaching level 10. Okay. Re-enter the game. Ragnarok is directly bound to the iris and DNA, so after changing the login, no new account will appear, and it will still be the original account. Returning to the game, Lin Tianhao continued to hunt reeded rabbits. 5 hours passed in a flash. 99.98. 99.99. 10,000. Finally enough. 10,000 red eyes, finally I can submit the task. Back to the novice village, Lin Tianhao found the village chief. First accept the task of collecting red eyes, and then submit 10,000 red eyes. Great adventurer, you are really a person with extraordinary perseverance, I will give you a special reward. The old village chief smiled at Lin Tianhao with great satisfaction. Ding, you have completed the red eye task, reward experience value plus 1000, silver coins plus 5, skill general attack increase plus 1. Learn skills. Lin Tianhao learned skills without hesitation. General attack boost, passive skill 1 star. Effect, your general attack distance increases by 5%. Cooling down, none. Consumption, none. Proficiency, 0/1000. Sure enough. Brave adventurer, your perseverance is the only one I have ever seen in my life. If you can hunt down 10 bosses, I will give you unexpected rewards. Lin Tianhao was stunned for a moment. 10 bosses? What kind of fairy promotion task is this? He thought that this task might have a follow-up, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Ding, the old village chief has issued a new task to you, hunting down 10 bosses in the novice village. Task penalty, deprive you of the skill general attack boost. Task reward, unknown, do you accept it? Accept. Hunting the boss coincides with what he is planning next. To make money, you must consider hunting the boss. After leaving the novice village, Lin Tianhao went directly to the territory of the level 10 Twisted Treeman. He must upgrade first, otherwise the attack speed will not be enough to hunt the boss. Twisted Treeman, normal level 10. HP, 1900/1900. Attack, 32. Skills, Vine Rotation, Resurrection. Swish. Lin Tianhao raised his hand and a feather arrow flew out. 424. After hunting the reeded rabbit, Lin Tianhao's health has reached more than 21,200 points. Although his attack power cannot break the defense of the Twisted Tree Man, the passive true damage of the Hand of Punishment should not be underestimated. 1,900 health points, that is, 5 feather arrows. Ding, you killed the Twisted Tree Man, experience plus 90. Lin Tianhao showed a satisfied smile on his face. The experience reward for killing wild monsters above the level is really generous. Normally killing ordinary Twisted Tree Men only gives 10 experience points, but now, 90 points are given. Adding the 1000 experience points rewarded for completing the task before, Lin Tianhao now only needs to hunt 20 Twisted Tree Men to level up. Not only that, Killing twisted tree men above the level can also improve the explosion rate. Ding! You killed the twisted treeman, experience plus 90. Ding! You killed the twisted treeman, experience plus 90. Ding! You reached level 3, free attribute points plus 5. Without any hesitation, Lin Tianhao added all his free attribute points to attack speed. The original attack speed of 0.73 increased to 0.83. After hunting 20 twisted treemen, the equipment finally exploded. Restoration Ring, Ordinary. Wearing requirements, Level 10. Effect, Restore 2 health points per second. Wearability, 100. It's actually a ring. Lin Tianhao was surprised. This was the most difficult ring to explode in Ragnarok. But this effect is really useless to Lin Tianhao. Restore 2 health points per second, weak. However, it is useless to him, but I believe that there will still be people willing to buy it. Thinking so, Lin Tianhao directly put this equipment on the trading line. The selected bidding mode is 500 yuan, and the bidding time is 5 minutes. If it is in the front novice village, Lin Tianhao will definitely directly put it up for 10,000 yuan. After all, those guilds that want to compete for advantages in the early stage will naturally buy it at a high price. 5 minutes later. Ding! The player Futu Dungeon has purchased your equipment. Ding! The player Futu Dungeon requests to add you as a friend. People from Futu Guild. Seeing this prefix, Lin Tianhao couldn't help but be a little surprised. Futu Guild is one of the top 10 guilds in Longguo. It should not have entered the game so late. Shuedi, leave a friend position, can I ask you what task did you do to get this resurrection ring? It is paid for. Chapter 4 Walking in the Hologram. It's from killing monsters. Lin Tianhao replied, and at the same time received a message that 9,000 yuan had been credited. Fuck, Shuedi boss. Do you know any monster blocking points that can kill level 10 monsters without damage? No wonder Fu Tu Dun Shan was surprised. Lin Tianhao was only level 3, it was impossible for him to kill level 10 monsters hidden. No. Lin Tianhao replied, and then ignored Fu Tu Dun Shan and continued to kill monsters. Fu Tu Dun Shan saw the ring in his hand and smiled, you didn't tell me, right? I'll come to find it now. The level 10 monster is the Twisted Tree Man, which is the information discovered by the Fu Tu Guild exploration team as soon as they entered the game. So Fu Tu Dun Shan quickly came to the refresh site of the Twisted Tree Man. At this time, Fu Tu Dun Shan saw an archer killing monsters in front of him. 426. 426. Fu Tu Dunshan's eyes widened. At this stage, who the hell can shoot 426 damage with one arrow? Even those people in their elite group, with the equipment now, the attack power is barely over 100. Lin Tianhao's arrow hit more than 400, and he was fighting above his level. How could he not be shocked? Big brother Shuedi. Fu Tu Dunshan knelt directly. He entered the game late because of some things in real life, and the progress was left behind. For him, who used to walk sideways in major games, this was completely unacceptable. Big brother Shuedi, how about forming a team and helping me upgrade? It's paid. Lin Tianhao didn't want to pay attention to Fu Tu Dunshan at first, after all, he didn't want to waste time. But he changed his mind when he thought of his sister who was still lying in the hospital. Okay, but I want 300,000. 300,000. Upon hearing this, Fu Tu Dunshan almost couldn't hold back and cursed. 300,000 to take him to level 10? He would only get 20,000 yuan at most if he went to those gold farming groups. I'll take you to level 10 today. Fu Tu Dunshan was stunned, and he looked at Lin Tianhao with some suspicion. Although it was only 4 o'clock in the morning, there were still 20 hours. Even if he didn't eat, drink, or rest, it would be a fool's dream to take him to level 10 in 20 hours. But even so, your price is too high. He has money, but he is not a sucker. I know it's high, but what if you add a set of level 10 elite suit? Hearing this, Futu Dungeon's breathing became rapid. Big boss Sweaty, are you kidding me? No. Lin Tianhao answered very confidently. A level 10 elite treeman can drop a complete set of suits. Of course, the premise is that you are lucky enough. However, if you swipe enough, you can do it. Okay, how about I give you a deposit of 50,000 first? No, 300,000, I want to get the money first. Futu Dungeon hesitated, but seeing Lin Tianhao's speed of swiping monsters, he agreed after just a little thought. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you. Ragnarok has a transfer function, and there is no need to provide a bank card number separately. Soon Lin Tianhao received the news that 300,000 had arrived. The money was in hand. Lin Tianhao sent a message. Wait for me for a while. After the voice fell, Lin Tianhao hid behind a big tree and then went offline. Futu Dungeon? Fuck, I was cheated? You took the money and then went offline and ran away? Damn, I trusted you so much, and you treated me like this. Futu Dungeon was not short of money, but at this moment he felt like he had eaten 10 piles of shit, and was extremely uncomfortable. Lin Tianhao certainly did not run away. Now that he had money, he naturally sent the money to the hospital as soon as possible to pay for his sister's surgery. Looking at Lin Qingqing lying on the bed, Lin Tianhao clenched his fists. He would make up for the regrets of his previous life. After paying the fee, Lin Tianhao hurried back to the rental house. Log into the game again. Number 10,086 Novice Village. Futu Dungeon was frustrated and asked several players to help him brush the level 4 wind dog. Suddenly, he saw a message pop up in his friends. Level 10 Twisted Treeman, come here. Futu Dungeon was stunned for a moment. He thought Lin Tianhao had run away, but he didn't expect Lin Tianhao to come back again. Okay. Although he had already cursed Lin Tianhao's ancestors in his heart, he still ran over happily when he heard that Lin Tianhao wanted to help him level up. Lin Tianhao didn't say anything nonsense and directly sent a team invitation over. At the same time, he said that only he could pick up the dropped items. Futu Dungeon wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything after all. But the next moment, he found something very outrageous. Experience value distribution, 9-1. Lin Tianhao 9, he won. Damn, is this helping me level up? Big brother Shui Di, that, experience value distribution, is it wrong? Yes. Lin Tianhao replied and started to kill monsters. 426. 426. 5 arrows for 1 twisted treeman. Even if Lin Tianhao's current attack speed is not fast, he can still kill it within 10 seconds. Starting from 6 per minute. 360 per hour. Not only that, Lin Tianhao's health is still increasing. Futu Dunshan, who was standing by, was stunned to see Lin Tianhao constantly hunting twisted treemen. If Lin Tianhao's damage was just high, he would think that Lin Tianhao might have obtained some hidden equipment or awakened his talent in advance. But Lin Tianhao's skill of walking A was too smooth, and the twisted treeman was killed before he even got close to Lin Tianhao. Don't think that this is a holographic virtual online game, and walking A will be easy. Futu Dunshan, who is in the Futu Guild, knows very well that walking A is more difficult than traditional games. Because walking, drawing the bow, aiming, and shooting are 4 steps. If one step is not smooth, the whole set of a walking will seem stiff. Even the top shooters in their guild are still unable to walk A skillfully. This is simply it is an art. Futu Dungeon couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time turned on the recording function to record Lin Tianhao's walking. He wanted to send it to Futu Guild so that those elite shooters could learn from it. Lin Tianhao didn't care about it at this time. A walking was a common thing for him. In fact, a walking was not a skill in his opinion. Big brother Sweaty, what was your ID before? A walking like you is definitely not an unknown person. A walking? Isn't it enough to have hands? Lin Tianhao replied subconsciously. This kind of walking a skill, in the era of the cataclysm, almost all shooters can do it. For shooters, the real difficulty is infinite crit and field control. 100% crit, that is, infinite crit. If you rely on attribute stacking crit, it is actually not worth the loss. However, attacking skills can achieve infinite crit. Even with only 5% crit rate, it is possible to achieve infinite crit. That is a fatal attack. For example, the core of the Twisted Tree Man, the head and heart of the humanoid monster, etc., these fatal positions are attacked, which will greatly increase the possibility of crit. As for field control, this is also the most difficult operation for an archer, especially in a team battle. It would be very difficult for an archer to control the field. But now he was in no mood to explain so much to Fu Tu Dun Shan, and continued to hunt the Twisted Tree Man. While hunting, Lin Tianhao moved forward. The experience value provided by ordinary Twisted Tree Men was not high. To bring a burden to level 10 in one day, you need to hunt elite Twisted Tree Men. When Lin Tianhao hunted the Twisted Tree Man, Fu Tu Dun Shan had sent the recorded video to their president. Fu Tu Shen Lang, the president of Fu Tu Guild. He was leveling up at this time, but at this time, he received Fu Tu Dun Shan's video. Why send me a video instead of leveling up properly? President, take a look, there is a surprise. Chapter 5 Lin Tianhao is an ancient god? Fu Tu Shen Lang killed the flame snake in front of him and opened the video. Such high damage! This was Fu Tu Shen Lang's first reaction. But then, he was stunned. At this stage, how can anyone do such a smooth walking a? Fu Tu Shen Lang himself is an archer, and one of the most technically advanced archers. Naturally, it is clear how difficult it is to do a smooth walking a in Ragnarok. Which guild is he from? We must find a way to dig this person to our guild, and the annual salary can be 10 million. Fu Tu Shen Lang was shocked for a short time and then he thought about digging people. Okay, President, I'll ask. Lin Tianhao was harvesting the Twisted Treeman quickly at this time. The explosion rate of Ragnarok was really touching. After hunting so many Twisted Treemen above the level, Lin Tianhao also got the previous resurrection ring. Ding! Suddenly, with a crisp sound, an equipment fell out. Treeman Shoulder Guard, Common. Wearing requirements, Level 10 All Professions. Effect, HP plus 200. Wear resistance, 100. Do you want this equipment? Lin Tianhao looked at Fu Tu Shield Mountain. Yes, but Boss Shui Di, the price of this equipment must not be the same as the ring. 3,000. Lin Tianhao said lightly. Shoulder guards are regular equipment, relatively easy to appear, and naturally cannot be as expensive as rings. Deal. In fact, money is useless in the future. The reason why Lin Tianhao still needs money is just to cope with the needs of life in the future. When he has enough money to spend, he will consider exchanging equipment for things in the game. Just at this time, the system prompt sounded. Announcement for the whole server. Congratulations to the player Berserker Blade for being the first to go to the main city, reward gold coins plus 500, this profession's black iron suit plus 1, this profession's skill book plus 1, free attribute points plus 50, hereby announced, hope that the majority of players will continue to work hard. Announcement for the whole server, congratulations to the player Berserker Blade for being the first to go to the main city, reward gold coins plus 500, this profession's black iron suit plus 1, this profession's skill book plus 1, free attribute points plus 50, hereby announced, hope that the majority of players will continue to work hard. Fuck. Fu Tu Shield Mountain looked at the time, so fast, Blade is already level 10. The key is that the first person to leave the main city actually gets such a generous reward. Lin Tianhao didn't care at all, this reward was not enough. The novice village is a treasure land. If you have the ability but leave the novice village like this, you will never come back. In the past life, I don't know how many people regretted beating their chests and stamping their feet after knowing the hidden benefits of the novice village. Big Snow Emperor, work harder. By the way, Big Snow Emperor is so powerful, which guild does he belong to? Sanran. Sanran. Futu Dungeon was a little surprised. Lin Tianhao's skills didn't look like a Sanran at all. In just a moment, Futu Dungeon knew the reason. Lin Tianhao must be an ancient master. In the past, PC games dominated, and some ancient masters had a good sense of games, and their skills and ideas were very clear. But because of his age and inability to keep up with his hand speed, he was gradually eliminated. Ragnarok is a holographic virtual online game, everything is digitized, and naturally it will not be affected by hand speed. However, seeing Lin Tianhao concentrating on killing monsters, Futu Dunshan knew what to do and said nothing more. Ding! You have reached level 4, free attribute points plus 5. Lin Tianhao added all the free attribute points to the attack speed, and the attack speed increased by 0.1 to 0.93. At the same time, Lin Tianhao's health value has increased by more than 1000, and the damage of ordinary attacks has been improved again. 448. 448. At this damage, it still takes 5 arrows to kill a Twisted Tree Man. But it is getting closer and closer to 4 arrows. Futu Dunshan, who was standing aside, could only envy Lin Tianhao silently when he saw him upgrade. Most of the experience points are on Lin Tianhao, and it is not easy for him to level up. Finally out. Lin Tianhao looked at the Twisted Tree Man in front of him and showed a satisfied smile on his face. Twisted Tree Man, Elite Level 10. HP, 5700/5700. Attack, 49. Skills, Resurrection, Vine Rotation, Vine Entanglement. Elite Level Twisted Tree Man has an additional control skill. Big Brother Shwedi, do you want me to help you resist? Futu Shield Mountain is a pure meat play, plus he is rich and powerful, and has several low-level equipment on him. The attributes are still very luxurious in his opinion. No need. Lin Tianhao responded lightly and started to attack directly. 449. 449. The output is very stable, but it still takes 13 arrows to kill an elite Twisted Treeman. Moreover, under Lin Tianhao's kite-flying style, the Twisted Treeman was killed by him as soon as he approached him. Ding! You killed an elite Twisted Treeman, experience plus 321. Lin Tianhao showed a satisfied smile on his face. He still had to hunt elite wild monsters to increase his experience. Even Futu Dunshan, who was in a team with Lin Tianhao, he also gained 32 experience points. 1, 2, 3. Lin Tianhao's health points were constantly increasing. At this time, notices from the entire server began to sound one after another. Players from all major guilds reached level 10 and entered the main city. Of course, there were also some individual players. Futu Dunshan was envious there, but he had no choice but to watch. My loss is too big. Lin Tianhao still had that aloof attitude and didn't pay attention to Futu Dunshan. At this moment, another piece of equipment was released. Tree Man Armor, Elite Level 10. Effect 1, Magic Resistance plus 10. Effect 2, HP plus 500. Wear Resistance, 100. Awesome, Shwedi, is this one of the suits you mentioned? Lin Tianhao nodded and threw the equipment to Futu Dunshan. Yes, as long as you hunt enough elite Twisted Tree Men, you can get a complete set of Tree Man suits. Futu Dunshan's eyes lit up. Shwedi, you are so nice. I thought you were going to run away when you went offline before. Lin Tianhao was full of black lines, but he didn't say anything and continued to kill monsters. This kill lasted for an hour. The good thing about the novice village is that wild monsters refresh very quickly, otherwise it would not be able to support Lin Tianhao's crazy hunting. Ding! You have reached level 6, free attribute points plus 5. In just 1 hour, Lin Tianhao went from level 4 to level 6, and his attack speed also increased from 0.93 to 1.13. At the same time, Lin Tianhao got 3 more Treeman suits, all of which were given to Futu Dungeon. A player can wear up to 13 pieces of equipment. They are main weapon, boots, heart guard, armor, helmet, cloak, ring, double, necklace, shoulder guard, double, leg guard, double. Futu Dungeon now has 4 pieces, and still needs 9. This suit can be said to be the strongest shield warrior suit before level 20, no one else. Chapter 6 Precise Shooting, Interrupting Skills. Even those multi-hour suits of level 20 are inferior to this Tree Man suit. After collecting 10 pieces of the Tree Man suit, the suit effect can be triggered. Effect: restore 50 health points per second, and is not interrupted by attacks. This is a very abnormal effect in the early stage of the game. After collecting all 13 suits, there will be a second suit effect. Effect: all physical attacks you bear will automatically reflect 10%. Add to that the attribute blessing of the Tree Man suit, and a shield warrior with high recovery, damage, and tankiness will appear. Futu Dungeon bid 300,000 to get this suit, which is absolutely worth the money. Ding! Because you hunted a large number of Twisted Tree Men, it caused dissatisfaction with the Twisted Tree Man King. It will arrive at the battlefield in 5 minutes. Please leave quickly. Lin Tianhao and Futu Dungeon received the system prompt at the same time. Is it finally here? Futu Dungeon also received the system prompt and immediately became excited. Boss Shuedi, the boss is out, do you want to fight? Lin Tianhao nodded, and then Futu Dungeon received the system prompt. Ding! You were kicked out of the team by Shuedi. Futu Dungeon. Boss Shuedi, what do you mean? You are going to kill the boss without me. Lin Tianhao just nodded again, don't join in the fun, stay away. No. Futu Dungeon felt bitter. Is there anyone who treats the sponsor like you? Boss Shuedi, aren't you being a little unkind? I only promised to take you to level 10, but I didn't promise to share the boss with you. Lin Tianhao's answer was very simple. All bosses will have special rewards for first kills, and if you complete the first kill alone, the rewards will be particularly generous. Bringing Futu Dungeon, the burden, will only affect his reward. Futu Dungeon wanted to say something, but suddenly noticed that a big guy was approaching them. Twisted Tree King, Black Iron Boss level 10. HP, 116,800. Attack, 325. Skills: Summon Treeman, Revive, Vine Binding, Thorn Shield, Vine Cage. Fuck. Futu Dungeon was dumbfounded, is this the boss? With more than 110,000 HP and this attack power, who can beat him at this stage? Even if Lin Tianhao can cause 500 damage with a normal attack, it will take more than 200 normal attacks to kill him. This is too outrageous. Futu Dungeon retreated involuntarily, and at the same time he was a little delighted. The attributes of this Twisted Tree King are so abnormal, let's see how you can kill it. You know, the Twisted Tree King is a magic monster, and the hidden magic power attribute is definitely much higher than the attack attribute. Add 2 control skills, who dares to say that he can kill it alone at this stage? Then, when Futu Dungeon thought that Lin Tianhao would retreat, swish! A feather arrow accurately hit the core of the Twisted Tree King. 501. A damage number jumped out. The critical hit rate is 0, even if it hits the weak point, it can't cause critical damage. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly, but he was not afraid. When the feather arrow was shot, he immediately moved and another feather arrow flew out. 501. The damage is still good, but the speed, and attack distance of the Twisted Tree King are not comparable to ordinary monsters. A long-distance vine hit Lin Tianhao. 319. The damage of more than 300 in a normal attack made Fu Tuidunshan dumbfounded. He has just reached level 6, and with the equipment he can wear. And his health is only over 700. He can only take 3 hits from this attack at most. But the next moment, Fu Tuidunshan saw a scene that made his scalp numb. That is, after Lin Tianhao lost more than 300 health points, his health bar actually dropped only a little bit. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Now Fu Tuidunshan can only use the 2 words fuck to describe his mood at this moment. If he didn't know something about the game Ragnarok, he would definitely say that there is a cheat. However, this feels even more perverted than a cheat. Lin Tianhao ignored the shocked Fu Tuidunshan. He deliberately tried the attack of the Twisted Tree King. The normal attack was a bit scratchy. Of course, the skills still can't stand it. In this case, there is no need to drag the normal attack to affect the output time. With an idea, Lin Tianhao stopped dodging normal attacks and started to fight against the Twisted Treeman King. This scene made Fu Tuidunshan dumbfounded. Fighting against boss, what kind of god is this? After being shocked, Fu Tuidunshan turned on the recording function here. He dared to guarantee that if his own president saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. However, Lin Tianhao's next operation really made Fu Tuidunshan dumbfounded. The Twisted Treeman King was swinging his vines and preparing to release skills. Fu Tuidunshan showed a playful smile on his face. He naturally knew that the Twisted Treeman King was a magic monster and the skill damage was definitely very abnormal. But just when the Twisted Treeman King was performing his skills, Lin Tianhao hit the Twisted Treeman King's waving wrist with a feather arrow, abruptly interrupting the Twisted Treeman King's chanting. This is precision strike. Fu Tuidunshan is a master in the game after all, and he knew the principle as soon as Lin Tianhao's operation came out. However, knowing it is knowing it, to hit the arm of the Twisted Tree King among so many vines and interrupt its spell casting, even if you invite an Olympic champion in archery, it may not be possible to do it. Swish! Lin Tianhao's attack rhythm did not stop, and his smoothie was simply pleasing to the eye. Every time the Twisted Tree King wanted to release a skill, the result was that Lin Tianhao's precise strike with feather arrows interrupted his spell casting. What kind of fairy monster is this? Lin Tianhao's game attributes are high, which Fu Tuidunshan can understand. After all, he has just entered the game, and it is not impossible for him to get equipment or special rewards beyond the current stage by luck. But with high attributes and such outrageous skills, Fu Tuidunshan has to think deeply. Where did Lin Tianhao come from? The dignified Black Iron boss was actually played around by Lin Tianhao, with no power to fight back. Its attack power seemed very high, but when it hit Lin Tianhao, it was just a scratch. With Lin Tianhao's current health of more than 25,000, even if he resisted, he could still withstand 300 general attacks. What's more, Lin Tianhao was still walking and pulling. Monster, such a monster must be brought to our guild. Fu Tuidunshan made a decision secretly. He was not only an elite member of the Futuo Guild, but also the young master of the Futuo Guild. The health bar of the Twisted Tree Man King was still decreasing, and Lin Tianhao's attack frequency did not change. Finally, the health bar of the Twisted Tree Man was only 5%. And it was about to kill the Twisted Tree Man King. What Fu Tuidunshan didn't expect was that Lin Tianhao actually stopped. He was a little confused, but at this moment, he saw Lin Tianhao actually shoot a feather arrow at the air behind the Twisted Tree King. Swish! The feather arrow cut through the sky. Dang! With a slight sound, a dagger came out of the air and actually cut Lin Tianhao's feather arrow. Fuck, there's an assassin! Chapter 7 First Boss Kill, Lightning Jump. Fu Tuidunshan was shocked again. He was so fascinated by Lin Tianhao's operation just now that he didn't realize that an assassin was approaching in stealth. After a brief surprise, Fu Tuidunshan reacted instantly, Snow Emperor boss, he wants to rob the boss. Lin Tianhao ignored Fu Tu Dungeon and looked at the assassin. He had already worn most of his equipment. His eyes were sharp and murderous. This man was not an ordinary player. The murderous intent in his eyes was not something an ordinary player could have. Moreover, he had just actually used a dagger to cut his feather arrow. This kind of operation is more common in the late game, but in the early game, especially on the first day of the game. Pull me into a team, and the boss will be divided equally. The assassin player spoke indifferently, without any emotion in his words. Lin Tianhao shook his head, no. Hearing this, the assassin player did not speak again, but retreated and entered stealth again. Damn, what does he mean? Gang is up? Want to stealthily grab the boss? Fu Tu Dun Shan was a little annoyed. Stinky boy, I tell you, I am from the Fu Tu Guild, I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise. Be careful. Fu Tu Dun Shan had not finished speaking, Lin Tianhao had already shouted. As the voice fell, one of his feather arrows had already flown out. Swish! The assassin player appeared behind Fu Tu Dun Shan, and he did not use the novice skill backstab, but directly cut his throat. A scarlet critical hit damage appeared. 642. Bleeding. 90. 90. The next moment, Fu Tu Dun Shan fell to the ground. Lin Tianhao's eyes condensed slightly, such a clean and neat method. And, such a high damage. Even if it is a critical hit, his attack power should be broken through 300 to achieve it. His level is level 8. Even if all the attack power is added, the attack power should be only about 80. In other words, his equipment or some passive skills provide him with high attack power. Some passive skills of assassins provide attack power, movement speed, and attack speed. To be precise, all major professions have similar skills. Fu Tu Dun Shan was reborn from the resurrection altar in the novice village. Seeing that he had lost one level and a level 5 equipment, he was numb. What the hell is this? It can kill me instantly. Fu Tu Dun Shan felt that his 3 views on the game were shattered. He was a tank, but he was killed instantly. Here is the Twisted Tree King. Lin Tianhao looked at the assassin player coldly. What? You want to show me your skills? With 10 years of gaming experience in his previous life, it was impossible for Lin Tianhao to compete with him in skills. The assassin player hooked his finger at Lin Tianhao and immediately entered the stealth state again. Swish! Lin Tianhao immediately drew his bow and shot arrows, and this shot was a skill burst. 2 feather arrows cut through the sky, instantly forcing the invisible assassin player out. Swish! Lin Tianhao did not let him go. Since he was forced out, it was impossible for him to sneak again. The Twisted Tree King on the side had already started to recover blood. But Lin Tianhao was not in a hurry. Feather arrows kept coming out, and the assassin player used a dagger to cut off Lin Tianhao's feather arrows one after another. Lin Tianhao was calm and composed, and his attack frequency remained unchanged. His attack damage exceeded 500 points of damage. Although the game mechanism can cut off feather arrows, Lin Tianhao's feather arrows are so powerful that the wear resistance of the dagger in the assassin player's hand can definitely not withstand it. Sure enough. After cutting off more than 10 feather arrows, the assassin player's face darkened. Faced with Lin Tianhao's feather arrows coming one after another, he did not continue to resist with a dagger. Instead, he did a backflip to avoid Lin Tianhao's feather arrows. Looking for death? Lin Tianhao sneered, and the feather arrow shot again, hitting the assassin player's lower abdomen. The impact of the feather arrow caused the assassin player in midair to be repelled a short distance. Then, the second feather arrow arrived again. 502. 2 arrows, the assassin player died on the spot and returned to the resurrection altar. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, this assassin player actually dropped a pair of boots. At the same time, Lin Tianhao also found a problem, this assassin, the health is not low. If it is a regular level 8 assassin, he should be killed instantly with one arrow. Brutality Boots, Elite Level 7. Effect 1, Movement Speed plus 0.5. Effect 2, Critical Strike plus 1%. Wear Resistance, 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. The attributes of this brutal boots are very suitable for him. It's a pity that the only drawback is that there is no increase in attack speed. The attribute he needs most now is attack speed. Because the attack speed is fast enough, he can naturally stack more health. With the health value increased, his general attack damage can naturally increase. Putting away the boots of brutality, Lin Tianhao continued to attack the Twisted Treeman King. No one stopped him. The Twisted Treeman King was just a toy in Lin Tianhao's hands. Originally, the Thorn Shield, a skill that could bounce back all damage, would have some impact on Lin Tianhao. But Lin Tianhao relied on his skilled and accurate shooting to prevent the Twisted Treeman King from using any skills at all. This was also due to another benefit of the Novice Village, that is, the bosses in the Novice Village basically did not have control-free skills such as Overlord. Ding! You killed the Twisted Treeman King above your level, experience plus 8250. Ding! You are the first player to kill the boss, and a server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you want to hide your name? No. Reliving a new life, just a first kill. It is not enough for Lin Tianhao to hide his name. Moreover, he wants to be famous. He needs prestige. Because only in this way can he stand at the pinnacle of power in the future. To fight against the Alet Galaxy, relying on the power of one person is a drop in the bucket. Therefore, Lin Tianhao wants to be in power and control the overall situation. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to the player Xue Di for completing the first kill of the Twisted Treeman King. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to the player Xue Di for completing the first kill of the Twisted Treeman King. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Ding! Congratulations, you are the first player to kill the boss in Ragnarok, and you will be rewarded with plus 50 free attribute points, plus 1 skill book for this profession, plus 1 main weapon for this profession, and plus 100 gold coins. Lin Tianhao's mouth curled up. Sure enough, the reward for single-handedly brushing the boss was really extraordinary. 50 free attribute points. Lin Tianhao added all to the attack speed. The original attack speed of 1.13 instantly became 2.13. This attack speed can definitely be said to be the best among the crowd. Lightning Jump, passive skill 1 star. Effect: your general attack has a 50% chance of triggering a lightning jump, which can jump 10 target units within a 20 meter radius at once. The lightning jump damage is 10% of your actual damage. Cooling time: none. Consumption: none. Proficiency: 0/1000. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. This skill is interesting. If the skill level goes up, does it mean that the damage may be increased to 90%? The range of lightning jump and the units that can jump can also be improved? Just imagining it, Lin Tianhao shuddered. His damage was already outrageous, and the only difference was that he couldn't kill monsters in groups. But now with this skill, this only shortcoming has been made up. Chapter 8 Treeman Suit, Skill Revival. When Lin Tianhao checked the skill attributes, many players were shocked by Lin Tianhao's announcement. Who the hell is this? He is so evil that he can even solo the boss of the Novice Village. Xue Di? I've never heard of this ID before. Does anyone know which guild he belongs to? Aren't the conditions for triggering the boss of the Novice Village very harsh? How did he trigger it? I heard that there are 10 bosses in the Novice Village, but so far, none of them have been triggered. Many people are talking about it, especially some top players. They know very well how outrageous it is to solo the boss at this stage. Lin Tianhao didn't care so much. After learning the skills, he checked the weapons rewarded this time again. Thunder Bow, Silver. Wearing requirements, no level requirements, limited to professional archers. Effect 1, attack plus 300. Effect 2, critical hit rate plus 15%. Effect 3, attack has a 15% chance of triggering paralysis effect. Effect 4, attack has a 15% chance to splash surrounding enemy units. Lin Tianhao was dumbfounded when he saw the attributes of the Thunder Bow. An attribute that is better than nothing. Yes, in Lin Tianhao's opinion, the most useful one may be a paralysis effect, but the probability is so low. As for attack power, as long as his health is added, the amount of attack power is not important at all. How to say it? For him, it can only be used in the novice village. The key is that this is still a silver weapon, and Lin Tianhao just feels that he has been messed up. It's really outrageous. Can't you give him an attack speed plus 1? This wave is a gank from the system. Rubbing his hands, Lin Tianhao set his sights on the twisted Treeman King. Finally, it's time for the much-loved corpse-touching part. Ding! You got the equipment Treeman King necklace. Ding! You got the skill of resurrection. Ding! You got the Treeman King helmet. Ding! You got gold coins plus 5. Ding! You got the heart of the Treeman King. Lin Tianhao looked at the good things in his hand. Except for the gold coins, there seemed to be nothing he could use. Wait, this resurrection skill seems pretty good. Resurrection, 1 star. Effect, restore 1 health point per second, not interrupted by attacks. Cooling, none. Consumption, none. Proficiency, 0/1000, proficiency is equal to health points. Note that there is no upper limit to the star level of this skill. Lin Tianhao didn't care about this resurrection skill at first, but when he saw the introduction of proficiency, he was stunned. Is this a surprise from the system? His talent, the Hand of Heavenly Punishment, can stack health points without limit. It fits this skill perfectly. Automatic blood recovery, to some extent, is even more abnormal than blood sucking. Learn. Lin Tianhao learned this skill directly. Resurgence, passive skill 3 stars. Effect, restore 50 health points per second, not interrupted by attacks. Cooling time, none. Consumption, none. Proficiency, 25130/100000, proficiency equals health points. Note that there is no upper limit to the star level of this skill. Stable. With this skill, Lin Tianhao feels that his safety factor has risen sharply. Resurrection, come out quickly, do you want to level up? Lin Tianhao blocked private messages and friend adding prompts, and sent a message to Fu to Dungeon. At the same time, he started leveling up. Swoosh! Lin Tianhao put on the thunder bow and hit the tree core of an elite twisted tree man with 1 arrow. 1524. A huge bright red number appeared. Critical hit. At the same time, an arc of electricity jumped out from the elite twisted tree man, and jumped 5 twisted tree men around him in succession. 152. 152. One by one, the damage numbers jumped out. After being hurt, a total of 6 twisted tree men began to move towards Lin Tianhao. However, Lin Tianhao didn't care. Swish! 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 Critical hit, and critical hit. Lin Tianhao's current critical hit rate is 16%, which is pretty good at this stage. In addition, Lin Tianhao's weak point attack increased the critical hit damage. Originally, it took 12 arrows to kill the elite twisted tree man, but now it only takes 4 arrows. Moreover, because of the lightning jump, after killing the first twisted treeman, the other twisted treeman lost 608 health points. As Lin Tianhao pulled, more and more twisted treemen were pulled over by him. This lightning jump is a double-edged sword. It pulls so much hatred at once. If you can't bear it, you will die in 2 hits. Looking at the group of twisted treemen following behind, Lin Tianhao was a little tearful. Fortunately, the attack speed is amazing now. 4 arrows in 2 seconds can easily kill a twisted treeman. And because of the lightning jump, he only needs 3 arrows, or even 2 arrows, to kill the twisted treeman behind. Ding! You have reached level 7, free attribute points plus 5. Without any hesitation, Lin Tianhao added all the free attribute points to the attack speed. The attack speed of 2.13 increased to 2.23. Big Boss Xue Di, I'm here. Fu Tu Dun Shan arrived late at this time. He had just arrived when he saw Lin Tianhao's terrifying monster-killing speed. Big Boss Xue Di, you have become stronger again. Lin Tianhao sent a team invitation. This time, the experience value was still 91 points, but Fu Tu Dun Shan was 9 and he was 1. The next time was to complete Fu Tu Dun Shan's order first, and then start preparing for the next things. With the blessing of 2.23 attack speed and lightning jump, Lin Tianhao only spent 3 hours to raise Fu Tu Dun Shan's level to level 10. Not only that, after hunting a large number of elite twisted tree people, the tree man suit that Lin Tianhao promised Fu Tu Dun Shan was also spawned. Putting on the tree man suit and seeing the changes in his attributes, Fu Tu Dun Shan was immediately dumbfounded. Big Boss Xue Di, this suit is really too awesome. Especially the effects of the 2 sets, which are simply amazing. I still have 2 pieces of black iron equipment, dropped by the Twisted Tree King. Wearing them will not affect the effects of the set, and can also enhance the attributes. How much? Although he didn't spend much time with Lin Tianhao, Fu Tu Dun Shan already knew Lin Tianhao's character. 50,000 for 1. Fu Tu Dun Shan pulled the corner of his mouth. Lin Tianhao really asked for a lot. At this stage, 50,000 is also okay for the black iron equipment. After a slight hesitation, Fu Tu Dun Shan agreed. That is to say, he is rich, otherwise he would never spend 100,000 yuan to buy such transitional equipment. No matter how good this suit is, it is only level 10 after all. In a week at most, this suit will be eliminated. After receiving the transfer of 100,000 yuan, Lin Tianhao showed a satisfied smile on his face. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. I should be able to get equipment in the future, and we can continue to cooperate then. Chapter 9 Be careful of your sister. Big brother Xue Di, wait a minute. Fu Tu Dun Shan saw that Lin Tianhao was about to log off, and immediately stopped Lin Tianhao. Anything else? Big brother Xue Di, I am the young master of Fu Tu Guild. I want to invite you to our Fu Tu Guild. The annual salary is 10 million. How about it? Fu Tu Dun Shan has his own understanding of the game. Lin Tianhao's skills are too strong, better than all the professional players he has seen. For this skill, he is worth tens of millions of dollars a year. Not to mention that Lin Tianhao has such a strong attribute. Sorry, I created a team myself. Lin Tianhao shook his head, thank you for your kindness. Oh? I see, but we can also become long-term partners. No problem. Lin Tianhao nodded, and suddenly, he stopped. You said you are the young master of Fu Tu Guild. Yes, what's wrong? We are also acquainted, let me remind you, be careful of your sister. In the previous life, 3 months after the launch of Ragnarok, the news broke that the Fu Tu group was reshuffled. When the young master of the Fu Tu group was driving out, the brakes failed and he had a car accident and became disabled. After another half a year, it was revealed that the mastermind behind the destruction of the brakes of the young master of the Fu Tu group was the young master's sister. Be careful of my sister. Fu Tu Dun Shan frowned, what's wrong? Just remember what I said. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. They had known each other for a while, so a reminder from him was enough. As for the final fate of Fu Tu Dun Shan, it had nothing to do with Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao did not log off this time. Instead, he returned to the novice village before logging off, mainly because he had offended the assassin, so he had to be careful. If he was stabbed by the assassin when he logged off in the wild, it would not be worth it. After logging off, Lin Tianhao checked the time. 8 o'clock in the morning. Zhou Xiaopeng was still in the game. Lin Tianhao did not play disturbance, opened the refrigerator, and made breakfast. As a cross-era online game, Ragnarok has a very magical point, that is, in the game, the body can get enough rest, and even the spirit can be more sufficient. Later, some experts came out to popularize science and said that this is equivalent to sleeping in the game. This statement is not correct. That was discovered in the late stage of the game. Upgrading in the game and enhancing attributes. Although reality cannot be materialized, it can sublimate people's souls, and naturally the spirit will get better and better. Fatty, go offline to eat. Due to budget reasons, Lin Tianhao and his team only used ordinary game warehouses, not advanced nutrition warehouses. It is said that the most advanced nutrition warehouse, after preparing the nutrient solution, can stay offline for half a month, and the body can keep up with nutrition. Zhou Xiaopeng just went offline and smiled to Lin Tianhao, "Brother Hao, you are right. It is still easy to make money if you work alone. I got a level 7 equipment today and sold it for 12,000 yuan. There are so many rich players in this game." Lin Tianhao smiled without commenting. It's not that there are many rich players. On the contrary, the number of rich players who are self-employed is average, not too many. The ones who really hyped up equipment and skill books are guilds, consortiums, and the government. The guild saw the popularity of Ragnarok and knew that they would definitely make a lot of money in the future. After all, the game industry of the endgame can reach tens of billions, and the game industry of Ragnarok must be in the hundreds of billions or even trillions. And the consortium and the government naturally know the nature of Ragnarok, and naturally know the importance of becoming stronger in Ragnarok. Lin Tianhao knows the reason why Zhou Xiaopeng was so strong in the early stage. He chose the profession of a warrior. After leaving the novice village, he met a bard and heard the bard reciting poems. Zhou Xiaopeng used the ancient poems of the sages of the Dragon Kingdom to show off in front of the bard. This move not only did not make the bard dissatisfied, but he admired Zhou Xiaopeng very much and immediately prepared to become his apprentice. And the apprenticeship gift is the 3 passive skills of the warrior. Relying on these 3 passive skills, Zhou Xiaopeng is very strong in the late game. The 3 passive skills are double armor, double shield, and double slash. The skill effects are: double armor, all attacks taken will rebound a certain percentage of damage to the opponent. Double shield, every time you cast a control skill, you can get a shield that is a percentage of your own health. Double slash, every attack, including skills, equipment effects, potion effects, etc., may have multiple effects. Rebound, shield, and damage are relatively versatile. In particular, these 3 are passive skills and can be triggered infinitely. Moreover, double slash and double shield can be superimposed on each other. For example, the warrior's collision skill is a control skill that can trigger double shield. If double slash triggers multiple effects, then the shield will also trigger multiple effects. Brother Hao, I'm already level 9 now, and I've got 3 passive skills. I'll definitely get more advanced equipment later. Lin Tianhao nodded. Fatty, don't worry, I've already paid for my sister's surgery. Paid? Yet. Lin Tianhao took out the payment list. I'm luckier than you, I killed a boss. Fuck, Brother Hao, are you Shuedi? Lin Tianhao nodded and said to Zhou Xiaopeng, let's eat, I'll prepare a guide for the novice village for you later, there are many hidden rewards in the novice village. I see, Brother Hao, you're so awesome, if Li Haidao knew what you've achieved now, he'd probably regret it. Lin Tianhao recalled the guide for the novice village while eating. The hidden rewards in this novice village are more suitable for each profession. Fatty, go to the novice village tavern, buy 2 bottles of the most expensive liquor, and go to the blacksmith shop to make you the strongest warrior weapon. Then, he will give you a series of tasks. The higher the completion of this series of tasks, the more rewards you can get. Okay. Zhou Xiaopeng didn't ask Lin Tianhao how he knew, and agreed. After dinner, Lin Tianhao gave Zhou Xiaopeng 2 more guides, one for monkeys and one for glasses. Fatty, you enter the game, I'll go see Ching Ching. Let's go together. Zhou Xiaopeng didn't enter the game alone, and came to the hospital with Lin Tianhao. Because Lin Tianhao had already paid the fee, the hospital was arranging the operation. In the ward, Lin Tianhao looked at the unconscious Lin Qingqing, and his eyes softened a lot. Doctor, when will my sister's operation start? Lin Tianhao asked. It's already been arranged. The surgery can be performed this afternoon. You can sign it here. Okay. Lin Tianhao nodded and signed the surgery confirmation form. After doing this, Lin Tianhao returned to the rental house and entered the game. Chapter 10. Open the copy, Twisted Jungle. Online again. This time, Lin Tianhao did not go to the level 10 wild monster area, but walked towards the steep cliff behind the novice village. In the novice village, in addition to the regular wild monsters, there is also a hidden copy. In this hidden copy, the first pass reward is very generous. Step here. There are no wild monsters here, and it is a cliff, so naturally no player will come here. In the previous life, it was only after a week of the game that someone accidentally opened this copy. The conditions for opening this copy are also very simple. That is to kill a tree man here. There are many big trees nearby. Among these big trees, one is a tree man. At first glance, if you don't pay attention, you won't find it at all. I found you. Disguised Treeman, normal level 10. HP, 2100/2100. Attack, 32. Skill, Disguise. A very weak wild monster, Lin Tianhao raised his hand to attack. Although he did not attack the weak point, he killed the disguised treeman with only 3 arrows. Ding! You killed the disguised tree man, experience plus 43. Ding! Because you killed the hidden monster in the novice village, the novice village hidden copy Twisted Jungle will be opened soon. Ding! You are the first player to open the copy, and the whole server will be notified soon. Do you want to hide your name? No. All server announcement. Congratulations to the player Shuedi for successfully opening the novice village hidden copy Twisted Jungle. You are the first player in the whole server to open the copy. You are rewarded with plus 10 free attribute points, plus 10 gold coins, and plus 1 black iron equipment. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. All server announcement. Congratulations to the player Shuedi for successfully opening the novice village hidden copy Twisted Jungle. You are the first player in the whole server to open the copy. You are rewarded with plus 10 free attribute points, plus 10 gold coins, and plus 1 black iron equipment. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. As the whole server announcement sounded, the Twisted Jungle copy appeared in all novice villages. Lin Tianhao added all 10 free attribute points to attack speed. Then his eyes fell on the rewarded black iron weapon. Jungle Longbow, Black Iron. Wearing requirements, none, Professional Archer. Effect 1, Attack Power plus 65. Effect 2, HP plus 500. Effect 3, Blood Sucking plus 2%. Wearability, 100. Lin Tianhao held his forehead, another fucking weapon. Attack speed, attack speed, attack speed. Can't there be a weapon that increases attack speed? What a miserable life. When Lin Tianhao checked the attributes, the players were all furious. Especially the players who had left the novice village, they immediately regretted it. Damn, there are dungeons in the novice village? If I had known earlier, I would never have left the novice village. Hehe, fortunately I level up slowly, so I can go to the dungeon. There should be high rewards for the first dungeon. Is there a team? The Dream Chaser Guild is recruiting strong tanks. Lin Tianhao has arrived at the dungeon entrance at this time. The difficulty of the Ragnarok dungeon is divided into 4 levels: simple, difficult, nightmare, and hell. The higher the difficulty of the first pass of the level 10 Twisted Jungle, the more rewards you will get. It's you, hell level. Ding, reminder, it is not recommended to enter the hell level dungeon alone, are you sure? Sure. The difficulty coefficient of the hell level dungeon is indeed very high, but is Lin Tianhao afraid? Fortune is sought in danger. His current attributes are actually not capable of soloing the hell level dungeon. However, Lin Tianhao still has the top technology of his previous life. As soon as he entered the dungeon, Lin Tianhao saw a large number of Twisted Treemen appearing in front of him. Twisted Treemen, Elite Level 10. HP, 8500. Attack, 129. Skills, Resurrection, Vine Spin, Thorn Wrap. Also an Elite Twisted Treeman, this attribute is much higher than the Elite Treeman attribute that Lin Tianhao had brushed before. Swish. Critical hit. 1812. At the same time, the thunder jumped out, causing damage to the surrounding Twisted Treeman. 362. 362. The damage value is very high. In the case that every arrow of Lin Tianhao is a critical hit, a Treeman only needs 5 arrows. And because the lightning jump is upgraded to 2 stars, the damage and range caused by the jumping lightning and the number of targets are also greater. Ding! You killed an Elite Twisted Treeman, experience plus 351. Killing a monster above its level, plus it was a dungeon monster. This is quite a lot of experience. Lin Tianhao always kept a safe distance from these Twisted Treemen with the help of the distance increased by his normal attack, preventing them from attacking him. In particular, the skill of Thorn Entanglement, once hit, brought about the greatest control effect on him. Ding! You have reached level 8, free attribute points plus 5. After the upgrade, all the points are still added to the attack speed. At the same time, the first level of the dungeon was passed. Through the light gate in front, Lin Tianhao came to the second level of the dungeon. Just after entering, dozens of Twisted Treemen walking towards him. Not only that, Lin Tianhao also saw 10 tree leaders here. Tree Leader, Elite Level 10. HP, 35,280. Attack, 412. Skills, Thorn Entanglement, Resurrection, Vine Rotation, Crazy Slash. One more skill, but the attribute is much higher than the Elite Twisted Tree Man. Swish. Lin Tianhao still attacked plainly. Keep pulling these tree men. Try to stay outside the attack range of their Thorn Entanglement as much as possible. For this, we really have to thank the skill of General Attack Amplification. It is precisely because of this skill that his general attack distance is farther, and he has enough conditions to pull these tree men. However, the movement speed is a hard flaw after all. The 3 tree leaders launched Thorn Entanglement on Lin Tianhao at the same time. 823. 821. 823. Huge damage numbers appeared one after another, and Lin Tianhao was imprisoned at the same time. Lin Tianhao thought it was not good, as expected. The next attack was endless. 123. 421. 423. Damage numbers appeared one after another, and Lin Tianhao had not yet escaped from control, and new thorns were entangled again. It was only 2 seconds. Lin Tianhao lost more than 13,000 health points. The only thing to be thankful for was that the Twisted Tree people were not very smart, and they all used whatever skills they had. In addition, the Twisted Tree people behind were not far enough away and could not attack Lin Tianhao. Otherwise, Lin Tianhao would have been directly controlled to death by their connected control just now. It's too painful without a skill to release the control. The speed is too low. Lin Tianhao thought secretly, and immediately moved away at the moment the control ended. At the same time, a feather arrow interrupted a tree leader who was casting a spell. Hey! He exhaled a breath of turbid air, and just now he was really safe. If he is not careful, he may die here. Losing a level is a small matter. If someone else grabs the first pass of the dungeon, he will really regret it. Swish! 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 Lin Tianhao was highly focused. Before, he wanted to deal more damage, but now, he had to move to avoid skills. He also had to interrupt the skills of the tree leader, so he had to keep an eye on all directions. Chapter 11 Hell Difficulty, Hydra Cypress. The skill of entanglement is not a strong control skill, but a targeted spell. In other words, it can be dodged by moving. The reason why Lin Tianhao was attacked before was largely due to carelessness, and the other reason was that the three tree leaders actually released Thorn Entanglement at the same time, blocking his retreat. Now Lin Tianhao is highly focused. As long as he sees the hand-raising action of Thorn Entanglement, he will move in advance to pull away. In addition to the high output and the damage of Lightning Jump, the number of Twisted Treemen is constantly decreasing. As the number of Twisted Treemen decreases, Lin Tianhao is more like a fish in water when brushing monsters. Finally, all the Twisted Treemen in this level were killed. Ding! You have reached level 9, free attribute points plus 5. One level is upgraded. This upgrade speed is really terrifying. Moreover, with the blessing of the skill of resuscitation, Lin Tianhao's current health has been restored to full value. At this time, Futo Club. Offline conference room. A video is playing on the big screen. It is a video of Lin Tianhao soloing the Twisted Tree King. A young man stood on the main seat of the conference room. You have all seen this video, Shen Lang, you are also an archer, tell me what you think. Futo Shen Lang immediately stood up. The damage value is very high, but his skills are really terrifying. Even if the damage value is reduced, with his skills, he can solo this boss. Futo Madman also said on the side, Young Master, what do you mean by showing us this video? Let you help analyze. If I want to dig him, how much money is appropriate? I offered an annual salary of 10 million before, and he refused without hesitation. Futo Shen Lang frowned. Such skills are definitely not unknown. He may have an annual salary of 10 million or even higher in the PC game era. After all, there was a legendary shooter in the PC game with an annual salary of more than 80 million. With the current popularity of Ragnarok, his skills, plus his attributes, an annual salary of 100 million is not too much. If we also consider the overall influence on our guild and the driving ability in the early stage of the game, the annual salary can even be between 150 million and 200 million. Futo Shen Lang's words are very pertinent. He, the president of the Futo Guild, only has an annual salary of more than 20 million. But Lin Tianhao's skills really impressed him. Okay, I got it. Futo Dungeon nodded. President Shen Lang, organize the members who are still in the novice village to brush the Twisted Treeman dungeon. In addition, if possible, every player in the novice village can go to brush the 10th level Twisted Treeman. Futo Shen Lang nodded, okay. After saying this, Futo Dungeon coughed, also, let me show you my current attributes. He proudly posted the attributes of his Treeman suit. Futo Shen Lang was shocked when he saw the attributes of the suit. The total health has increased by 5,800, the armor and magic resistance have increased so much, and there are also the characteristics of this set. Futo Shen Lang couldn't help but take a breath. Young master, how much did you spend on this set of equipment? 400,000, plus it takes me to level 10. It was originally 300,000, and I added these two black iron level equipment. Futo Shen Lang was dumbfounded, so cheap. Yes, it's cheap. A level 10 elite equipment is worth about 20,000. These 13 pieces can be worth 400,000 if sold separately. The key is the set, and it also takes me to level 10. Shwedi sold it to you. Yet. It seems that he is not short of money, otherwise he would definitely sell it for a better price. Fu Tu Shen Lang subconsciously thought that Lin Tianhao didn't care because he was rich. But he didn't know that Lin Tianhao didn't bargain because he was in a hurry to use the money. Furthermore, 5 years later, the cataclysm began, and real money was worthless. Twisted Jungle. Lin Tianhao entered the 3rd level. Here, there are 4 Twisted Tree Kings. Twisted Tree King, Black Iron Boss level 10. HP, 186,800. Attack, 598. Skills, Summon Treeman, Revive, Vine Bind, Thorn Shield, Vine Cage. The skills have not increased, but the attributes have increased a lot. And the number is still 4. Took a look at his current HP and Lin Tianhao attacked directly. Swoosh! Critical hit. 1685. As expected of the Black Iron Boss in the Hell level difficulty dungeon, the defense is so high that the 300 points of attack power added by Lin Tianhao's Thunder Bow, even in the case of a critical hit, the damage caused is not high. At present, most of this damage is caused by Lin Tianhao's Hand of Heavenly Punishment. In addition, it is worth mentioning that the vine binding of the Twisted Tree King is different from the entanglement skill of ordinary tree people. This is a skill that is infinitely close to strong control, because the binding vines appear directly from the bottom of the player's feet, and it is difficult to react. Lin Tianhao's current attack speed can interrupt the attacks of 2 Twisted Tree Kings at most at the same time. But now he is facing 4 Twisted Tree Kings. The battle is about to break out. The 4 Twisted Tree Kings have already gained some wisdom and surrounded Lin Tianhao. At the same time, the skill Vine Cage has appeared. It's a pity that the casting of the Vine Cage is the slowest and the easiest to be interrupted. Lin Tianhao easily interrupted the Twisted Tree King's skills. However, they were 4 Twisted Tree Kings releasing skills at the same time, blocking Lin Tianhao's retreat. Lin Tianhao did not retreat but advanced, which was exactly what he wanted. 598. 597. 598. Lin Tianhao moved forward and entered the Twisted Tree King's general attack range. The 4 Twisted Tree Kings attacked at the same time, causing more than 2,000 damage to Lin Tianhao. After the effect of the Twisted Tree King's skills dissipated, he retreated again and pulled away. At the same time, he continued to walk as long as he was not tied up by the vines, with Lin Tianhao's current health and the skill of resurrection, he would beta probability of instant kill is very small. Walk all the way. Finally, the first Twisted Tree King fell. The rest of the battle will be much easier. Soon, all 3 Twisted Tree Kings fell. In Ragnarok, the dungeon rewards are settled after the level is cleared. Before the level is cleared, killing wild monsters will only give experience points, not dropped items. This saves Lin Tianhao from touching the corpse. Lift your legs and enter the 4th level. This is the last level of the Twisted Jungle Dungeon. Just after entering, Lin Tianhao saw a 100-meter high tree with countless vines swaying in the wind. It looks like it is not a boss, but a big tree. Hydra Cypress, Bronze level 10. HP, 1528000/1528000. Attack, 1358. Skill, Dead Tree Revived. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly. This boss only had 1 skill. Chapter 12 First pass through the dungeon, dead trees come back to life. Lin Tianhao will not underestimate the boss just because he has only 1 skill. The more such a boss is, the harder it is to deal with. Swish! Lin Tianhao took the lead. 785. There was no critical hit, the damage was still okay. However, the next moment, Lin Tianhao knew the horror of this Hydra Cypress. 1355. 1355. 2 consecutive vines hit him, knocking off more than 2,000 of his health. This is really outrageous. Moreover, Lin Tianhao discovered a problem. The vines of the Hydra cypress seemed to cover the entire level. In other words, he couldn't dodge the normal attack by moving. This is fucked up. The Hydra cypress would attack with 2 vines each time. With his current health of over 30,000, he could only withstand a dozen attacks. Thinking in his mind, Lin Tianhao's hands did not stop, continuously attacking the Hydra cypress. The vines of the Hydra cypress whipped again, and Lin Tianhao immediately rolled to dodge. Dodged. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. As he expected, the vine attack could be dodged. Since it can be dodged, it is only a matter of time to kill the Hydra cypress. However, for safety reasons, Lin Tianhao changed to the jungle longbow. The jungle longbow can increase health and suck blood. It was difficult for him to restore his health by relying on the skill effect of revival. Therefore, blood-sucking became particularly critical. After all, there were too many vines of the Hydra cypress, and each time it launched a general attack, it was a different vine. Although he could dodge by relying on his reaction, it was still a bit unrealistic to dodge 100%. After all, his movement speed had not been increased. Plus 50. Plus 16. Plus 16. Lin Tianhao's health began to recover slowly, and he was also looking for the weakness of the Hydra cypress. Any monster will have weaknesses. Only by attacking the weak parts can the critical hit rate be increased. Even after he changed his weapon, the critical hit rate was only 1% of the cruel boots. But as long as the weak hits were accurate enough, continuous critical hits could be achieved. Found it. Lin Tianhao actually didn't know about the Hydra cypress in his previous life. Because he was working hard to level up and earn gold, he went to the main city the next day. After this dungeon was opened, some people tried the hell level difficulty, but at that time, no player in the novice village could pass it. In addition, as the game progressed, dungeons of level 15 and 20 continued to appear, and players were not so enthusiastic about the dungeons in the novice village. Therefore, it was the first time that Lin Tianhao heard about this Hydra cypress. Swish! Another arrow. Lin Tianhao was still pulling and moving. It's really moving to the extreme, even the normal attack has to be avoided. Found it! Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, and he actually saw 9 blood-red vines behind this Hydra cypress. There was a dark red head on each of the 9 blood-red vines. At this time, a head was facing Lin Tianhao with an evil smile. Swish! Critical hit. 1574. A bright red critical damage appeared, which made Lin Tianhao a little excited. Having found the weakness, his next attack will be much easier. Swish! Swish! The sound of arrows breaking through the air continued, and the blood-colored vines controlled the head to dodge, but Lin Tianhao was so experienced. This way of swinging and dodging was just a decoration in his opinion. Critical hit. Critical hit. Another critical hit. This is the outrageous part of the weak point attack. A 1% critical hit rate can also cause high critical hit damage. Lin Tianhao's mouth corners rose. Critical hits not only have high damage, but also increase his blood absorption. After finding a way to crack it, Lin Tianhao consumed the health of the Hydra cypress at a rate of 2 arrows per second. Finally, the health of the Hydra cypress was reduced to 10%. It was about to enter the killing line. But the next moment, green light emanated from the Hydra cypress, and its HP was restored from 10% to full HP. Lin Tianhao? He was a little autistic. It's really not his fault. What kind of magical skill is this? How could it be so outrageous? This is the novice village. He is not brushing a 200 level world boss, this is a 10 level bronze boss. Why? Although there were millions of horses galloping through his heart. But Lin Tianhao still didn't plan to give up and chose to continue attacking. With the previous experience, Lin Tianhao is now familiar with the road. 15 minutes later. Ding! You killed the bronze level Hydra cypress, experience plus 31280. Ding! You have completed the first pass of the Twisted Jungle dungeon. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Shwedi for completing the first pass of the Twisted Jungle. This announcement is hereby made. I hope all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Shwedi for completing the first pass of the Twisted Jungle. This announcement is hereby made. I hope all players will continue to work hard. This sudden server-wide announcement made many players who were still fighting in the dungeon dumbfounded. Fuck, it's this Snow Emperor again. He cleared the dungeon alone? How is that possible? Break the boss alone, clear the dungeon alone. Could it be that this guy awakened his talent in the novice village? I think it might be a hidden profession. Even if it's a talent, whose one star talent can be so awesome? There were many players discussing this, and many guild players were beating their chests and stamping their feet. The first dungeon clearance, the reward is unquestionable. Ding! You have completed the first pass of the Hell level Twisted Jungle, and the rewards are being calculated. Ding! You have obtained the Black Iron level Treeman set +1. Ding! You have obtained the Skill Book +13. Ding! You have obtained the Heart of the Treeman +4. Ding! You have obtained the Elite level equipment and 35. Ding! You have obtained the Gold Coin +350. Ding! You have obtained the Free Attribute Point +50. Ding! You have obtained the Quest Scroll +1. A series of system prompts dazzled Lin Tianhao. This reward is awesome. Lin Tianhao can use the Black Iron level Treeman set except the main weapon, especially because he has completed the first pass. It is not restricted by level and can be used directly. But this set of equipment is most suitable for shield warriors, and it is a bit out of place for him to use. There are 32 pieces of elite equipment and 3 pieces of bronze equipment. Lin Tianhao took a look and found that they are basically tank equipment. It is better for him to wear them. When his eyes fell on the skill book, Lin Tianhao suddenly became interested. Because he saw that skill, Dead Tree Resurrection. Dead Tree Resurrection, passive skill 1 star. Effect: when your health value drops to 10%, you will immediately recover 10% of your health value. Cooling time: 24 hours. Consumption: none. Proficiency: 0/10. The proficiency is calculated by sacrificing skill books. For each skill book sacrificed, 1 point of proficiency can be obtained. Some special skills can obtain more proficiency. Chapter 13 Level List and Equipment List. Lin Tianhao was stunned for a moment. No wonder the Hydra Cypress only had this one skill. It turned out that all other skills had been sacrificed. This time, Lin Tianhao still had 12 skill books in his hand after detaining the dead tree. All of them were dropped by the Twisted Tree Man, and they were of little help to Lin Tianhao. Learn the dead tree. Sacrifice the skill book. Lin Tianhao sacrificed 10 skill books of the Tree Man, and the dead tree was successfully upgraded to 2 stars. The dead tree, passive skill 2 stars. Effect: when your health value drops to 10%, you will immediately recover 20% of your health value. Cooling time: 12 hours. Consumption: none. Proficiency: 0/100. The proficiency is calculated by sacrificing skills. For each skill book sacrificed, 1 proficiency point can be obtained, and some special skills can obtain more proficiency points. Just as Lin Tianhao thought, upgrading 1 star, the amount of blood that can be restored increased by 10%, and the cooling time was also greatly improved. This improvement is not small. Moreover, with this skill, his survivability has been greatly improved again. Not only that, the dead tree recovers a percentage of health. Even in the late game, it can definitely be regarded as a powerful skill. Now Lin Tianhao's total health is more than 30,000 points, and 20% is more than 6,000 points. But what if Lin Tianhao's total health is 3 million, 30 million, or even higher? he can still recover according to the percentage. Retracting his thoughts, Lin Tianhao looked at his experience bar, and he was still halfway to level 10. With this upgraded experience bar, if he wanted, he could reach level 10 in half an hour at most. But what Lin Tianhao wanted was not just to upgrade. Open the level list. Lin Tianhao was ready to see the current level ranking. First, Shura Emperor, level 11 25%. Second, Zhu Mengyan Shuet, level 10 95%. Third, I Don't Love Money, 91% at level 10. Fourth, Buddha Wolf, 90% at level 10. Fifth, I'm Really 20 centimeters, 88% at level 10. The gap on the level list is not obvious. Lin Tianhao knows most of these people. The top 5 are high-level guilds, and there are 2. One is the top rich second generation of Dragon Country, whose level is piled up with money. The key is that this guy is not only rich, but also lucky. And has certain strength. He is simply not a human being. As for the 5th one, he is a bit similar to Zhou Xiaopeng. There were some opportunities in the early stage of the game, which made him a big hit. However, in the later stage of the game, his early advantage gradually lost. Finally disappeared from the public's sight. In addition to the level list, there is also an equipment list in Ragnarok. Lin Tianhao opened the equipment list. First place, Golden Scepter, Gold level. Second place, Thunder Bow, Silver level. Third place, Nine-Headed Shield, Bronze level. Fourth place, Nine-Headed Shoulder Guard, Bronze level. Fifth place, Nine-Headed Cloak, Bronze level. Among the top 5, except for the first place Golden Scepter, all the others belong to Lin Tianhao. Sure enough, it's still the same as in the previous life. Lin Tianhao thought secretly that this Golden Scepter belonged to Zhu Mengyangxiu. It was a summoning scepter, and there was only one effect attached to it, which was to summon 6 level 10 black iron bosses. This was definitely a bug-like existence in the early stage of the game. A level 10 black iron boss could walk sideways at the moment, let alone 6 of them. Speaking of which, Zhu Mengyangxiu was the boss of the Zhu Meng Club where he was before. She looked pretty good, but it was a pity that she was nepotistic. Many executives in the club were her relatives, making the club a mess. But none of this matters anymore. With his super god level talent, Lin Tianhao is fully confident that he can surpass Zhu Mengyan Shuet. Lin Tianhao added all the 50 free attribute points rewarded for the first pass of the dungeon to the attack speed. The attack speed increased from 2.63 to 3.63. In fact, when adding points, Lin Tianhao was also considering whether to add a point to the movement speed. But in the end he gave up. Because the attack speed is the most suitable for his Hand of Heavenly Punishment. As long as the attack speed is fast enough, he may be able to stack the health faster. Finally, there is the quest scroll. This kind of quest scroll is extremely precious. Because the quests in it are not given by ordinary NPCs, but by the gods. If you complete the quests, you may get the blessings of the gods. The blessings of the gods, at worst, are attribute improvements, and at best, they are said to be permanent features. Unfolding the task scroll, Lin Tianhao was shocked to see the task inside. There is a Hanba sealed under the novice village. If Hanba is born, it will destroy all living things. Task requirements: kill all NPCs in the novice village and destroy the altar, so that all adventurers from other worlds can only be born in the main city and can never enter the novice village again. Task penalty: none. Task reward: unknown. Seeing this task, Lin Tianhao's face was extremely gloomy. This task. It's just outrageous, it's outrageous. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao also encountered all kinds of strange tasks. But today's task? Destroy the novice village? This is a task? Is this sure not to let him seek death? In the past, there were players who tried to provoke NPCs, but even if it was just a little SI in the tavern, he could deal thousands of damage with a wave of his hand. As for the village chief of the novice village, the blacksmith, and others, their attributes are probably even more outrageous. Put away the task scroll. Lin Tianhao did not accept the task immediately. Although there was no punishment, he still wanted to think about it again. Exit the dungeon. At this time, many players gathered at the entrance of the dungeon. We are missing a powerful priest. Who has enough milk? Come quickly. There are powerful double CS in the team, and the output is definitely enough. Double C, that is, archers and mages. One continuous output, the other high burst. It's been so long, except for the big boss Xue Di, is there no other player who has passed the dungeon? I want to buy equipment, stupid people have a lot of money. Lin Tianhao glanced at these people and didn't care too much. This is the 10086 novice village where there are not many real high-level gamers. They estimate that most of them are gathered in the novice village at the front. Starting from the dungeon, Lin Tianhao walked in another direction. According to Lin Tianhao's calculation, the higher the level of the task given by the village chief to hunt down 10 bosses, the richer the rewards should be. In the novice village, there is another special boss. That is the bard that Zhou Xiaopeng met. It is said that his original body is a yellow skin, and because of his good luck in asking for a title, he turned into a human form. But his demon nature has not changed, and he seems to be plotting something in the novice village. The previous life strategy did not say too much in detail, and Lin Tianhao only knew this roughly. At this moment, Lin Tianhao's eyes changed slightly, and the longbow in his hand instantly slashed behind him. That's right, it's not drawing a bow and shooting an arrow, but using the thunder bow as a knife to slash out. Such an attack is not very lethal, but it can break the sudden crisis. Swish! Chapter 14 The Furious Yellow Skin. Swish! A dagger slashed on Lin Tianhao's thunder bow, bringing a series of sparks. You again? Lin Tianhao frowned. This person was the assassin who wanted to steal his boss before. The nickname is hidden, but the appearance is not so easy to disguise. The assassin player did not speak. The dagger in his hand rotated 180 degrees and stabbed at Lin Tianhao again. Lin Tianhao leaned back and put on the black iron level treeman suit at the same time. The treeman suit had just been put on, and Lin Tianhao's dual resistance had been improved, and his health value had been greatly improved. At the same time, Lin Tianhao rolled sideways and avoided the assassin player's attack. It was just that he avoided the assassin player's attack. Lin Tianhao was slightly startled. Because the assassin player disappeared. Not stealth. Lin Tianhao could feel that the assassin player was behind him. He turned around without hesitation. However, he still saw nothing. If there were bystanders, they would notice that the assassin was always behind Lin Tianhao, or more precisely, in his blind spot. So that Lin Tianhao could not see him anyway. Shadow step. Lin Tianhao's face was slightly gloomy. Shadow step is not a skill, but a technique. The method of use is to block the opponent's vision by moving, as if hiding in the enemy's shadow. Hence the name shadow step. Hearing Lin Tianhao talk about the technique he used, the assassin player was slightly surprised. But at this moment, Lin Tianhao had already made a move. Swish! A feather arrow flew out of the air. This time, Lin Tianhao did not turn around, but used his legs to pull the longbow and shot an arrow in the opposite direction. This assassin player has combat skills. As a reborn, Lin Tianhao also has some unique combat skills. Lin Tianhao's operation was outrageous. In addition, the assassin player was a little surprised just now. He was hit by Lin Tianhao's arrow without paying attention. 1352. The assassin player was killed by an arrow. Unfortunately, he did not drop any equipment this time. This assassin player is targeting me. Lin Tianhao muttered to himself. He originally thought that he and the assassin player had just a little friction. But he did not expect that the assassin player would sneak attack him without saying a word today. In the novice village, in the resurrection altar, Yingsha looked a little serious. Fast reaction speed, high damage, good fighting skills, and knows the shadow step. Shwedi, no matter who you are, you killed me twice, and I will come back one day. If Lin Tianhao heard these words, he would definitely curse back. The first time, he wanted to steal the boss, so Lin Tianhao killed him. This time, he was the first to do it. However, Lin Tianhao didn't know this. He has now found the bard in the novice village. He is well dressed, but he has a mustache, which looks quite funny. Bard, level 15. HP? Attack? Skills? Note, this is a bard wandering around the novice village. Perhaps you can get unexpected benefits from him. This comment made many players think that the bard had a mission or was selling something good. But it was not. This was a humanoid boss with wisdom. His grade was not high, only black iron grade. But his skills were very strange. When he was attacked, thousands of players in the novice village attacked him together. This time, Lin Tianhao wanted to use him to recall some of his operations in his previous life. Just as Lin Tianhao answered Fu Tu Dun Shan before. Walking A is just the most basic skill of an archer. Before, Lin Tianhao used the Thunder Bow to block the assassin player's sneak attack in close combat, which was also a skill. Lin Tianhao hid behind a big tree and pulled the bow. When the energy feather arrow was formed, his hand holding the bowstring began to rotate the bowstring, twisting the bowstring into a long and thin twist. And the direction that Lin Tianhao's arrow was aimed at was not the direction of the bard, but the left side. Swish! The arrow broke through the air. Not far away, Yingsha, who was sneaking deep in the sky, frowned. He guessed that Lin Tianhao might want to hunt the bard, but the direction of the arrow was wrong. But what happened next made Yingsha stunned. The arrow shot by Lin Tianhao turned in the air and finally hit the bard standing in the distance accurately. 925. A huge damage number appeared, and the bard was a little confused by the sudden attack, because Lin Tianhao was behind the tree and did not expose his figure at all. This is one of the archer's shooting skills, the twisting arrow method. By rotating the bowstring, the arrow can be rotated and fly out. Control the strength and angle well, and the arrow can be turned. Not only that, the feather arrow will rotate at high speed in the air, so when it hits the enemy, the feather arrow will have a high penetration effect and deal higher damage. Swish! Another arrow. Found you! The bard saw Lin Tianhao attack again. Although he did not see Lin Tianhao's position, he saw the direction from which Lin Tianhao's feather arrow flew. He jumped up and rushed towards Lin Tianhao. Swish! However, the feather arrow had already hit him in midair. The huge impact brought by the twisting arrow technique caused the bard's body to be knocked back more than 1 meter in the air. The second feather arrow followed, the third feather arrow. The feather arrows that followed one after another all had extremely strong impact. Then, Yingsha saw a scene that stunned him. The bard was hit in the air by Lin Tianhao and could not fall down. The bard had just begun to fall. But Lin Tianhao shot an arrow to break his illusion and repel him again. The arrow was placed in a tricky position, and when repelling the bard, it also carried him a little into the air. This. Yingsha is an extremely calm killer, but now seeing Lin Tianhao's operation, he was shocked and didn't know what to say. However, Yingsha knew from his strong combat experience that it was very difficult to achieve what Lin Tianhao did. Because when the first arrow hits the bard, the landing point of the third arrow must be considered. Otherwise, such continuous knocking is impossible. Moreover, in Ragnarok, the opponent will suffer combo damage after being knocked away. However, generally only warrior professions have the skill of knocking the enemy away, and then connect other skills to deal combo damage. But Lin Tianhao, an archer, actually dealt such an outrageous combo damage. Roar! The bard shouted angrily, and his body expanded rapidly, turning from the original bard into a bard over 3 meters tall. A yellow skin covered with brown hair. At the same time, the bard's attribute panel also changed. Furious yellow skin, black iron level 15. HP, 101250/125300. Attack, 813. Skills, Huangshan Illusion, Shape-Shifting, Hegemony, Rage, Soul Capture, Soul Control. Chapter 15. Sir, come and play with me. Lin Tianhao had never fought with this yellow skin before, but he still knew a little about these skills of the yellow skin. Hegemony and Rage are the regular skills of bosses, and almost every boss in the main city has these two skills. Hegemony, exempt from all control, excluding curse and suppression special skills. Rage, sacrifice a certain amount of dual resistance, increase a lot of output. Some powerful bosses, in the Rage state, have an output increase of 10 times. Huangshan Illusion is an illusion skill. It is related to one's character. If one has a strong character, the skill will have less impact. Soul Absorption and Soul Control are the real abnormal skills of this yellow skin. Soul Absorption can forcibly deprive the opponent of a certain amount of soul. The enemy unit deprived of soul will enter a weak state and continue to lose blood. The most outrageous thing is that the blood loss lasts for 24 hours. As long as this yellow skin is not killed, it will continue to lose blood for 24 hours. If you want to survive, you can only stay in the Resurrection Altar. Use the recovery attribute of the Resurrection Altar to save your life. As for the soul control, it is even more abnormal. There is a chance to control the soul of the enemy unit, thereby controlling its battle. The duration of this soul control is also 24 hours. It's outrageous. However, since Lin Tianhao took action, he was here to kill the yellow skin. The yellow-skinned man was in midair. Without using the hegemony, he could not come down. Normal bosses would release the two skills of hegemony and rage at the same time when their health was low, and then launch a dying counterattack. But this yellow-skinned man was different. He was a humanoid monster, usually smarter than normal wild monster bosses. This intelligence was no less than that of an ordinary adult. In the early stages of the game, players only regarded NPCs as simple intelligent programs, and suffered a lot in this regard. Ragnarok is not just a game. Hegemony. As Lin Tianhao expected, when the yellow-skinned man's health dropped to 1 million, he used the hegemony without hesitation. In the hegemony state, the knockback effect of the feather arrow no longer existed, and he released the control and landed. Just after landing, he raised his hand to release the skill towards Lin Tianhao. However, he put his raised hand down again. The reason is simple: the casting distance is not enough. Most monsters, even bosses, have a casting distance similar to the archer's general attack distance. And because of Lin Tianhao's general attack amplification skill, his general attack distance is 10% farther than that of a normal archer. It is precisely because of this distance that Lin Tianhao accurately controls the casting distance, limiting the attack distance of the yellow skin, raising his hand and then putting it down. In fact, this operation of Lin Tianhao already existed in the PC game. Some great players of the PC game can also increase the attack distance to allow themselves to deal more damage. However, Lin Tianhao's movement speed is a shortcoming after all, and his movement speed is very different from that of the yellow skin. Therefore, in just 2 seconds, the yellow skin has already approached Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's eyes condensed slightly, because the yellow skin had raised his hand and was about to release a skill. In the domineering state, Lin Tianhao could not interrupt the yellow skin's spell casting skills. The most important thing is that soul absorption is a locking skill, which cannot be dodged by moving. Not far away. Yingsha has already smiled. Is it finally going to be defeated? But the next moment, Yingsha's smile froze on his face. Because Lin Tianhao switched the main weapon in seconds, the main weapon was switched to a shield, completing a complete set of black iron level treatment suit. After changing the weapon, Lin Tianhao's resistance and blood volume were improved. In addition, the set attributes attached to the black iron treatment suit are more outrageous than the elite treatment suit. It can restore 200 health points per second. Not only that, but the rebound damage is still 20%. In addition, there is a third set effect, which is a 10% increase in toughness. The yellow skin soul absorption skill has a weakening effect, and stronger toughness can reduce this weakening effect to a certain extent. 2254. A bright red number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. 102. 102. Then there was forced blood loss. Lin Tianhao changed his main weapon and continued to attack. Without the main weapon of the black iron set, the blood recovery per second was reduced from 200 to 100. In addition to Lin Tianhao's recovery skill, a total of 150 health points can be restored per second. In addition, the black iron level treatment set itself has equipment with blood recovery effect. Therefore, the actual blood recovery per second is 180 points. It can completely withstand this soul absorption skill. However, this weakening effect is also outrageous. Lin Tianhao's attack speed dropped from 3.63 to 2.41, which was reduced by almost one-third. This is because Lin Tianhao switched weapons. Seeing the recovery numbers popping up on Lin Tianhao, Yingsha was stunned again, recovering more than 100 HP per second. Moreover, the damage just now from the soul absorption of the yellow-skinned man did not even knock down 1/10 of Lin Tianhao's HP. "I'll help you." Yingsha didn't know what he thought of, and instead of continuing to watch the show, he took the initiative to appear behind the yellow-skinned man. Then he kicked the yellow-skinned man on the back, jumped up, and instantly cut his throat. 215. Bleeding. 25. 25. Yingsha's sudden move surprised Lin Tianhao. However, the yellow-skinned man still had more than 900,000 HP at this time, and it didn't seem like he was trying to snatch the boss if he took action now. "We'll talk later. I'll retreat when I help you hit 10%. You don't have to worry about me snatching the boss." Lin Tianhao was a little surprised. Was the assassin scared by him and gave in? However, Lin Tianhao didn't think much about it. The assassin was willing to help him attract hatred, so it was basically a sure thing. The hegemony time is limited. Although he forgot how long the yellow-skinned guy's hegemony time is. But as one of the bosses in the novice village, his hegemony is not too abnormal. After being attacked by the assassin player, the yellow-skinned guy roared angrily and turned around to slap him with a claw. The assassin player seemed to have expected it. He leaned back and narrowly avoided this fierce grab. Then he even swung the dagger and cut a knife on the yellow-skinned guy's wrist. 121. The damage this time was relatively low, and there was no bleeding effect. Lin Tianhao seized the opportunity and shot arrows. 3 arrows in 1 second. Each arrow carried a high amount of damage, because Lin Tianhao's weak point was directly hit at the back of his head. "Damn it!" The yellow-skinned man roared, and the next moment, a faint light burst out from him. Then, the yellow-skinned man in front of Lin Tianhao disappeared. In his place was a long-legged beauty wearing a gauze dress, with a curvy figure and snow-white skin. She was full of fascinating charm in her every frown and smile, and she hooked her finger at Lin Tianhao. "Sir, come and play with me." Chapter 16 Breaking the Illusion. Online game, I have a super god level talent. Online game, I have a super god level talent. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. It is obvious that this is an illusion. Of course, if one's mind is not strong enough, one may sink into this illusion. One must be strict. Keep your heart and break the illusion. Actually, there is a very simple method. That is, use your imagination. Bring the graceful long-legged beauty in front of you together with the yellow-skinned man who is over 3 meters tall, covered with hair and has a ferocious face. In this way, the situation in front of you can be perfectly explained. Lin Tianhao looked at the graceful beauty again, and couldn't help but think of the yellow-skinned man flirting in front of him. Ugh! Lin Tianhao almost couldn't help vomiting. Just thinking about it, he felt his stomach rolling, too disgusting. The graceful beauty was stunned when she saw this scene. Does this guy like men? Immediately, the illusion changed. A young man was playing basketball in front of Lin Tianhao. His movements were skillful and smooth, and his movements were up and down from time to time. Ugh! Lin Tianhao felt that this yellow-skinned guy was humiliating him. Swoosh! The feather arrow broke through the air and hit the soul. 1028. A huge damage number appeared, and the illusion was broken. However, what surprised Lin Tianhao was that Shadow Killer actually broke the illusion before him. I saw Shadow Killer slide, almost sliding between the legs of the yellow-skinned guy, and then stabbed him with a knife. Ouch! The yellow-skinned guy clamped his legs together instantly and let out a scream. This was an attack that was not very aggressive but quite insulting. Lin Tianhao knew that Shadow Killer was helping him to attract hatred and wanted to help him delay the hegemony time of the yellow-skinned guy. As expected, after a scream, the yellow-skinned man turned around and chased after the Shadow Killer. Swish! He chased after the Shadow Killer, and Lin Tianhao directly increased his attack speed and attacked without hesitation. Every arrow hit the back of the head, causing high critical damage. Roar! 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 The yellow-skinned man roared angrily. He also knew that he was being fooled. Looking at the little time left for his hegemony, he activated the violent skill without hesitation. The speed suddenly increased. The Shadow Killer's reaction was already very fast, but the yellow-skinned man raised his hand and a soul absorption fell, killing the Shadow Killer instantly. Lin Tianhao held his forehead. This is the third time that the Shadow Killer has died today. Twice he was killed by him, and the third time, he was killed to save him. After killing Shadow Killer, the yellow-skinned man turned to look at Lin Tianhao, raised his hand and threw a soul control spell at Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao only felt his soul stiffen, and a cold breath began to invade his soul. The next moment, he was gradually losing control of his body. At this critical moment, Lin Tianhao switched his equipment. Switch the thunder bow to a shield. If he can't withstand the next attack, he may be killed instantly. In addition, he was also worried that the yellow-skinned man would use the soul control spell to control him to self-harm, and the shield was obviously the best choice. After controlling Lin Tianhao, the yellow-skinned man immediately rushed towards him. Then he slapped out with a palm and hit Lin Tianhao's helmet heavily. Critical hit. 1512. A huge damage number appeared, followed by a storm-like attack towards Lin Tianhao. Shua! The yellow-skinned man scratched Lin Tianhao's throat with one claw, and another huge damage number appeared. 1626. Bleeding. 300. 300. This attack caused bleeding damage to Lin Tianhao. And Lin Tianhao was already resisting with all his strength at this time, just to get rid of the restraints as soon as possible. But even so, Lin Tianhao lost 20,000 blood points before he escaped from the soul control technique. After getting rid of the soul control technique, Lin Tianhao kicked the yellow-skinned man on the knee, took advantage of the momentum to do a backflip, and avoided the yellow-skinned man's attack. Twisting the string arrow method. Shua! At this time, the yellow-skinned man's hegemony finally ended, and Lin Tianhao's powerful twisting string arrow method flew towards the yellow-skinned man's throat. However, the speed of the yellow-skinned man in the violent state increased a lot, and he actually caught Lin Tianhao's feather arrow with his palm. Lin Tianhao was surprised, but he did not lose his composure. The feather arrows flew out one after another. Without the domineering yellow-skinned man, the difficulty coefficient dropped sharply. Lin Tianhao kept shooting feather arrows with the twisting arrow method. At first, the yellow-skinned man could resist one or two. But the angle of Lin Tianhao's attack became more and more tricky. He just a slight mistake and he was knocked back by the huge impact force of the twisted bow. Now! A cold light flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. He shot another arrow and hit the yellow-skinned man's left leg. The yellow-skinned man lost his balance and fell forward. Then Lin Tianhao's second arrow hit the yellow-skinned man's forehead. Under the double force, the yellow-skinned man floated in the air for a short time. This is the effect we want. A cold light flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. Since the yellow-skinned man was already floating in the air, the next thing would be much easier. No domineering body. The yellow-skinned man couldn't get down at all under Lin Tianhao's floating skills. Not far away. A player was walking towards this side. He was broadcasting live at this time, and said with a smile, "Brothers, you should all go to the twisted jungle, and you don't know that there is a bard here. I guess this bard must have some extraordinary task in his hand. As long as I can complete this task, maybe I can be as powerful as the Snow Emperor." While speaking, Brother Hu and Brother Zhongcheng walked towards Lin Tianhao. However, when he got here, he was stunned. Fuck, 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 fuck. Because the live broadcast screen was facing him, the water friends in the live broadcast room were a little confused when they saw Brother Hu and Brother Zhongcheng like this. What did the anchor see? Could it be that there are players fighting real-life battles in the wild? Hehe, the owner of a club here said that he wanted to transfer the industry into the game, but it seems that you need to have your own shop or territory to do that kind of thing, otherwise you will be punished. Anchor, let us see, is it a human beast? Who is so beastly? Brother Hu and Brother Zhongcheng swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, and then aimed the live broadcast camera at Lin Tianhao's side. Then, the live broadcast room fell into a brief silence. After a while, fuck, fuck, fuck. Brother Hu and Brother Zhongcheng's live broadcast room were full of fucks. What did I see? That was the boss, who was hit by the archer and couldn't get down from the air. I remember that archers have a hit detection. I play an archer. Now the feather arrows sometimes miss the wild monsters. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. She came to watch and kneeled with me. The live broadcast room was boiling instantly. It was because they all saw Lin Tianhao using the twisting bowstring arrow method to make the yellow skin float infinitely. While Hu Ji and Zhongcheng Fen Ji were broadcasting live, the next moment, the screen turned black and he died on the spot. And behind him, an assassin appeared. Chapter 17 Major Clubs Compete to Win Over. Lin Tianhao actually noticed the scene next to him. But he didn't say anything and continued to attack the yellow skin. After dealing with the anchor, Yingxia did not sneak again, but stood not far away and watched, as if he was supporting Lin Tianhao. 8 minutes later. Ding! You killed the furious yellow skin hidden boss in the novice village, experience plus 15495. Ding! You completed the first kill of the furious yellow skin, and the whole server will be notified soon. Do you want to hide your name? No. All server announcement, congratulations to the player Xuedi for completing the first kill of the furious yellow skin. Hereby announce, hope that all players will continue to work hard. All server announcement, congratulations to the player Xuedi for completing the first kill of the furious yellow skin. Hereby announce, hope that all players will continue to work hard. Fuck, first kill again? What boss is this furious yellow skin? Is it from the main city? I don't know, the novice village doesn't seem to have this boss. Xuedi hasn't been on the level list yet. I looked at the level 10 players on the level list. Xuedi is not there. He is still in the novice village. Countless players began to discuss. At this time, Hu Ji and Zhongcheng Fen Ji, who walked out of the resurrection altar, also heard the system prompt. He took out his live broadcast replay and was stunned immediately. Is that Xuedi? Awesome, I have a video of Xuedi killing the boss alone. Thinking of this, Hu Ji and Zhongcheng Fen Ji had forgotten that they were killed. quickly edited the video and posted it online. Title: Shweta kills the hidden boss in the starter village alone, super exciting. As this video was released, it was posted on the Ragnarok forum and immediately became a hot search. Most ordinary players just watched the fun. After all, they couldn't see the problem with Lin Tianhao's infinite floating skills. It's like ordinary people watching a nuclear bomb explosion, probably just watching the mushroom cloud, and they are not shocked by the technical content. But it was only 5 minutes. This video has been put on the big screen in the analysis room of major clubs, and major guilds and clubs have begun to hold emergency meetings. Dream Chaser Club. Dream Chaser Yangxia went offline to hold an emergency meeting. In the meeting room, 3 analysts, General Manager Li Heidao, and several high-level players who play archers were all there. Cousin, I think Shweta should use some skill that can continuously knock down enemy units. Li Heidao spoke first. He knew nothing about games, so naturally he couldn't see the value of Lin Tianhao's method. You know nothing. Dream Chasing Yangxia shouted angrily, also, call me boss in the company. The 3 analysts trembled. Ragnarok has been open for too short a time, and they don't have much control over the data. Boss, he draws the bow in the wrong way. Look carefully, his feather arrow is spinning at high speed in the air. He must be using some kind of combat technique. What about you guys? Dream Chasing Yangxia looked at the archers. One of them said solemnly, Boss, this is indeed a game skill. I have seen a hunter before, and he also used this skill. He can make a doll float in the air continuously. According to his explanation, this requires accurate prediction. When the first arrow is shot, the position of the third and even the fourth arrow must be considered. Otherwise, if one arrow goes wrong, it will not be able to continue floating. At this point, the archer sighed again. After the Ragnarok was launched, I thought that this skill could be used in the game, but I didn't expect that someone had already used it so skillfully. Hearing the explanation of the archer master, Zhu Mengyan Shui nodded, as I expected. This game is holographic virtual, and many real-life combat skills can be realized in it. Even because of the attribute blessing, some combat skills that cannot be completed in reality can be completed in the game. Li Heidao didn't care much. Boss, no matter how powerful he is only level 9, and he is far behind you. Zhu Mengyan Shui glanced at Li Heidao coldly, and then looked at the archers. If you are allowed to practice this skill, how long will it take? Several people were silent. After a long while, the game master who analyzed it before said, deliberate practice, about 5 years. What? Zhu Mengyan Shui was stunned. 5 years? Boss, archery depends a lot on talent. If you have a genius, you can learn it in 3 months, but there are very few people like that. Moreover, to be as skilled as Shweta in comboing floating bosses, we may not be able to do it in 10 years. Dream Chaser Yangxia said with a gloomy face, okay, got it. After saying this, Dream Chaser Yangxia re-entered the game. In fact, it's not just the Dream Chaser Club. In Dragon Country, all the major clubs are analyzing this video intensively. In the end, they all came up with a very terrifying fact. That is, Lin Tianhao's operation is outrageous, very, very outrageous, and normal people can't perform such an operation at all. All server loudspeaker, Dream Chaser Club sincerely invites Shweta to join, with an annual salary of 100 million, and other benefits can be negotiated. All server loudspeaker, Dream Chaser Club sincerely invites Shweta to join, with an annual salary of 100 million, and other benefits can be negotiated. The sound of the all-server loudspeaker is similar to the all-server announcement, and everyone can hear it. Because Lin Tianhao has closed the addition of friends and non-friend private messages, it seems that the only way to find him is through the server-wide horn. However, at this stage, one server-wide horn costs 10 gold coins. Don't look at the fact that Lin Tianhao has a lot of gold coins, but how many people can replicate Lin Tianhao's model? However, the server-wide horn of the Dream Chaser Club has just fallen, and another server-wide horn sounded. Server-wide horn, Shura Guild sincerely invites Shweta to join, with an annual salary of 110 million, who will be the vice president, and other benefits can be negotiated. Server-wide horn, Shura Guild sincerely invites Shweta to join, with an annual salary of 110 million, who will be the vice president, and other benefits can be negotiated. Server-wide horn, Crazy War Guild sincerely invites Shweta to join, with an annual salary of 110 million, who will be the vice president, and a luxury villa will be given, and other benefits can be negotiated. The server-wide horns that sounded one after another directly made the entire network boil. Fuck, did I hear that correctly? The first step is 100 million annual salary, is this money? This is not ghost money. Kneel down, a level 9 player, what virtue and ability, can actually make major clubs fight for it? Aren't you afraid that it will be a flash in the pan, a meat bun hitting a dog? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. The infinite floating operation of the Snow Emperor boss may not be achieved by some people even after 10 years. The club is not a fool. They are willing to pay this price, it must be because the Snow Emperor boss is worth this price. Countless people were shocked, but Lin Tianhao was touching the corpse to check the reward at this time. Chapter 18 Special Warfare Group, Shadow Kill. Ding, you got 45 skill books. Ding, you got 65 pieces of equipment. Ding, you got gold coins plus 500. Ding, you completed the first kill of the hidden boss, free attribute points plus 10. Ding, you got the quest scroll plus 1. Ding, you got the mysterious key plus 1. Lin Tianhao smiled, this reward is really too cool. This yellow skin was a bard before, and he has a lot of good things on him. After a rough glance at the yellow skin's equipment and skill books, it seems that there are, really some that can be learned. Just not much. There are a total of 45 skill books. Lin Tianhao picked and chose. There are 3 books suitable for his profession. One is to increase attack power, which is better than nothing. As for the second book, it increases movement speed. This is very useful for Lin Tianhao. His current shortcoming is movement speed. Sprint, 1 star. Effect, release after release. Your movement speed increases by 0.5, and the duration is 10 seconds. Cooling time, 5 minutes. Consumption, 10 MP. Proficiency, 0/100. Similar to this proficiency, it is to increase proficiency by 1 skill. The movement speed increase of 0.5 is a bit useless for Lin Tianhao. Especially this is a fixed increase, not a percentage increase. In other words, learning this skill is not very helpful, and it will also distract you. Sometimes the more skills, the better, because if there are too many skills, you may hesitate when releasing the skills, or even get stuck. Before there is a game character in the PC game that can learn hundreds of skills. Players don't even know how to configure it and which skill is more suitable for each situation. Therefore, Lin Tianhao kept this skill and didn't learn it immediately. As for the third skill suitable for him to learn. Invincible Golden Body, 1 star. Effect, you will enter the invincible state for 0.5 seconds. Cooling time, 24 hours. Consumption, 100 MP. Proficiency, 0/10. This is definitely a magical skill. Don't look at the invincible time of only 0.5 seconds. This state can definitely be improved according to time later. However, the consumption of this 100 mana points gave Lin Tianhao a headache. He now only has 50 mana points in total. In other words, after learning this skill, he can't use it at all. Staring blankly. It's so outrageous. Use free attribute points to increase mana? To be honest, Lin Tianhao is reluctant to do so. It can be used to increase movement speed, but increasing mana is always a bit out of place. In fact, in the early stage of the game, mana has always been a pain for many players, especially mages. Because mages rely on skills, they naturally have higher requirements for magic power and mana. However, many mage equipment can increase mana and magic power, and archers, the equipment mainly increases attack power, movement speed, attack speed, critical hit, blood sucking and other attributes. There are too few equipment that increase mana. Just now, I got 10 free attributes from killing the yellow skin, but Lin Tianhao didn't add them directly to the attack speed. The current attack speed of 3.63 is enough for now. His current shortcoming is the movement speed. Also, he needs mana. Even if he can't use the skill of invincible body now, he can brush up his proficiency first. But the mana is not enough, he can't even brush up his proficiency. Headache. But it was only a brief hesitation, and Lin Tianhao added attribute points to mana. The attack speed and movement speed can be improved later. Mana plus the removal of the skill of invincible body can be used, and he will have other skills that need to consume MP later. Skills, so mana is indispensable. 10 free attribute points, Lin Tianhao added all to mana, and the mana increased to 100. Then, Lin Tianhao used the invincible golden body without hesitation, increasing his proficiency a little. At the same time, Lin Tianhao's eyes fell on the assassin player not far away. At this time, Yingxia took a step forward. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yingxia, and I am a non-staff member of the Dragon Country War Department. Lin Tianhao was surprised. Yingxia. This is a famous god-level assassin in the previous life. That's right, he is an assassin with god-level talent. In addition to high talent, Yingxia comes from the special department of the Dragon Country War Department. It is said that he was once a notorious mercenary. He has experienced countless battles of all sizes. Later, he was incorporated and rose all the way. The combat skills are also very rich. With the god-level talent, he has become one of the strongest assassins. He actually had a chance to become the strongest assassin, but unfortunately he got a saint-level hidden profession, which lowered his height. If his hidden profession was also god-level, then the 2 god-level hidden professions plus his skills would definitely make him the strongest assassin. What's the matter? Lin Tianhao asked calmly. Yingxia asked solemnly, Shui Di, our war department is going to form a special combat group in the game, and we want to invite you to join. Lin Tianhao knew this special combat group. When the great disaster came in his previous life, the Dragon Country's special combat group became the backbone of the fight against the Aelite Galaxy. It is precisely because of the existence of this special combat group that most people with middle and upper level strength such as Lin Tianhao can live a relatively stable life. I still need to think about it. Lin Tianhao did not refuse outright. He was very optimistic about this special combat group. But if he wants to go in, he must be the management of this special combat group, or even the top leader. Otherwise, he would not have planned to join this special operations group. Don't you want to ask about the treatment? Yingxia thought Lin Tianhao was refusing, so he couldn't help asking again. Lin Tianhao smiled and shook his head. No, I still have some things to deal with next. Besides, now is not the time for me to negotiate with you. He hasn't shown much now, maybe he can get others' attention. But it's far from enough to really control the real power in the war department. Okay, what I can tell you is that the treatment of the Special Operations Group is much better than those clubs and guilds. Yet. Lin Tianhao waved his hand to indicate that he understood. Yingxia turned around and prepared to leave, but Lin Tianhao stopped him. Wait. Yingxia turned back in surprise. What? Have you changed your mind? Lin Tianhao shook his head. I understand that you wanted to rob the boss before. The boss in the wild is robbed, but you want to kill me later, which is your fault. Yingxia's eyes condensed. What do you want to do? Nothing, send you back to the village for free. Swish. Lin Tianhao shot with a feather arrow. Yingxia raised his hand and subconsciously prepared to fight back, but when he saw the flying feather arrow, he finally put down the dagger and was taken away by Lin Tianhao's 2 arrows. Before he died, he said, "Is it even now?" Lin Tianhao did not comment. After killing Yingxia, he took out the task scroll he got from the yellow skin. This new task scroll is very interesting. In ancient times, the son of the Yellow Emperor became Hanba after his death. He fought for the Yellow Emperor against Chu, but was sealed by Chu under the novice village. Task requirements: release the sealed son of the Yellow Emperor. Task penalty: all fire attacks you receive in the future will have their damage doubled. Task reward: unknown. This task is exactly the opposite of the task scroll of the Hydra Cypress that was killed before. One is to destroy the novice village in order to prevent Hanba from coming out. And this task scroll is to release Hanba. Not only that, Lin Tianhao also found a loophole. The task scroll dropped by the Hydra Cypress does not clearly stipulate that Hanba must be sealed or the seal must be reinforced. The task requirements are to kill the NPC in the novice village and destroy the resurrection altar. And the task here is to release Hanba, and the task requirements do not conflict. In other words, Lin Tianhao can complete both tasks at the same time. Chapter 19 Blacksmith Wang's task, however. Either of these two is outrageous. Moreover, with Lin Tianhao's understanding of the game, there is a high probability that there is a third task scroll. And the requirement of the third task scroll is to kill Hanba. If so, he can do 3 tasks at the same time. First destroy the novice village, then release Hanba, and then kill Hanba. Of course, this third task is Lin Tianhao's own guess. For now, no matter which task, Lin Tianhao can't complete it. So he doesn't plan to take it for the time being. Wait until the old village chief's promotion task is completed first. Hunting the 10 bosses in the novice village, he has now hunted the Hydra Cypress, the Twisted Treeman King, and the 3 yellow skins. Then the next step is to hunt some other bosses. Monsters from level 3 to 10 all have bosses. If Lin Tianhao hunts them like this, he can hunt 6 more. However, in order to hunt high-level bosses as much as possible, Lin Tianhao does not plan to hunt those small bosses. He wants to hunt some other hidden bosses in the novice village, but with his current attributes, it is still a drop in the bucket. Therefore, he needs to upgrade his level to level 10 first. By the way, upgrade his talent, the Hand of Heavenly Punishment, to 3 stars. At present, he has little experience points away from level 10, but there is still a long way to go for the Hand of Heavenly Punishment to reach 3 stars. 100,000 normal attacks, it still takes a long time to attack normally. It is still the refresh point of the 10th level Twisted Tree Man. There are no players here. The leveling point for level 9 players is not here. Most players who have reached level 10 have tried to brush the dungeon. Swish! The feather arrow broke through the air, critical damage. 2288. A huge damage number appeared. This ordinary Twisted Treeman fell into Lin Tianhao's hands without even being able to withstand Lin Tianhao's attack. Leisure jumps and sets off. More than a dozen Twisted Treemen were pulled over. The result was no suspense. 1 arrow killed 1 Twisted Treeman, and the Twisted Treemen attracted were quickly solved. This high-frequency monster spawning speed may be good for ordinary people. But for Lin Tianhao, it is not so good. The reason is simple. He needs to stack the upper limit of life through normal attacks. This arrow killed it instantly, and he couldn't do more normal attacks. After spawning the Twisted Treeman for more than 10 minutes, Lin Tianhao's life value did not increase much. But the experience value met the conditions for upgrading. Ding! You have reached level 10, free attribute points plus 5. Ding! You have reached the level to leave the novice village. You can accept the quest to leave the novice village from the old village chief and leave the novice village. Lin Tianhao ignored the quest to leave the village. This time, he added all 5 free attribute points to his movement speed. With enough movement speed, it is easier for him to pull wild monsters. If he wants to do the task of hunting NPCs in the novice village later, movement speed is still necessary. With 5 free attribute points added, Lin Tianhao's movement speed increased by 0.5, which is a drop in the bucket. Next, he will consider hunting the 4th boss. In addition, Lin Tianhao already has his own ideas. The hidden bosses in the novice village are not just the bard. In the next action, it is possible to hunt the remaining 7 bosses at once and complete the old village chief's quest. That is, the dispute over the village chief. In the novice village, Blacksmith Wang has been coveting the position of village chief for a long time. In order to overthrow the old village chief, Blacksmith Wang has been working hard. In the novice village, Lin Tianhao secretly wooed players. He asked Zhou Xiaopeng to do the blacksmith shop's tasks, which included accepting the blacksmith shop's wooing. The last task of the blacksmith shop is to help Blacksmith Wang defeat the old village chief. Supporting the birth of a new village chief in the novice village, the reward for this task will be very generous. It is precisely because of this task that Lin Tianhao saw the feasibility of completing the task of destroying the novice village. Whether it is helping the old village chief to destroy the people of Blacksmith Wang's faction, or helping Blacksmith Wang to destroy the people of the old village chief's faction, the novice village will be reshuffled, reducing a lot of NPCs. Especially, if the fight is a lose-lose situation, it will be even more interesting. He can completely reap the benefits of being a fisherman. However, he accepted the follow-up task from the old village chief to hunt down 10 bosses. In order to complete this task, it seems that the only one who can die is Wang. Blacksmith. However, before that, you need to go to Blacksmith Wang for free. Back to the novice village, Lin Tianhao first went to the tavern and bought 2 bottles of the most expensive liquor, and then came to the blacksmith shop. Blacksmith Wang saw the liquor in Lin Tianhao's hand and asked with a smile, "Adventurer, what do you want to do?" Lin Tianhao put the 2 bottles of liquor in front of Blacksmith Wang. "I heard that Blacksmith Wang is the strongest blacksmith in the world, and I want to ask Blacksmith Wang to make the strongest weapon in the world for me." Blacksmith Wang was flattered by Lin Tianhao, and he immediately became a little flattered. "Hee, Loki, just know it, there is no need to say it." Speaking, Blacksmith Wang put away the 2 bottles of liquor calmly. "It definitely costs money to make weapons. If you want the strongest weapon, it depends on whether you have enough gold coins." Lin Tianhao took out all the gold coins he had and threw them in front of Wang the blacksmith. "Enough." Wang the blacksmith's eyes widened. This was the novice village. He had been making iron for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen so many gold coins. "Enough. But, gold coins alone are not enough. I also need 10 bronze level equipment, 50 black iron level equipment and 200 elite level equipment as raw materials." Ding! Wang the blacksmith has issued a task to you. Task requirements: 10 bronze level equipment, 50 black iron level equipment, and 200 elite level equipment. Task penalty: the gold coins and liquor you paid will not be refunded. Task reward: you will get a gold level longbow with no wearing requirements. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. He originally thought it was only silver level, but he didn't expect it to be gold level. This is awesome. Okay, I will definitely collect these things as soon as possible. If it were other players, collecting so many equipment would definitely be harder than climbing to the sky. But for Lin Tianhao, it would only take a few more clearances of the Twisted Treeman Hell level difficulty. After accepting the task, Lin Tianhao went to the Twisted Jungle again. Without any hesitation, he directly chose the Hell level difficulty and started his solo journey. 2.5 hours later, Lin Tianhao looked at the equipment in his backpack and showed a satisfied smile on his face. Wang the blacksmith's mission was completed. Gold level weapon. And it is said that this weapon is also customized. With this customized weapon with no wearing requirements, combined with his Hand of Heavenly Punishment talent, his subsequent growth rate can definitely be described as terrifying. Wang the blacksmith, I have collected everything you need. Lin Tianhao came to the blacksmith shop again. Chapter 20 Opposing Mission. Wang the blacksmith was very surprised. He looked at Lin Tianhao meaningfully, revealing a thoughtful expression. Okay, give me the stuff, and you can come get the weapon in 10 hours. Lin Tianhao gave all the equipment required by the task to blacksmith Wang. Ding! You have completed blacksmith Wang's task, experience plus 9085, because you have not left the novice village, you cannot get experience, and the experience is invalid. Lin Tianhao didn't think there was anything wrong, he already knew this in his previous life. Adventurer, I see you are gifted, if you can find 3 more things, I may be able to help you upgrade your gold level weapons to platinum level. Lin Tianhao was very surprised. Gold level weapons are far beyond the current players, not to mention platinum level. However, he probably guessed what the next task would be. I wonder what it is. Lin Tianhao asked. My apprentice Elvos has stolen a valuable ore. I have sent 2 other apprentices to chase him. If you can help my 2 apprentices get it back, I am willing to use the ore to make your weapon. Ding! Blacksmith Wang has issued a task to you to recover the stolen Ice Flame Demon Oregon. Task requirements: get back the Ice Flame Demon ore in the battle to help encircle and suppress Elvos, knock down more than 20% of Elvos' health. Task penalty: none. Task reward: unknown. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, the confrontation task between Blacksmith Wang and the old village chief was opened. This so-called apprentice rebellion was actually the person arranged by the old village chief to be next to Blacksmith Wang. After being discovered by Blacksmith Wang, he stole the ore and fled. On the surface, Blacksmith Wang and the old village chief had not yet here was a falling out, so Elvos could only flee to the wild. If other players are lucky, they may receive the task of protecting Elvos from the old village chief. Okay, Blacksmith Wang, I will try my best. I wonder where Elvos is. My 2 apprentices chased into the mine in the east. Elvos must be hiding in a corner of the mine. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. The mine in the east. That seems to be the territory of the 8th level monster stone beetle. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao had never heard of any strategy for this stone beetle mine. Maybe there is, but it has not been revealed. The hidden map of Ragnarok, the hidden boss, the secret realm, the cave, and many other settings. Although Lin Tianhao knows some, it is only a small part. After all, most people keep their mouths shut about their opportunities, and not many people are willing to publish their strategies. Most of the strategies that Lin Tianhao knew were released by guilds or government consortiums after they had squeezed out profits. Otherwise, it would be similar to the Yellow Skin and Twisted Tree Man. Once opened, there would be a server-wide announcement, and then people would find out that the strategy was opened. Okay, I'll go to the mine to find Elvos now. After coming out of the novice village, Lin Tianhao went to the mine. At this moment, the server-wide announcement sounded. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to the player Zhu Mengyan Shui for completing the first kill of the Water Arrow Turtle King. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to the player Zhu Mengyan Shui for completing the first kill of the Water Arrow Turtle King. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. The server-wide announcement of Zhu Mengyan Shui's first kill has just fallen, and another server-wide announcement has appeared. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Berserker Blade for being the first to obtain a hidden profession. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Berserker Blade for being the first to obtain a hidden profession. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Lin Tianhao sighed. It seems that some things in his previous life have not changed. Bearzer Blade still got a hidden profession so quickly. What a pity. Bearzer Blade has good talent, and his game understanding and skills are online. It's a pity that he chose a profession too hastily, which led to him being lost in the middle of the game. Novice Village. Mine. This is an abandoned mine. Because no one has taken care of it for many years, it has become the home of stone beetles. Lin Tianhao just arrived here and saw dozens of stone beetles wandering outside the mine. Stone beetle, ordinary level 8. Health, 1200/1200. Attack, 52. Skills, Armor Break, Stone Shield. These are two very simple skills, but they make many ordinary players complain. Armor Break can reduce the wear resistance of weapons. In the early stage when weapons are extremely scarce, the skill of Stone Beetle is a headache. Swish. 1200. Lin Tianhao shot an arrow, and a stone beetle was killed instantly by Lin Tianhao. After he finished brushing the twisted jungle and collected equipment, his own health value has exceeded 50,000. In addition to the blessing of more than 10,000 health points brought by the Black Iron Treeman set, his total health value is now more than 60,000. Even if the attack power of the Thunder Bow is not counted, the real damage brought by the health value alone is enough to kill the stone beetle instantly. Dozens of stone beetles were all solved by Lin Tianhao in less than 20 seconds. There were new stone beetles refreshed, but Lin Tianhao didn't care at all and went straight into the mine. According to Lin Tianhao's calculations, there should be 3 NPCs in this mine, or even more. Is it you? Just after entering, a surprised voice sounded. Lin Tianhao also looked at the person who spoke in surprise. That assassin player, Shadow Killer. Why? Come to spawn monsters. Because of the continuous level drop, Shadow Killer is only level 5 now. With his attributes and combat skills, it is easy to beat the level 8 stone beetle. No, I accepted a task. The old village chief. Lin Tianhao's eyes condensed. The old village chief asked you to come here to meet Elvos. Shadow was a little surprised. You also accepted this task? No, I accepted the opposite task you just accepted, but what is your task? Lin Tianhao asked. My mission is to get the Ice Flame demonic ore from Elvos and send it back. If possible, I will help Elvos kill the 2 people who are chasing him. NPC. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows and smiled. My mission is to assist the 2 NPCs in killing Elvos and then take back the Ice Flame Demon Mine. Hearing this, Yingsha was a little surprised. An opposing mission. In previous games, there were actually very few such missions where players opposed each other. It is an opposing mission, but we should have a way to have the best of both worlds. Lin Tianhao actually had an idea in his mind. What is the best of both worlds? 3 NPCs, kill them together. Lin Tianhao smiled. Hearing this, Yingsha was surprised. Isn't this a bit too risky? As long as the operation is proper, it is entirely possible to do it. Moreover, we are not 2 against 3. We will first help Elvos kill 2 NPCs, and then go back to kill Elvos. Chapter 21 Elvos. Yingsha was a little surprised. It must be said that Lin Tianhao's idea was a little crazy. Yingsha, who had seen Lin Tianhao's skills, knew that the method Lin Tianhao said was completely feasible. Okay. Then let's look for Elvos first. Lin Tianhao sent Yingsha a team invitation. I'll take you to upgrade first. For experience point distribution, Lin Tianhao still got 91 points. There was no other way. 91 points was the limit. Then, Lin Tianhao started to kill monsters instantly. 1 arrow killed a stone beetle. Because of the lightning jump, some stone beetles were killed by the lightning jump before Lin Tianhao could even make a move. Although Lin Tianhao had experience penalties for leading low-level players at a high level, he couldn't stand his fast monster killing speed. In just 10 minutes, Shadow Killer returned to level 6. After another 15 minutes, Shadow Killer reached level 7. Next, it took only 10 minutes for Shadow Killer to reach level 8. Because Lin Tianhao had already killed elite level stone beetles, he naturally had more experience points. Shui Di, your damage is the most outrageous of all the people I've ever seen. Have you awakened your talent yet? Lin Tianhao nodded. Yingsha wisely did not ask what Lin Tianhao's talent was, because that would be crossing the line. Talent is everyone's secret. Even though Lin Tianhao was reborn, he only heard about the talents of many people. Or maybe he roughly knew the level, but had no idea about the effect of the talent. For example, Yingsha. Lin Tianhao knew that he had a god-level talent, but they didn't know what the attribute of the talent was. At this time, Lin Tianhao and Yingsha heard a scolding voice coming from deep in the cave. Elvos, you bastard, Master is so good to you, but you actually stole Master's ore. Lin Tianhao and Yingsha approached cautiously. In front, Lin Tianhao saw the 3 NPCs. Elvos was a short young man, while the other 2 were strong men. Elvos, level 10. HP? Attack? Skills? Note, he was originally the spy planted by the old village chief next to Wang the blacksmith, and he carried very valuable things. Except for Elvos, the attributes of the other 2 NPCs are similar. HP, attack, skills, all are question marks. The difference is that their annotations are Wang the blacksmith's apprentice, helping them can bring you unexpected benefits. If you are an ordinary player, you will definitely choose to help these 2 NPCs. But Lin Tianhao didn't. Although he already had a plan, he still wanted to wait and see if there was any new plot. Ragnarok must not be treated as a simple game. We must treat this place as a parallel world and NPCs as flesh and blood people. Only in this way can we get more rewards. Shadow Killer followed Lin Tianhao, still watching from a distance without saying a word. Wang the blacksmith has a wolfish ambition. As a novice villager, I will definitely tell the village chief about his wolfish ambition and let the village chief kill Wang the blacksmith. Although Elvos was thin, his eyes were extremely firm. He actually wanted to use the Ice Flame Demon Mine to release the boss that exceeded the limit of the novice village. In that case, our novice village will be devastated. Hearing this, the 2 apprentices of Wang the blacksmith snorted coldly. Enough, it's not your turn to tell the master what to do. The old village chief is incompetent, and our master is the only choice for the village chief. The 2 sides were arguing. Sure enough, Wang the blacksmith was lying to himself. Lin Tianhao's eyes became subtle. He took the Ice Flame Demon Ore not for what he called improving the quality of his weapons, but he wanted to release a certain boss. What other hidden boss is there in this novice village? Could it be Hanba? Without giving Lin Tianhao more time to think, Elvos and the 2 apprentices of Wang the blacksmith had already fought together. The 3 were equally strong, but because of the difference in numbers, Elvos soon fell into a disadvantage. Swoosh! The feather arrow broke through the air. Lin Tianhao took action. His feather arrow cut through the sky and hit Wang San's head with one sword. 2512. A huge critical damage number appeared. At the same time, a huge damage number also appeared on Lin Tianhao's head. 1256. Counterattack. Lin Tianhao's eyes condensed. He was not able to absorb enough blood at this stage. He would definitely not be able to withstand such a monster with counterattack. The opponent was at least a level 10 boss. No matter how bad his attributes were, they would not be worse than the Twisted Tree King, or even higher. Suddenly attacked. Wang San looked over with a cold look. Adventurers? You were sent by the old village chief to pick up the traitor Elvos. In that case, you can all die. After the voice fell, Wang San raised the big knife in his hand and chopped it down. Swish! Lin Tianhao was quick-witted and shot an arrow through the air, interrupting Wang San's attack rhythm. However, Wang San's 50% anti-injury effect made Lin Tianhao's scalp numb. This anti-injury was very abnormal in the early stage of the game. Lin Tianhao's current set attribute also has an anti-injury effect, but it is only 10% anti-injury. The gap between the two is obvious. Yingxia also knew that the opponent had anti-injury, which was also a headache for him as an assassin. How to fight? Yingxia asked in a deep voice. Pull. Lin Tianhao looked indifferent. Although the anti-injury had a very obvious impact on him, it was not completely without room for operation. After all, they were mainly assisting elbows in the battle. Wang San and Wang Si both have armor that can counter injury, and their counter-injury properties are very high, but their health points are not high. Elvos's voice sounded, he raised his hand, and 2 balls of inky black light flew into Lin Tianhao's body. Ding, you have been blessed by Elvos, and the damage you bear is reduced by 10%. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, this blessing can be said to be timely. He immediately changed to the jungle longbow. Nothing else. The jungle longbow can add 500 points of health points, and there is also a 2% blood-sucking effect. When encountering such an opponent who can counter-injure, blood-sucking becomes a crucial attribute. You are good at counter-injury? As long as I suck blood better than you, you can only stare blankly. Although Lin Tianhao's main weapon does not belong to the tree man suit, the basic blood recovery per second is still as high as 180 points. Add the blood-sucking of the jungle longbow, and the 10% damage reduction under the blessing of Elvos, then he might be able to fight with Wang San and Wang Si. Swish! Another high critical damage appeared. Lin Tianhao's health value dropped by more than 1,000. He began to recover blood continuously. Shadow Killer stood there, he was still waiting, and did not act rashly. As an assassin, when encountering a combat environment that is not favorable to you, you must stay calm and find a perfect opportunity to act. Kill this kid first. Wang Si roared and rushed towards Lin Tianhao. Twisting the string arrow method. Lin Tianhao used the powerful impact of the twisting string arrow method to force Wang Si back. Chapter 22 Wang San and Wang Si. The damage from the counterattack is still reducing Lin Tianhao's health. The reason is that the health is decreasing very quickly. Each arrow, even if it is not a critical hit, will reduce Lin Tianhao's health by about 600. But now Lin Tianhao is not the main output, but the main control. Archers can be the main C, but sometimes when the situation is out of control, they have to control the situation. For example, now, Lin Tianhao used his twisted bow technique to constantly interrupt the attack rhythm of Wang San and Wang Si and interrupt their skill casting. One person pulled 2 people at the same time. Created an excellent output environment for Elvos. Yingxia saw Lin Tianhao dragging 2 people to control the situation, and his heart was already a little numb. If he thought that Lin Tianhao could kill him because of his attributes at the beginning, he could rely on his top-level combat skills to compete with Lin Tianhao. But now these recent events have made Yingxia deeply aware of one thing. Lin Tianhao's combat skills are better than his. In Yingxia's heart, there is also a guess about Lin Tianhao's identity. Looking at Longguo, there is only one group that can be stronger than them in combat skills. Ancient warriors. These people are similar to the martial arts masters of the past. He even knows that some of them have cultivated internal strength, which is very scary. Their fighting skills are also extremely powerful. In their combat department, there are several instructors who are ancient martial artists that can completely suppress a special forces team with one's own strength. Now in Yingxia's mind, Lin Tianhao is such a powerful ancient martial artist. The battle continues. Wang San and Wang Si are restricted by Lin Tianhao's magical control, and their blood volume is rapidly decreasing. Not only that, Lin Tianhao is also deliberately maintaining his blood volume to keep his life value in a relatively safe state. Because in Lin Tianhao's calculations, after killing Wang San and Wang Si, he has to kill Elvos. Finally, Wang San and Wang Xi's life value fell below 10%. But they still didn't use the hegemony, which means that they should not have the hegemony. Then, the law of the previous life is most likely true. That is, the level 10 wild monsters and NPCs in the novice village do not have the two skills of Overlord and Rage. However, at this time, Elvos's health bar only dropped by 30%, which made Lin Tianhao quite dissatisfied. He began to pull behind Elvos, because Wang San and Wang Xi's dying counterattack must be him. Sure enough. After the health value dropped to 5%, Wang San and Wang Si began to rush towards Lin Tianhao frantically. Rush up with a determination to kill Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao rolled over and hid behind Elvos. Elvos didn't think much about it, just thinking that Lin Tianhao was trying to protect himself. Facing the low-blooded Wang San and Wang Si, Elvos was not afraid, and the three of them fought again. Lin Tianhao cancelled the team with Yingsha because he was afraid that Wang Taijiang or the old village chief would find out about it. It's better to be safe in this kind of thing. Just when Wang San was about to be killed, Lin Tianhao interrupted Elvos's attack with an arrow. Sorry, I missed the target. Lin Tianhao explained, and then the second arrow was shot. Twisting the bowstring. Critical hit. 2518. Ding, you killed Wang San, the boss of the novice village. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you want to hide your name? Hide. Lin Tianhao didn't want Wang Taijiang to know that he killed his apprentice, otherwise the gold coins he paid before would be wasted. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to the player who hit his nickname and completed the first kill of Wang San. This announcement is hereby made, and we hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to the player who hit his nickname and completed the first kill of Wang San. This announcement is hereby made, and we hope that all players will continue to work hard. When this server-wide announcement came out, many people were confused. What's going on? Wang San? This looks like the name of a lackey. Before they were shocked, another system prompt sounded. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to the player who hit his nickname and completed the first kill of Wang Si. This announcement is hereby made, and we hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to the player who hit his nickname and completed the first kill of Wang Si. This announcement is hereby made, and we hope that all players will continue to work hard. Wang San? Wang Si? Damn, don't these names mean two lackeys? They were actually judged as bosses, and there was a server-wide announcement. Wait, I seem to know who these Wang San and Wang Si are. They are the two apprentices of Wang the blacksmith in the novice village. Damn, it seems to be true. When I was fighting the stone beetle, it was Wang Si who helped me repair the wear resistance of the weapon. Wang San and Wang Si are not unknown people in the novice village. Many players will go to the blacksmith shop to repair their weapons when the wear resistance decreases. The ones responsible for repairing the wear resistance of weapons are mainly Wang San and Wang Si. It's really fucked up, Wang San and Wang Si are bosses. Novice village, blacksmith shop. Blacksmith Wang looked sinister. He naturally heard the server-wide announcement. Who is it? It turned out that Wang San and Wang Si were able to be killed. Did the old village chief send a master over? The reason why Lin Tianhao wanted to cancel the team was because of the server-wide announcement. If it was a team state, it would be easy to reveal the truth. Shadow Killer. Lin Tianhao called Shadow Killer. Before, Lin Tianhao deliberately shot an arrow at Elvos, just to find out whether Elvos also had the attribute of anti-injury. The answer is no. Swish. The Shadow Killer was well prepared, and he cut his throat. 195. Bleeding. 26. 26. Elvos's face changed. What are you doing? Swish. What responded to Elvos was a sharp arrow. Critical hit. 2526. A huge damage number appeared. Lin Tianhao's attacks followed one after another. Elvos was shocked and angry. He never thought that the adventurer who had just helped him fight would actually fight him without saying a word. Ding! You are cursed by Elvos, and the damage you take is plus 10%. Lin Tianhao's expression did not change, and the feather arrows continued to be fired, accurately interrupting Elvos's attacks. Just now when fighting with Wang San and Wang Si, Lin Tianhao had already understood the rhythm of Elvos's battle. Now, Elvos's attack rhythm was forcibly interrupted by Lin Tianhao. The attack frequency of 3 arrows per second made Elvos unable to fight back. No counter-injury. No dominance and violence. Elvos was a living target in front of Lin Tianhao. Swish! Lin Tianhao shot another arrow. This arrow finally knocked Elvos into the air. Then, the next step was endless floating. Seeing Lin Tianhao use this amazing floating skill again, Yingsha was dumbfounded. Lin Tianhao's fighting skills were really abnormal. Yingsha, you come to finish the knife, remember, hide your nickname. Lin Tianhao said. He certainly couldn't kill Elvos, otherwise when he submitted the task of killing 10 novice village bosses, the village chief might find out. Okay. Chapter 23. The operation failed. Yingsha's understanding of the game is not very high. It's not clear what Lin Tianhao's purpose is. But he still chose to believe Lin Tianhao. After Lin Tianhao used the combo damage of the floating arrow method to injure Elvos, Yingsha took action. 5 consecutive critical hits, and each knife was bleeding, and took Elvos away. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to the player who hit his nickname for completing the first kill of Elvos. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to the player who hit his nickname for completing the first kill of Elvos. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. In the novice village, the village chief's courtyard. After hearing this prompt sound, the old village chief's face suddenly changed. When he heard that Wang San and Wang Si were killed before, he was still a little excited. But this little excitement lasted for less than 10 minutes, and he heard the server-wide announcement that his subordinate Elvos was killed. Touch the corpse. Lin Tianhao walked to Elvos and touched the ice flame demon mine at the first touch. I want this thing. Yingsha frowned. After all, it was his mission item. You can't take this thing back. I didn't take it to submit the mission. Lin Tianhao explained, because the next action still needs Yingsha's cooperation. I can give you all the other things on Elvos. Hearing this, Yingsha's eyes lit up. Immediately came over to touch the corpse. After touching the corpse, his face looked better. At this time, Lin Tianhao was also touching corpse King San and Wang Si. Ding! You got +1 for repairing weapons below bronze level. Ding! You got 12 pieces of equipment. Ding! You got +5 gold coins. Ding! You got a special item, Corpse Chi Collection Bottle. Lin Tianhao put everything away first, then looked at Yingsha. Now that the 3 NPCs are dead, go back and tell the old village chief that you met Wang San and Wang Si on the road, and killed Wang San and Wang Si with the help of your guild. Hearing this, Yingsha was a little surprised. Can the old village chief believe this? He has to believe it even if he doesn't want to, because he has no evidence to prove that you are lying. What about you? Lin Tianhao smiled and said, my answer is of course that I only saw Wang San and Wang Si being killed by you, but I didn't see Elvos. Hearing this, Yingsha felt that he was being put on the spot. If Wang the blacksmith and the old village chief talk about it, then I will be exposed. And if the old village chief asks who killed Elvos, what should I say? Just say I don't know. Elvos was dead before you entered the mine. Yingsha was silent. After a while, he asked, can you tell me why you did this? For a bigger task. Lin Tianhao's eyes were firm. He even considered that the old village chief asked him to give up the task of hunting 10 bosses, and he also wanted to complete the tasks on the task scroll as much as possible. After discussing the words with Yingxia, Lin Tianhao smiled. After Yingxia left, Lin Tianhao took out the corpse gas collection bottle. Corpse gas collection bottle, special props. Effect: after killing humanoid monsters, adventurers, and NPCs, you can get corpse gas. If the corpse gas collection bottle is full, you may get an amazing task. Progress: 46/100. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows and collected the corpse gas of Wang San and Wang Si, and the progress increased from 46 to 49. There are still 51 corpse gas left before this bottle can be filled. But Lin Tianhao is not in a hurry at all. If he can't collect so much corpse gas later, he can only attack those lovely players. Looking at the time, Lin Tianhao returned to the novice village first. Enter the blacksmith shop. Blacksmith Wang, I'm really sorry. I haven't found Elvos yet, but I heard the prompt that he was killed. Lin Tianhao pretended to be at a loss, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Blacksmith Wang looked at Lin Tianhao meaningfully. Shui Di, in our novice village, who else besides you has the ability to kill Elvos and my 2 apprentices? This time, Blacksmith Wang did not call Lin Tianhao an adventurer, but directly called Lin Tianhao by his game nickname. Lin Tianhao knew that Blacksmith Wang doubted him. Blacksmith Wang, I have no reason to do this. There are many hidden talents in the novice village. I was ambushed by an assassin before, and my partner was killed in an instant. Hearing this, Blacksmith Wang frowned, staring at Lin Tianhao, as if he wanted to see if Lin Tianhao was lying. However, he couldn't see anything. It's a pity for my 2 apprentices. It's even more of a pity for the Ice Flame Demon ore. If you can help me find the Ice Flame Demon ore, I can give you a platinum level necklace. Ding, Wang the blacksmith has issued a task to you. Task requirements: find an Ice Flame Oregon. Task penalty: none. Task reward: platinum level necklace +1. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. Wang the blacksmith was anxious. For the Ice Flame Demon ore, he was willing to offer such generous conditions. At this stage, gold level weapons are very abnormal. And platinum level weapons are even more likely to affect the current game balance. Okay, I'll do my best. Lin Tianhao accepted the task. As for whether to give it or not, he definitely won't give it for the time being. Shui Di, I'll wait for your good news. After doing all this, Lin Tianhao went offline to eat. This afternoon is the time for my sister's surgery. Although time was precious in the early stages of the game, Lin Tianhao still went to the hospital after dinner. Watching his sister being pushed into the operating room, Lin Tianhao clenched his fists. Sister, you must be okay. Although Lin Tianhao had already paid for the surgery, but the doctor at the hospital had told Lin Tianhao that the whole operation is very risky and there is a certain probability of failure. Even if the operation is successful, there is still a relatively high probability that the patient will become a vegetative state. As long as he can save his life, Lin Tianhao will accept it even if he becomes a vegetative state. Because vegetative states can also enter Ragnarok. After improving his strength in Ragnarok, when the great disaster comes 5 years later, Ragnarok will merge with reality. The strength in the game can also be realized, so that even if my sister is a vegetative state, she can recover. Anxiously waiting outside the operating room. After about 2 hours, the door of the operating room was finally opened. A doctor in a white coat walked out with a worried look on his face. Lin Tianhao's heart skipped a beat and he immediately rushed over. Doctor, how is my sister? The doctor sighed, which made Lin Tianhao's heart hang in his throat. The operation failed, and the blood congestion in the brain spread to the cerebellum. Now there is no way to save her. Lin Tianhao staggered and almost fell to the ground. How could this happen? No, there must be a way. Chapter 24 Ambitious Taoist, Immaculate Eyes. Lin Tianhao was emotional. After rebirth, he dreamed that he could change everything. But now, he couldn't even save his own sister. The doctor shook his head. We have tried our best. Although a large amount of blood congestion has been discharged, the blood congestion that has entered the cerebellum has already eroded the cerebellum. The best result is a vegetative state, and he may die at any time. Lin Tianhao felt cold in his heart. Can I see my sister? Go in, remember to control your emotions. The doctor sighed. Lin Tianhao entered the operating room. There were still a few medical staff inside doing the aftermath. Looking at his sister on the bed, Lin Tianhao's fingers were trembling slightly. Is nothing going to change after all? Lin Tianhao gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to accept this result. My condolences. A medical staff shook his head at Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao resisted the pain and walked to the bedside. He had experienced countless life and death in his previous life. His mind had long been tenacious. But today, seeing his sister about to leave him again, this despair and powerlessness made him unable to suppress the grief in his heart, and tears burst out. Why? Why on earth? Damn God, you are doing this to me. Lin Tianhao clenched his fists. He hated his powerlessness. She may still be saved. At this moment, a childish voice sounded. Then, a young Taoist priest in a Taoist robe who looked only 17 or 18 years old appeared at the door of the operating room. Lin Tianhao was a little excited, and he turned around and looked over. Save her, please save my sister. Lin Tianhao turned around excitedly, as if he had grabbed the last straw. I'm not completely sure either. The young Taoist priest said. What about your master? Is he? Lin Tianhao was very excited. Seeing that the young Taoist priest was so young, he guessed that there must be a Taoist master behind him. My master is dead. The young Taoist priest shook his head. Lin Tianhao gritted his teeth. Okay, please save my sister. If you can save her, I will definitely repay your great kindness. The young Taoist priest smiled. Meeting is fate, I'll try. The young Taoist priest walked to the bed. He looked at Lin Qingqing on the bed, and a silver-white glow appeared on his palm. Lin Tianhao was shocked. An internal force master. There are ancient warriors in Dragon Country. Lin Tianhao knew this in his previous life. The one that the little Taoist priest showed now was very similar to the legendary internal force master. The little Taoist priest raised his hand and gently stroked Lin Qingqing's forehead with his palm with silver-white light. The light penetrated into Lin Qingqing's head little by little, and Lin Qingqing's complexion began to gradually improve at this time. Lin Tianhao was pleasantly surprised. After a while, the little Taoist priest stopped. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Your sister will not be in danger of life, but she will end up as a vegetable. At this point, the little Taoist priest sighed. After all, I am not good enough. What is your name, Taoist priest? Lin Tianhao was very grateful. Even if he is just a vegetable, it is much better than before. I am Zhang Yat, Taoist name is Ambition. Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched. Master Zhang, thank you for saving my sister. I still have 100,000 yuan in this card, all for you. Zhang Ye shook his head. It's too much, give me 10,000 yuan, and I can buy a game cabinet. Game cabinet? Master Zhang also wants to play Ragnarok. Zhang Ye nodded. Yes, I observed the stars at night and found that Ragnarok has opportunities, which may help me break through the shackles and reach the legendary realm. Lin Tianhao was surprised that Zhang Ye could calculate this, so he could make some friends. However, his current situation in the game cannot be known to too many people in reality, otherwise it will be easy to get into trouble. In the previous life, there were cases where high-level players were kidnapped or even killed offline. Now the game attributes have not yet materialized, so we still have to be more cautious. You saved my sister so much, 100,000 is not enough. Taoist Zhang, please keep some money on you, it will be more convenient in the future. Lin Tianhao put the bank card in Taoist Zhang's hand, password 157988. Zhang Ye smiled, okay, thank you very much. After exchanging a few words with Zhang Ye, he left. Although my sister is no longer in danger, she still needs to recuperate in the hospital for a few days and try to recover as soon as possible. After arranging his sister's affairs, Lin Tianhao returned to the rental house and entered the game again. This time it was delayed for more than 3 hours, and the progress of the game was slowed down. But Lin Tianhao didn't think it was a big deal. Next, the confrontation between Wang the blacksmith and the old village chief will become sharp. The NPCs in the novice village are different from wild monsters. They will not refresh after death. Lin Tianhao looked at the 5 bosses he had hunted. What should he do with the follow-up task of the old village chief? If he continued to hunt NPCs, he could do it with his strength. But Lin Tianhao didn't plan to do that, because it was easy to burn himself and attract the attention of the old village chief, so that he couldn't complete the subsequent tasks normally. But for now, he couldn't bear to let go of the old village chief's task. After thinking about it, Lin Tianhao finally chose to start from the level 5 wild monsters and hunt the bosses. There are 5 bosses from level 5 to level 9. Hunting these 5 bosses to submit the task may reduce the task reward, but this is also the safest way. Do it when you think of it. Lin Tianhao started from the level 5 wild monster area, brushed all the way to level 9, and hunted 5 novice village bosses. Including the novice village bosses hunted before, Lin Tianhao has hunted 10 novice village bosses, and can go to the old village chief to submit the task. Novice village, village chief's courtyard. When Lin Tianhao arrived here, many players were submitting the mission to leave the village. At this time point, ordinary players have gradually reached level 10. If it weren't for the fact that some people were still playing the Twisted Jungle, there would be more people gathered here. After they left, Lin Tianhao came to the old village chief. Old village chief, I have hunted 10 bosses. Lin Tianhao submitted the mission. The old village chief nodded in surprise, yes, Shui Di, I was right about you. Ding, you completed the old village chief's mission. Task reward, gold coins plus 20, free attribute points plus 20, luck plus 1, immaculate eye plus 1. Immortal eye, special equipment. Wearing requirements, none. Effect, can see through the night illusion and can have a large visual range in the fog. Wearability, 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This equipment did not indicate the level, and it was a special equipment. With this effect, it is definitely a must-have skill for archers. Now the game still has a certain degree of visibility at night. But after the catastrophe, the visibility will be greatly reduced, and that is the real night. Some powerful adventurers were killed by monsters from the Alet galaxy in the dark because of their insufficient night vision. Chapter 25 The Cunning Old Village Chief. Online game, I have a super god level talent. Online game, I have a super god level talent. Lin Tianhao put on the immaculate eye and felt that the world suddenly became unusually clear. 500 meters away, a mosquito was flying, and Lin Tianhao could actually see the pattern on the mosquito's wings clearly. This feeling. Tai pants hot. Archers are very accurate, the requirements are very high, and the immaculate eye is very compatible with Lin Tianhao. Not to mention the current stage, even if it is placed in the late stage of the game, or even in the era of the Cataclysm. The immaculate eye is a very outrageous piece of equipment. Adventurer, did you kill Wang San and Wang Si? The old village chief's eyes carried a few different meanings. Lin Tianhao guessed that he would be discovered after submitting the task, so he did not deny it. Yes. The old village chief's eyes became more and more subtle. Do you know that Wang San and Wang Si are both disciples of Wang the blacksmith? If you kill them and let Wang the blacksmith know, he will definitely take revenge on you. Lin Tianhao pretended to be terrified, "Old village chief, what should I do? Otherwise, I will not do the mission of leaving the village, and you will let me leave the novice village now." The old village chief waved his hand and smiled, "You don't have to worry. Although Wang the blacksmith is powerful, I still have the final say in this novice village." At this point, the old village chief continued, "But Wang the blacksmith is ambitious, and we have to guard against him. I learned that he has been close to the old drunkard in the tavern recently. The old drunkard often goes to the wild to help him find ore." Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. "It seems that a new mission has come. Old village chief, what should I do?" The old village chief showed a teachable look. "It's very simple, cut off his left and right arms, and you go kill the old drunkard." Ding! The old village chief has issued a task to you. Task requirements: kill the old drunkard. Task penalty: none. Task reward: unknown. Lin Tianhao was a little worried. "Old village chief, with my current strength, will it be too difficult to kill the old drunkard?" The old village chief nodded. "The old drunkard does have some tricks. But he is often addicted to alcohol. If you can poison his wine jar, it may have unexpected effects." Hearing this, Lin Tianhao was a little embarrassed. "To be honest with the village chief, I don't have any poison." The old village chief hesitated and took out a small bottle. "This is the mandragora potion I have collected for a long time. It is colorless and tasteless. You just put it in the old drunkard's wine and you will never find it. Once poisoned, the old drunkard's combat power will at least drop by half." Lin Tianhao took the mandragora potion and smiled. "Okay, I will definitely live up to your trust and kill the old drunkard." After saying that, Lin Tianhao was ready to leave immediately. But at this moment, the old village chief suddenly called him. "Shui Di!" Again, calling by name, not adventurer. "You killed Wang San and Wang Si, then do you know who killed Elvos?" Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, the old village chief suspected him. "I don't know. Not long after I killed Wang San and Wang Si with Yingsha, I heard the sound of Elvos being killed." "Oh, that's it." The old village chief showed a meaningful smile. Lin Tianhao knew that his few words would definitely not make the old village chief trust him. But it didn't matter. Because even if the old village chief had doubts, he would only suspect that he had a deal with Wang the blacksmith. After all, the only one who could threaten his position as the village chief of the novice village was Wang the blacksmith. As for Lin Tianhao, no matter how powerful Lin Tianhao was, what could he do? He still had to go to the main city, and it was impossible for him to stay in the novice village forever. But what he didn't know was that Lin Tianhao had other options. Coming out of the novice village, Lin Tianhao sent a message to Yingsha. The two had added each other as friends when they completed the transaction before. At this time, Lin Tianhao noticed it. Futu Dungeon actually sent him more than 10 messages. "Boss Swaity, I am willing to offer 200 million. As long as you come, you will be the president of Futu Guild. Is Boss Swaity here? When will you come to the main city to take me? The price is negotiable. Boss Swaity." Lin Tianhao has been busy with his own affairs, so the messages are all in the do not disturb state. In any case, Futu Dungeon is his first partner. Lin Tianhao replied, "Do not disturb the message, busy." Then he went according to the location sent by Yingsha. At this time, Yingsha was fighting a level 10 Twisted Tree Man. Seeing Lin Tianhao coming, he came over after solving the tree man in front of him. "Yingsha, what is the follow-up task given to you by the old village chief?" Yingsha knew that he was tied to the same boat with Lin Tianhao, and said bluntly. "The old village chief asked me to protect the old drunkard in the tavern." Hearing this, Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. Today the old village chief also gave me a task, asking me to kill the old drunkard. How could this happen? Yingsha was a little confused. It's obviously unreasonable to protect and kill at the same time. Lin Tianhao already had a guess in his mind. It's obvious that the old village chief wants to frame him. As for the reason, it's probably on this mandragora potion. If his guess is correct, this mandragora potion is not the old village chief's own, but he stole it from Wang the blacksmith. Let himself poison and kill the old drunkard, and then let Yingsha rescue him. As long as Yingsha can delay himself for a while, the old drunkard may escape. Your mission rewards and penalties should not be light. Lin Tianhao asked. Yingsha nodded, yes. We killed Wang San and Wang Si together before. The old village chief knew that we were together, so he gave you this task. This is an open conspiracy. Yingsha thought about it for a while, and thought of something, and couldn't help asking. From what you said, it seems that the old village chief asked you to kill him, but it was fake, and asked me to save him. Lin Tianhao nodded, I guess so. The old village chief wants to win people's hearts. What do you mean? He gave me a poison and asked me to poison the old drunkard. If my guess is correct, this poison should be unique to Wang the blacksmith. As long as I poison the old drunkard and you save him, there will be a conflict between the old drunkard and Wang the blacksmith. Yingsha was a little surprised, sowing discord. It should be like this. There is no punishment for my task, and the reward is unknown. And your task has a high reward and high punishment. The old village chief will definitely think that I will help you. Yingsha took a deep breath and was very surprised. I really didn't expect that the old village chief of this novice village is so shrewd. Lin Tianhao smiled, in this game, NPC is not an ordinary intelligent AI. Then what are you going to do? Yingsha asked. Help the old village chief. Lin Tianhao said with a smile. I've already said that this is an open conspiracy. If I kill the old drunkard, I'll harm you. Besides, it's obvious that the old village chief has more power in the novice village. If the old drunkard dies, this plot line may be gone. Chapter 26 Old Drunkard. Yingsha keenly sensed something, but he didn't care. If Lin Tianhao helped him complete this task, he could leave the novice village. As for what Lin Tianhao was going to do later, it had nothing to do with him. I'll take you to level 10, and then go find the old drunkard. Lin Tianhao sent a team invitation over. He was also planning to kill wild monsters to increase his health. If he reached level 10 and didn't leave the novice village, he couldn't continue to gain experience points. So he just helped Shadow Killer. With Lin Tianhao leading him, Shadow Killer upgraded very quickly. In less than half an hour, he had reached level 10. Let's go and find the old drunkard. Lin Tianhao walked towards the direction of the mine, looking for ore, most likely where the mine was. However, after walking around here, he didn't find the old drunkard. Where did this person go? Shadow Killer frowned. Lin Tianhao also frowned. He always felt that there was a pair of eyes watching him. This feeling of being spied on was very bad. Come out, you have been following us for so long. Lin Tianhao looked around, he was very confident in his intuition, there must be someone nearby. Shadow Killer was a little surprised, there were people around them, but he didn't notice anything. Ha ha ha, it's true that every generation has its own talents. He's so powerful at such a young age. A loud laugh was heard, and then an old man holding a wine gourd walked over. Old drunkard, level 12. HP? Attack? Skills? Note, the tavern owner in the novice village seems to be looking for something near the mine. Maybe you can help him. If an ordinary player encounters him, he might really receive some tasks from the old drunkard. Lin Tianhao looked at the old drunkard, and the old drunkard also looked at Lin Tianhao with his sleepy eyes. Shuedi, you have become famous in our novice village recently, but you are already level 10, why don't you go to the main city? Lin Tianhao smiled, alas, it's not that I don't want to leave, it's mainly because the old village chief gave you too much. What? The old village chief asked you to kill me. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows, it seems that you know everything. In this case, let me learn from the skills of the senior. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Tianhao immediately shot an arrow. Swish! The feather arrow broke through the air. The old drunkard narrowed his eyes, did a backflip, and steadily avoided Lin Tianhao's feather arrow. Hey, don't be so angry, what's the matter, we can discuss it. The old drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao with a smile. What the old village chief can give you, I may not be unable to give. While speaking, the old drunkard placed his wine pot in front of Lin Tianhao. Have a drink, and leave the novice village. The grievances here have nothing to do with you. Ding, the old drunkard has issued a task to you. Task requirements: drink a glass of wine and leave the novice village immediately. Task penalty: none. Task reward: free attribute points plus 50. Lin Tianhao and Yingsha looked at each other, and both saw shock in each other's eyes. The reason is simple. The reward given by the old drunkard is too generous. Even from a certain perspective, it has exceeded their imagination. Others need to complete the old village chief's mission to leave the novice village. They just need to drink a sip of wine. Not only that, they can get such a generous reward. 50 free attribute points are equivalent to leveling up 10. Don't worry about your task punishment. After drinking my wine, you will be teleported away from the novice village. The old village chief will not be able to punish you for the task. Lin Tianhao knew that what the old drunkard said was true. This task is very simple and the reward is very generous. But he still hesitated. The reason is simple. If you get the tasks of his 2 task scrolls, you will be blessed by the gods, and the worst result will probably be better than this. Yingsha accepted the task with just a little hesitation. He didn't plan to continue participating. Now that there is such a good opportunity to end it, he has no reason to refuse. Yingsha left the novice village after drinking. The old drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao with a smile. What about you? Lin Tianhao did not answer, but directly drew his bow and shot an arrow. Swish! The feather arrow broke through the air. A cold light flashed in the old drunkard's eyes. What did the old village chief give you to make you do this for him? After the voice fell, the old drunkard spit out a mouthful of strong liquor. The strong liquor turned into a flying sword in the air and flew in front of Lin Tianhao in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianhao smashed the longbow in his hand on the flying sword and rolled sideways at the same time. This set of movements was smooth and there was no flaw. At the same time, he drew the bow and shot the arrow again. The battle began. Lin Tianhao knew very little about the old drunkard. He didn't know his attributes or his skills. When completing the task before, Lin Tianhao got 20 free attribute points and he still added them all to the speed. The speed increased by 2 points again. His attack speed was enough at this stage. Even because the damage was too high, the attack speed of more than 3 points could not be fully exerted. Movement speed became an attribute that Lin Tianhao needed to focus on developing next. As long as the movement speed was sufficient, his pulling ability would be greatly improved. Swish! Swish! Lin Tianhao's attacks continued. He did not blindly pursue damage, but tried to prevent the old drunkard from dealing damage. However, the old drunkard had more combat experience than Lin Tianhao imagined. He spilled wine from the wine jug in his hand, and then threw out a fire starter. The flames enveloped Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao had no way to avoid it. 921. 921. 921. The burning damage continued, and Lin Tianhao felt his scalp tingling. Because this flame burned for a full 8 seconds. More than 7,000 HP just disappeared out of thin air. Lin Tianhao pulled away and shot with the bowstring arrow method at the same time. He wanted to knock the old drunkard away. Only in this way could he quickly reduce the old drunkard's health through combos. The old drunkard discovered Lin Tianhao's intention. The wine gourd in his hand opened Lin Tianhao's feather arrow, and then actually threw the wine gourd towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao was startled and dodged immediately. He had already pulled as far away as possible. But the speed was still not enough, and the wine gourd exploded 5 meters in front of him. Boom! There was a loud noise. Lin Tianhao was blown away by the huge impact of the explosion of the wine gourd. 8,520. A huge damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head, and Lin Tianhao's blood bar also dropped suddenly. Before Lin Tianhao fell from the air, the old drunkard turned into a residual image and appeared under Lin Tianhao. Bang! The old drunkard punched Lin Tianhao in the stomach from bottom to top, knocking Lin Tianhao into the air. 1029. Lin Tianhao was unable to attack because he was knocked away, but he did not sit still and wait for death. Instantly switching the main weapon, the complete black iron treeman suit appeared on his body. Chapter 27 Blue and White Snake, Double Arrows Fired. The old drunkard did not stop because Lin Tianhao switched weapons. He jumped up and actually jumped to the same height as Lin Tianhao. Then a set of swift combination punches hit Lin Tianhao. 915. 899. 932. A series of damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Seeing that Lin Tianhao was about to fall to the ground, the old drunkard grabbed Lin Tianhao's collar and slammed him to the ground. Bang! The ground cracked. 1858. Another huge damage number appeared. Lin Tianhao's health dropped by 1/3 under this set of damage. At this time, he rolled to the side. After being in the novice village for so long, it was the first time he was beaten so badly. Swish! He switched weapons while rolling, and shot an arrow the moment he landed. The fighting skills of this old drunkard are not simple, and the release of skills is also very accurate. If you don't take it seriously, you may really die in his hands. Thinking so, the feather arrow in Lin Tianhao's hand broke through the air again. Swish! 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 The feather arrows kept flying out, and the angle of each feather arrow was extremely tricky. Every arrow he shot was aimed at the old drunkard's eyes. The old drunkard naturally saw it, and a wine jug appeared in his hand at some point, constantly blocking Lin Tianhao's feather arrows. Can you only hide and dodge? Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he pulled the bowstring with 2 fingers. 2 energy feather arrows appeared on the longbow. Swish! Shoot 2 arrows at once. This is also a fighting skill. Shooting 2 arrows at once can easily lose its accuracy, but this does not bother Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's attacks became more and more sharp with his superb archery skills. The advantage of shooting 2 arrows at once is not to increase the hit rate, but to prevent the opponent from hitting the feather arrows with a simple block. As long as Lin Tianhao is given a chance, he can perform a floating combo. Now, the old drunkard was accidentally hit by Lin Tianhao's feather arrow and his body was unstable. Lin Tianhao seized this fleeting opportunity and shot with the bowstring arrow technique. The huge impact force made the old drunkard float in the air for a short time. Then, he kept floating in the air. It was obviously impossible for the old drunkard to come down. However, Lin Tianhao also underestimated the old drunkard's resilience. He seized the brief gap of Lin Tianhao's attack and took a sip of strong liquor. Then the body was filled with alcohol. Ding! You are affected by the alcohol, your reaction speed is reduced by 20%, and your attack speed is reduced by 20%. Lin Tianhao frowned, and the attack continued. This little impact was not enough to interrupt his floating rhythm. It's my turn. The old drunkard threw the wine gourd in his hand again. With the experience of being blown away before, how could Lin Tianhao suffer the same loss again this time? Swish! The arrow hit the wine gourd and knocked it open. Bang! With a loud noise, the powerful impact made Lin Tianhao stagger. But it didn't cause much damage. The old drunkard took this opportunity to land on the ground, and he slapped his wine gourd. A big snake came out of the wine gourd. The big snake was green all over and rushed towards Lin Tianhao. Blue and White Snake, Black Iron level 10. HP, 125980/125980. Attack, 412. Skills, Entanglement, Poison Arrows, Dragon Tail Swing, Poison Mist, Red Eye Ray. Lin Tianhao's face changed slightly. There was such a huge monster in the wine gourd of this old drunkard. Although he was surprised, Lin Tianhao's attack was not slow at all, and he shot at the blue and white snake. 1321. Lin Tianhao's damage was getting higher and higher, but this blue and white snake was not a vegetarian. Red Eye Ray. When they met, Lin Tianhao rolled over to dodge immediately, but the Red Eye Ray was chasing after him. Finally, because of his insufficient speed, Lin Tianhao was hit by the Red Eye Ray. 1528. Lin Tianhao frowned and immediately fought back. But his feather arrow was still in the air, and the blue-flowered snake opened its bloody mouth and roared at him. At the same time, poisonous fog spurted out of the blue-flowered snake's mouth. It was obviously impossible for Lin Tianhao to pull away from this range-of-effect poisonous fog attack by moving. 426. 426. 426. In the poisonous fog, Lin Tianhao began to lose blood continuously, and the degree of blood loss was simply inhuman. As long as he was in the poisonous fog, his blood would continue to drop. Without a priest, Lin Tianhao himself had no detoxification skills, so he could only resist it. Swish! Lin Tianhao began to fight back frantically, with feather arrows pouring out. Hit the snake at its weakest point. Each of Lin Tianhao's feather arrows was aimed at the weakest point of the blue and white snake. But the next moment, Lin Tianhao felt the danger and did not dare to stay, so he rolled away. Just as he dodged, the old drunkard appeared at his previous position. Found that Lin Tianhao had actually avoided his attack. The old drunkard was not too surprised, and the wine gourd in his hand smashed down on Lin Tianhao's head. Lin Tianhao had no chance to fight back at all, and could only stagger to avoid their attacks. Boom! A loud noise. The wine gourd actually smashed a big hole in the ground. After Lin Tianhao avoided the old drunkard's attack, the blue and white snake's dragon tail had arrived. Bang! 1352. Lin Tianhao was knocked out by the huge snake's tail, and lost more than 1,000 health points again. Just after landing, the feather arrow in Lin Tianhao's hand flew out. It was still a double arrow volley, but this time it was more difficult. Because Lin Tianhao had to attack the blue-flowered snake and the old drunkard at high speed at the same time. Both were bosses, and their damage values were very good. Looking at his declining health, Lin Tianhao's eyes became sharper. The Immaculate Eye was fully activated. Everything around him was seen in detail by him. Swish! The feather arrow broke through the air. The accuracy of Lin Tianhao's double arrow volley was also extremely shocking. Each feather arrow carried unparalleled power. Although the impact force was not as good as the twisting arrow method, the attack frequency was faster. The advantage of the twisting arrow method is high damage, stronger impact, and penetration. The advantage of firing 2 arrows at once, or even more arrows at once, is that it can hit multiple targets. The disadvantage is that it will reduce damage. But if the 2 arrows are fired at once with the continuous arrow method, the effect will be completely different. The continuous arrow method refers to the continuous attack on the same target, which is the simplest among the arrow methods. But if the continuous arrow method is combined with the 2 arrows, the effect can be completely different. One person, relying on the arrows to suppress 2 bosses at the same time. If other people see this, they will be stunned. But Lin Tianhao is doing it like a fish in water at this time. Before, he didn't know the skills of the old drunkard, so he suffered a little loss. But now, the tricks of the old drunkard are completely useless in front of Lin Tianhao. As long as he has the action of releasing those skills, Lin Tianhao's arrows will accurately interrupt. The next step is to gamble, betting that the old drunkard does not have the two skills of dominance and rage. As long as he didn't have these two skills, Lin Tianhao would be able to use this absolute suppression to defeat the old drunkard and the blue-flowered snake. Worn to death. Chapter 28 Pig Farming Strategy. The old drunkard also saw Lin Tianhao's intention, and actually pulled behind the blue and white snake, wanting to use the blue and white snake to interrupt Lin Tianhao's attack rhythm. As long as he is given the opportunity to release skills, he is confident that he can kill Lin Tianhao in the next attack. But how could Lin Tianhao give him a chance? The twisting arrow method is used in conjunction with the continuous arrow method. In addition to high attack and strong penetration, the twisting arrow method has another very important advantage. That is, it can turn. Swish! The old drunkard hiding behind the blue and white snake was hit by an arrow from Lin Tianhao. He was full of disbelief. Lin Tianhao's attack method has exceeded his imagination. The blue and white snake shook its body and rushed towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao knew that it wanted to activate the entanglement skill. As long as he was controlled by the entanglement of the blue and white snake, the next battle would lose suspense. Therefore, Lin Tianhao would not give the blue and white snake a chance. It was still the continuous arrow method, but this time Lin Tianhao's target was the eyes of the blue and white snake and the old drunkard. This kind of weak point attack requires very high accuracy from the archer. And Lin Tianhao still used double arrows and continuous arrows, which required even higher accuracy. If there was no immaculate eye, this would be a little difficult for Lin Tianhao. But now that Lin Tianhao relies on the immaculate eye, it is much easier to do this step. The double arrows were fired at the same time, targeting the two eyes of the blue and white snake, and then connected with the twisting string arrow method, making his attack reach an incredible level. The old drunkard's idea of hiding behind the blue-flowered snake to attack failed, and was completely suppressed by Lin Tianhao's continuous attacks. Is this still a human? The old drunkard looked sinister. He patted his waist, and a talisman appeared in his hand. Lin Tianhao was surprised. At this stage, there are NPCs who have such a thing. In almost an instant, Lin Tianhao's feather arrow hit the talisman in the old drunkard's hand. But the old drunkard had already sacrificed the talisman, and a golden light spread out. Golden light appeared on the old drunkard and the blue-flowered snake. Lin Tianhao's feather arrow fell on the old drunkard. 1420. When this damage number appeared, the old drunkard was dumbfounded. How could this happen? Your attack is really hurtful. The talisman he just used can greatly improve defense. But the damage Lin Tianhao dealt was still so outrageous, which meant that his attack was real damage. Lin Tianhao was originally worried that the talisman was an attack or a confinement type. Unexpectedly, it was a defense type. Then the impact on him was minimal. Under Lin Tianhao's comprehensive suppression, the health of the old drunkard and the blue-flowered snake quickly dropped to 10%. The old drunkard's eyes were bloodshot, and it seemed that he was ready to counterattack before death. But at this moment, Lin Tianhao stopped. "Senior, I don't want to kill you, how about we make a deal?" Lin Tianhao smiled. The old drunkard narrowed his eyes slightly. "What deal?" "I won't kill you, you give me 50 free attribute points." Hearing this, the old drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao with some suspicion. "Just for 50 free attribute points? You don't even do the old village chief's task." Lin Tianhao smiled and nodded. "To be honest, I also think that the old village chief is not worthy of the position. The position of the novice village chief should belong to Wang the blacksmith. But I am an adventurer and I have to think about myself. So, I will let you go for only 50 free attribute points." The old drunkard was silent for a while, and then said, "Okay, deal." Ding! The old drunkard has issued a task to you. Task requirements: let him go. Task penalty: none. Task reward: 50 free attribute points. Lin Tianhao raised his mouth and accepted the task directly. He didn't kill the old drunkard, just not now. He could still consider the old village chief's task, but it might be better to wait for the follow-up. In addition, Lin Tianhao had other considerations. What he wanted was for the old village chief and Wang the blacksmith to fight each other to a loss. The old drunkard was obviously Wang the blacksmith's right-hand man. If he was killed, then Wang the blacksmith, who was already weak, would be in great danger. The blacksmith will be more passive. The situation he wanted, where both sides would suffer losses, would be difficult to occur. In this way, he took 50 free attribute points, and did not break the balance between Wang the blacksmith and the old village chief, allowing them to continue fighting. After sending away the old drunkard, Lin Tianhao got another 50 free attribute points. Open the attribute page. Nickname, Shui Di. Level, 10, 0/133100. Profession, Archer. HP, 71450/71450. MP, 100/100. Attack, 309. Magic power, 58. Armor, 368. Magic resistance, 295. Attack speed, 3.63. Movement speed, 5.7. Physical penetration, 0%. Magic penetration, 0%. Special attributes, critical strike 15%, anti-injury 10%. Free attribute, 50. Luck, hidden. Talent, Hand of Heavenly Punishment, Super God level. Skills, Continuous Shooting, 2 stars, General Attack Amplification, 3 stars, Jumping Lightning, 2 stars, Dead Tree Resurrection, 2 stars, Resurrection, 3 stars, Invincible Golden Body, 1 star. Equipment, Thunder Bow, Silver, Treeman Set, Black Iron, Immaculate Eye, Special. As a level 10 player, Lin Tianhao's attributes can definitely be described as abnormal. Especially the skills, Lin Tianhao's current skills, except for the basic continuous shooting skills. Other skills can be regarded as very powerful at this stage. And because Lin Tianhao chooses the best, the skills he has now are very helpful to him. Not only that, he now has 50 free attribute points. Currently he can choose to increase attack speed or movement speed. It doesn't take much time to travel in the novice village, but after arriving in the main city, traveling sometimes wastes a lot of time. Especially when there is no mount to help travel. Moreover, the faster the movement speed, the stronger the attack pull. Thinking a little, Lin Tianhao didn't rush to use it, but kept these free attribute points, waiting to add points according to the battles that might be encountered later. In the next time, let the plot line go on, and he needs to improve his health as much as possible before Wang the blacksmith forges the gold level longbow. Improve your state to the best state. Not only that, there is also the skill of dead wood coming back to life. Lin Tianhao can also get more skill books through the next battle. Players are leaving one after another, and novice village number 10,086 has become a little deserted at this time. Subsequent players will come in to fill the vacancy of the novice village, but novice village number 10,086 is very embarrassing. Most of the new players are from the more advanced novice village. Therefore, even in the 10th level Twisted Jungle Dungeon, Lin Tianhao only saw 2 or 3 scattered teams. Brother, do you want to form a team? We have a super shield warrior with an elite treeman suit, and we can definitely pass the dungeon. Chapter 29 Ninian Own Longbow, it's terrifying to think about it. Lin Tianhao smiled, no. After saying that, he walked straight into the dungeon. Dungeon difficulty, Hell level. I have brushed this dungeon several times before, and now brushing it again, Lin Tianhao is like a fish in water. The main purpose of brushing this dungeon is to increase the health value, and also to brush the skill book. Because the skill of Deadwood Spring needs to sacrifice the skill book to upgrade. Although the rewards for clearing the dungeon now are far less than the first time, it is a dungeon with 4 bosses after all. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours passed. Lin Tianhao's health value has increased from over 70,000 to over 100,000. In 5 hours, the health value increased by 30,000. This increase is still quite terrifying. In addition to the increase in health value, Lin Tianhao's dead tree resurrection has also increased from the original 2 stars to 3 stars. It's just that to increase from 3 stars to 4 stars, you need to sacrifice 1,000 skill books. Even with Lin Tianhao's speed of killing monsters, it's enough. Not only that, the health value exceeded 100,000, and the recovery skill was also upgraded to 4 stars. Originally, the health value was restored by 50 points per second, and now it has been directly increased to 500 points per second. With this recovery speed, those ordinary players may not be able to knock down Lin Tianhao's health if they stand still. Back to the novice village, Wang the blacksmith. Still the gold level longbow was not forged. Lin Tianhao chose to go offline to eat. It seems that when my sister recovers better, I have to buy a nutrition warehouse. Lin Tianhao thought secretly that although the time of going offline to eat was not long, it was still an influence. Brother Hao, according to the strategy you said, I got a silver level broadsword with very powerful attributes. Lin Tianhao smiled. Zhou Xiaopeng relied on his 3 passive skills to achieve the level of silver level weapons, which was completely within Lin Tianhao's expectations. Next, you can go to the main city. Lin Tianhao smiled. The main city most suitable for the development of warriors should be Black Wind City. But Fatty, remember, after going to the main city, don't change your job easily, even if it is a hidden job, it's better to ask me. Okay. After a brief explanation to Zhou Xiaopeng, Lin Tianhao started to eat quickly. After the meal, re-enter the game warehouse. Lin Tianhao went straight to the blacksmith shop after returning to the novice village. When blacksmith Wang saw Lin Tianhao coming, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. The old drunkard told me about your affairs. The first sentence that blacksmith Wang said startled Lin Tianhao. Since you already know, I won't hide it from you. I want to kill the old village chief. Are you willing to help me? Yes. Lin Tianhao smiled. Blacksmith Wang nodded. In that case, you can go to the cliff in the south. The old drunkard will take you to the old village chief's secret base. You and the old drunkard will kill the guards there together. Ding! Blacksmith Wang has issued a task to you. Task requirements: kill the guards of the old village chief in the secret base. Task penalty: unknown. Task reward: unknown. Lin Tianhao frowned. The penalty for this task was actually unknown. This is a bit of a headache. Will Blacksmith Wang take revenge on him after the mission fails? It is entirely possible. Accept the mission. After a brief hesitation, Lin Tianhao accepted the mission. This plot mission has already reached this point, and he has no reason to stop now. Blacksmith Wang smiled with satisfaction and took out a golden longbow from the shop. I have already made your gold level longbow for you. 90-ohm longbow, gold level. Wearing requirements: none. Effect 1, attack power plus 500. Effect 2, attack speed plus 1. Effect 3, critical strike plus 20%. Effect 4, blood sucking plus 5%. Effect 5, health plus 2000. Effect 6, restore 100 health points per second. Wearability: 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. It is indeed a custom level longbow. This attribute is highly compatible with him. The increase in attack power and health is a bit useless. But the other 4 attributes are perfect. Thank you. Lin Tianhao took the Jihi longbow. The old drunkard is waiting for you on the cliff in the south, go quickly. Lin Tianhao nodded. With this gold level longbow, his combat effectiveness can be said to have reached a new level. South of the novice village, the cliff. The cliff here is bottomless. In the previous life, there were also players who believed that there might be opportunities under the cliff. wanted to jump off the cliff to get the opportunity. But the result was that after jumping off the cliff, they died on the spot. After some people tried it, they finally gave up this thankless approach. When Lin Tianhao arrived at the cliff, he saw a familiar figure. Not the old drunkard, but the old village chief. The moment he saw the old village chief, Lin Tianhao felt his heart skip a beat. Snow Emperor. The old village chief was slightly surprised to see Lin Tianhao here. Obviously, he did not expect Lin Tianhao to be here. Lin Tianhao pretended to be calm. Old village chief. I heard that you fought with the old drunkard and he escaped. Lin Tianhao nodded. To be honest, the blue and white snake released by the old drunkard disrupted my attack rhythm. The old village chief nodded. This is my negligence. I thought you could successfully poison the blue and white snake and could not release it. I see. Lin Tianhao nodded and asked, why is the old village chief here? Is there anything I can do to help you? The old village chief actually wanted to ask Lin Tianhao why he was here, but Lin Tianhao took the initiative to ask, which caught him off guard. There is an extremely powerful monster sealed under our novice village, and I am the one responsible for protecting this monster. Recently, I noticed that there is a force that is ready to break the seal of this monster, so I came here to take a look. Lin Tianhao pretended to be surprised. There is such a thing. Alas, it's all tears if I talk too much. In order to seal this monster, I don't know how many sages paid the price of their lives for it, but now someone wants to release him. Lin Tianhao nodded. So that's it. These people who want to release the person who created this monster is simply a wolf with ambitions and deserves to be cut into pieces. The old village chief nodded and said, yes. Shuedi, I am actually very optimistic about you. If my guess is correct, those thieves should be looking for the ice flame demon mine. The old village chief looked very solemn. Once they find the ice flame demon mine, the consequences will be disastrous. If you are willing to help me, please go to the mine and stop the old drunkard from looking for the ice flame demon mine. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. Okay, I'll do my best. After the words fell, he turned and walked towards the direction of the mine. The old drunkard is not here. Why? Because the old village chief is here, he hid. Or, this was a calculation from the beginning. Wang the blacksmith did not fully believe in himself. Letting him come here is to lure the tiger away from the mountain and create an opportunity for the old drunkard to find the ice flame demon mine. Thinking about it this way, it is really terrifying. Chapter 30 Hidden Dungeon, The Lost Princess. Lin Tianhao can only hope that he thinks too much, otherwise his current situation is not very optimistic. The old village chief is suspicious of him. He originally thought that if he let the old drunkard go, he could get the trust of Wang the blacksmith. Including the contact with Wang the blacksmith later, Lin Tianhao also felt that Wang the blacksmith should trust him a little. But if it is really Wang the blacksmith's calculation that he came here today to meet the old village chief, that would be really terrible. Before reaching the mine cave, the old drunkard suddenly appeared. Snow Emperor. The old drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao. I was waiting for you on the cliff. But the old village chief suddenly came, and I had to hide. Lin Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief. What should we do next? Look for the ice flame demon mine. The old drunkard said seriously, there are 3 ice flame demon mine in the novice village, and the first one is gone. There are 2 more, and they should be nearby. Lin Tianhao nodded. This ice flame demon mine will reward a platinum necklace. It is impossible to say that Lin Tianhao is not tempted. But giving up what he has planned for so long for a platinum necklace is not what Lin Tianhao wants to see. The next time, Lin Tianhao and the old drunkard started looking here. Looking at the current situation, there is a high probability that there is a hidden copy in the mine. It's just that Lin Tianhao didn't know how to open this hidden copy in his memory. However, there must be a way. For example, you can try to find clues from the Stone Beetle King. After all, the wild monsters in the mine are stone beetles. Thinking of this, Lin Tianhao started to brush stone beetles. It can still only increase health points, but not gain experience points. Lin Tianhao has become accustomed to this. Leveling up is the easiest thing for him. What he wants is to squeeze out the value of the novice village as much as possible, while also being able to increase his health. Ding! Because you killed a large number of stone beetles, you alarmed the stone beetle king hidden deep in the mine. And it will arrive at the battlefield in 5 minutes. Lin Tianhao was a little bit expectant. This ice flame demon mine is probably related to the stone beetle king. 5 minutes later, a huge stone beetle king with a dark red shell walked towards him. Stone beetle king, black iron level 8. HP, 81520/81520. Attack, 215. Skills, Rockfall, Stone Shield, Horrible Roar, Stone Ball Cannonball, Petrified Skin. Lin Tianhao just glanced at the properties of the stone beetle, and then the attack started like a storm. Critical hit. 4918. Lin Tianhao's first feather arrow hit a critical hit. This damage value is also ridiculously high. In addition, with the blessing of the 9-in-1 longbow, Lin Tianhao's attack speed reached 4.63, which is 20,000 damage per second. The Stone Beetle King's health value is only more than 80,000, and it was killed before it could even withstand 5 seconds. Ding! You killed the Stone Beetle King, experience value plus 859, because you did not leave the novice village, you cannot gain experience value. Lin Tianhao didn't care and touched the corpse directly. Ding! You got 3 pieces of equipment. Ding! You got a skill book. Ding! You got the eyeball of the Stone Beetle King +1. Ding! You got the gold coin +1. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. He looked at the eyeball of the Stone Beetle King and suddenly thought of a place that seemed to match this eyeball. Deep in the mine, Lin Tianhao came to a stone wall. In the corner of this stone wall, there was an inconspicuous groove. If you look closely, you will find that this groove just matches the eyeball of the Stone Beetle King. Lin Tianhao put the eyeball of the Stone Beetle King on it. The stone wall immediately began to rotate, and finally formed a copy of the light gate. Ding! You have opened the hidden copy, the Lost Princess. Ding! You have opened the hidden copy, and the whole server will be notified. Do you want to hide your name? Hide. These things in the novice village have not yet settled down, and Lin Tianhao has to consider the ideas of the old village chief and others. All server notification. Congratulations to the player for hiding his nickname and opening the hidden copy of the Lost Princess. Free attribute points +5, I hope that all players will continue to work hard. All server notification, congratulations to the player for hiding his nickname and opening the hidden copy of the Lost Princess. Free attribute points +5, I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows and entered the light gate. The copy option appeared in front of Lin Tianhao. Hell level. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Tianhao still chose the Hell level. This difficulty is almost impossible for most ordinary players to complete. Enter the copy. Lin Tianhao is still deep in the mine. The mine was dark, and Lin Tianhao saw little zombies appearing one after another in front of him. Fuck! There are undead monsters in the novice village. Undead monsters usually appear more in the middle of the game. Occasionally, undead monsters appear in the early stage, which is also a relatively high-level copy. Little Zombie, Elite Level 8. HP, 10800/10800. Attack, 95. Skills, Rampage, Iron Skin, Bite. The attributes are not weak. Lin Tianhao attacked without hesitation. The iron skin of the little zombie is just a decoration for Lin Tianhao. After all, his damage is real damage. 2250. A huge damage number appeared. This is still the damage without critical hits. It is enough to be described as terrifying. Coupled with Lin Tianhao's high output, the little zombies were killed by Lin Tianhao before they even got close. More and more little zombies appeared, and Lin Tianhao was still the same, pulling and fighting. As long as the damage was enough, these little zombies were just decorations. Lin Tianhao passed the first level without any pressure. The next second level. In addition to the little zombies, some green-haired zombies also appeared, and their attributes were greatly improved. But it still couldn't stop Lin Tianhao's progress. The third level. Lin Tianhao just came here, just like the Twisted Jungle. Here are 4 Black Iron level bosses. Purple Hair Zombie, Black Iron level 8. HP, 158200/158200. Attack, 512. Skills, Rampage, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, Bite, Spin Strangulation, Corpse Gas Filled. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. The purple-haired zombie had decent health, but its other attributes and skills were average. Just as Lin Tianhao was thinking this, the 4 purple-haired zombies simultaneously launched the corpse gas diffusion. A large amount of corpse gas gathered towards Lin Tianhao. Ding! You are affected by the corpse gas, your body begins to stiffen, your movement speed is reduced by 50%, and your attack speed is reduced by 50%. At the same time, the damage number can be seen above Lin Tianhao's head. 299.299. This damage number popped up very frequently, 4 times per second. Lin Tianhao's health value would drop by 1200 per second. Even if blood recovery was included, Lin Tianhao's health value was still decreasing at a rate of several hundred per second. Swish! Lin Tianhao made a move. He was not the kind of person who would sit and wait for death. Bang! An arrow hit the head. Critical hit. 4548. Chapter 31 Ice Flame Corpse King. His feather arrow had just been launched, and the 4 zombies had already launched theirs. All of them were running rampant. Lin Tianhao instinctively wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, his movement speed dropped by 50%. Facing the rampage of these zombies, he was no longer able to dodge. Bang! 1280. 1283. A series of damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Lin Tianhao waited for the skill to end before he began to counterattack frantically. Every time, Lin Tianhao dealt critical damage. The 5% blood-sucking allowed Lin Tianhao to recover more than 400 HP per second. Adding the blessing of resuscitation, Treeman Suit, and 90 in own longbow, Lin Tianhao could recover more than 800 HP per second. Resuscitation 500, Incomplete Treeman Suit 130, 90 in own longbow 100, blood-sucking more than 400. Such blood recovery is already quite terrifying. Even if he faced the attacks of 4 black iron bosses at the same time, he could barely stabilize the situation. Lin Tianhao smiled. As long as he can stabilize the situation, the next battle will be much easier. But the attack of the purple-haired zombie made Lin Tianhao's face change suddenly. Because the purple-haired zombie started to bite. Although he tried his best to dodge and interrupted their attacks with feather arrows. But with both his movement speed and attack speed damaged, he could only restrain 2 purple-haired zombies at most at the same time. It is impossible to do everything. The result is being bitten by the purple-haired zombie. 1958. 299. 299. Lin Tianhao was a little autistic. This bite could also cause poisoning, and it could be superimposed with the poisoning effect of the corpse gas. Now the double poisoning buff fell on him, causing his blood volume to drop faster. There was no way, Lin Tianhao could only fight quickly. Finally, the first purple-haired zombie fell. Lin Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief, because after a purple-haired zombie died, the number of layers of corpse gas would be reduced, and the damage he suffered per second would also be reduced. The second and third followed. When the last purple-haired zombie fell, Lin Tianhao sat down. Damn it! No detoxification skills, no negative buff removal skills, this is simply a flaw. The importance of the priest is reflected at this time. Even if Lin Tianhao has an ordinary priest around him to help him detoxify and remove negative buff, his battle will be much easier. This is only a black iron level boss. If he faces those world bosses later, the pressure will be greater. Wait for the health value to return to full value. Lin Tianhao locked his eyes on the front. The layout here is very similar to the Twisted Jungle, so the last level should be a bronze level boss. Enter the last level. Lin Tianhao looked over immediately. There were 2 crystal coffins in front of this level. In the crystal coffin on the left lay a mummy, while the crystal coffin on the right was empty. Lin Tianhao frowned. Swish! The next moment, Lin Tianhao turned around and shot an arrow through the air. A hideous zombie appeared behind him, with its claws less than a centimeter away from him. Fortunately, Lin Tianhao's bowstring arrow technique had already been used, and the huge impact force of the feather arrow shook the zombie away. At the same time, Lin Tianhao kept pulling away, and the feather arrows kept shooting. At the same time, he began to check the attributes of the zombie. Ice Flame Corpse King, Bronze Level 10. HP, 10913220/110000. Attack 1560. Skills, Rampage, Ice and Fire, Freezing, Burning Flames, Corpse Shadows, Ice and Fire Roulette. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows and did not hesitate, and continued to attack. The Ice Flame Corpse King was very fast. Lin Tianhao's feather arrow had just been launched, and he had already pulled away from his original position. And as a zombie, the Ice Flame Corpse King's reaction speed was much faster than Lin Tianhao imagined. The flexibility was also beyond Lin Tianhao's imagination. But this thing was not enough to make Lin Tianhao helpless. Now that the attack speed was not affected, 4 arrows per second were enough to block all the space for the Ice Flame Corpse King to move. And Lin Tianhao's attacks were very tricky, leaving the Ice Flame Corpse King with no way to avoid it. The Ice Flame Corpse King also knew that he had no way to avoid it, so he simply stopped dodging. After resisting an arrow, he rushed towards Lin Tianhao at a high speed. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a ball of fire appeared in his palm. Then, something happened that made Lin Tianhao feel extremely out of character. Because when the Ice Flame Corpse King raised his hand, flames also appeared on his body. Ding! You are affected by the flame burning, and you will continue to lose blood. 915. 915. Lin Tianhao felt his scalp tingling. This kind of headlock skill, which still directly and continuously loses blood, really makes him feel stressed. Especially when the opponent is a bronze boss, all attributes are quite good. Swoosh! Lin Tianhao had no way to remove the burning, so he could only increase his output strength and try to kill the Ice Flame Corpse King in the shortest time. The Ice Flame Corpse King was too flexible, and Lin Tianhao could only hit 2 arrows or even 1 arrow out of 4 arrows. And because it is difficult to attack the weak point, the probability of critical hit is also reduced a lot. After dodging Lin Tianhao's feather arrow, the Ice Flame Corpse King raised both hands at the same time. Lin Tianhao's face changed. Ding! You are affected by the ice and fire, and you will continue to lose blood. 1598. 1598. Lin Tianhao? What kind of fairy monster is this? All kinds of negative effects, it's simply not a human being. 2 headlock skills, both of which continue to lose blood, which doesn't give him any room for operation. If this goes on, it's probably difficult to pass the dungeon this time. Lin Tianhao's face is not very good. His attributes are already very abnormal. If he still can't pass here, Lin Tianhao can't accept it. Thinking of this, Lin Tianhao's feather arrow attack began to become more tricky. Predict your movement. This is the basic skill of an archer, but the gap between the ceiling and ordinary players is very obvious. Under Lin Tianhao's focused predictive attack, the Ice Flame Corpse King finally couldn't hold on. Now, Lin Tianhao seized a fleeting opportunity to knock the Ice Flame Corpse King away. Then, it was a continuous floating combo, dealing high damage. You don't have a chance now. Lin Tianhao's eyes were extremely serious, and he didn't allow himself to fail. With full concentration, the ending was already doomed. The reason was simple. Every detail of the Ice Flame Corpse King was captured by Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao had eliminated any possibility of the Ice Flame Corpse King landing. Even while ensuring that the Ice Flame Corpse King was floating in the air, Lin Tianhao was still interrupting the skills he was about to release. It can be said that the attack was pulled to the extreme. Ding! You killed the Ice Flame Corpse King, experience plus 10,850, because you did not leave the novice village, you cannot gain experience. Chapter 32 Princess Leona, Purify the Jade Pendant. Ding! You have completed the first pass of the Lost Princess, and the whole server will be notified soon. Do you want to hide your name? Hide. Ding! Congratulations to the player for hiding his name and completing the first pass of the Lost Princess. Hereby announce, and hope that all players will continue to work hard. Ding! Congratulations to the player for hiding his name and completing the first pass of the Lost Princess. Hereby announce, and hope that all players will continue to work hard. The Lost Princess. Hidden copy in the Novice Village. Most of the first batch of players who entered the game at this stage have already gone to the main city. Therefore, not many people paid attention to this 8th level copy. No one would think that this small 8th level dungeon could produce anything good. Shifeng City. Open the friends list in Buddha Shield Mountain. He has been paying attention to Lin Tianhao. It has been a while since I reached level 10. With Lin Tianhao's abilities, he shouldn't have been upgraded for so long. Then the biggest possibility is, Lin Tianhao didn't leave Novice Village at all. He really wanted to ask Lin Tianhao what was going on, but in the end he didn't ask. Not only that, several other clubs and people who are paying attention to Lin Tianhao have discovered this problem. Lin Tianhao is still in Novice Village. Is it because something happened offline? It delayed the progress of the game. It's a pity. The talent is good, but after such a long delay, even if we want to catch up later, we will only be mid to upper tier players. Zuman Yangxiu shook her head in disappointment when she saw the information reported by her subordinates about Lin Tianhao. At level 10, I didn't leave the Novice Village. It was most likely that I was delayed by something offline. It's not just Zuman Yangxiu, most clubs paying attention to Lin Tianhao think so. After all, Lin Tianhao's talents and attributes are there. If it weren't for the delay due to offline matters, there is no way to explain the current situation. They don't know that Lin Tianhao is not delayed by offline things. He is currently doing a very scary plot mission. If this plot mission is completed, it will change the pattern of Novice Village. Ding! The first pass dungeon reward is being settled. Ding! You got 31 skill books. Ding! You got 42 pieces of equipment. Ding! You got gold coins plus 120. Ding! You got free attribute points plus 20. Ding! You got the ice and fire demonic mine plus 1. Lin Tianhao had a smile on his face. This second ice and fire demonic mine is finally obtained. Just when Lin Tianhao was checking the rewards. Ahead. From the body of the Ice Flame Corpse King, the power belonging to the ice attribute began to be peeled off. In the end, this icy attributed power actually landed on the mummy in the crystal coffin. When the mummy in the crystal coffin receives the power of ice, its body begins to recover quickly. Lin Tianhao frowned. Could there be a hidden boss in this hidden copy? Hidden boss means that after the copy is cleared, a new boss is generated due to some special reasons. This situation. He can choose to leave the dungeon directly. After all, he has already received the rewards for clearing the dungeon. But Lin Tianhao is also a brave man with high skills. He wants to see what this hidden boss is. Bang! With a loud noise, the crystal coffin exploded, and a woman with fair skin, delicate face, and long silver white hair appeared in front. Lin Tianhao's eyes fell on this woman. Princess Leona? Health value? Attack? Skill? Lin Tianhao's expression changed. This guy was actually full of question marks. And, in Ragnarok, those with titles such as Princess, Prince, and General are generally not easy to mess with. Adventurer, did you save me? Lin Tianhao nodded subconsciously, that's right. Hear the words. Princess Leona's face was extremely calm. She looked at Lin Tianhao for a moment and said, you saved me. I can give you 2 things, but you can only choose to take one of them away. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. Is this a hidden reward? This is the first thing. You can become the Viscount of our Star Kingdom and get a territory of your own. Lin Tianhao took a breath. The heart of the Lord? In the early stage of the game, it is almost impossible for something like Lord's heart to appear. What's more, Princess Leona said that she also has the status of Viscount, which means she is a noble. With the status of a noble in the kingdom, he will get many benefits. But Lin Tianhao still suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, where is the second thing? Leona took out a light blue jade pendant. This is a piece of equipment handed down from the God's Fall era, which allows the wearer to gain 80% control-free attributes. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. 80% of the control-free attribute, this is already very abnormal. What is your choice? Lin Tianhao hesitated for a while, and he chose the jade pendant. I want the jade pendant. Relying on his previous life experience, it is not difficult for him to obtain the Lord's heart and establish a territory. The Viscount is only the second to last rank among the nobles. Not only that, the Star Kingdom is okay in the early stage of the game, but in the middle and late stages of the game, this kingdom is not good enough. But this jade pendant is awesome. 80% of the control-free attribute, no matter what stage it is placed in, this effect is awesome. Princess Leona looked at Lin Tianhao in surprise, as if she didn't expect Lin Tianhao to choose an equipment. Are the Viscounts and territories of our kingdom not as good as a piece of equipment? Lin Tianhao shook his head. It's not that the Viscount is not good, nor is it that the territory is not good, and it's not that your Star Kingdom is not good. It's just that everyone has their own preferences. Princess Leona smiled helplessly and gave the jade pendant to Lin Tianhao. Purification jade pendant, special equipment. Wearing requirements, can be worn by the active transferer, cannot be dropped, cannot be ingested, and cannot be worn by outsiders who do not actively give it to others. Effect, immune to 80% of control, knockback, deceleration, curse, poisoning, burning, freezing, paralysis and other negative buff. Wearability, 100. Lin Tianhao showed a satisfied smile on his face. This effect can be said to be quite abnormal. Even in the Cataclysm period, this attribute can be described as explosive. Wearing the Purification Jade Pendant, Lin Tianhao felt much better. This is really a pleasant surprise. The next step is to check the equipment and skills. It's a pity he doesn't have any equipment or skills that he can wear. The only 2 useful ones are free attribute points and Ice Flame Magic Ore. But, according to the old drunkard, there should be 2 Ice Flame Magic Ores here, and only 1 has appeared now. That means there is still 1. Leaving the dungeon, Lin Tianhao entered the dungeon again. But this time something unexpected happened to Lin Tianhao. That is, this dungeon actually has no hell level. Because I rescued Princess Leona, the hell level difficulty is gone. Chapter 33 – Blackmail the Old Village Chief. I didn't think much. Lin Tianhao chose the Nightmare level difficulty dungeon. Less than 20 minutes. Lin Tianhao cleared the Nightmare level Lost Princess. The result was that the Ice Flame Demon Mine did not appear. Did I think wrong from the beginning? There is only one ice flame demon mine here. Lin Tianhao thought secretly. No. The old drunkard had no need to lie to him about this matter. Could it be that there are two hidden copies in this mine? The probability is very low. Since it is not two hidden copies, then there is another possibility. Explosion rate. The ice flame demon mine may be here, but because of the explosion rate, it did not explode when he first cleared the difficult level copy. Thinking of this, Lin Tianhao entered the Lost Princess copy again. The battle he needs to participate in next is already quite stressful. Even if the last ice flame demon mine does not explode here, he can also regard it as brushing health points. This brush. It is 5 consecutive brushes. I have to say, Lin Tianhao's judgment was correct. When he brushed for the 5th time, he finally saw it in the clearance reward. Ding! You got Ice Flame Magic Ore +1. Lin Tianhao showed a satisfied smile on his face. Now the 3 pieces of Ice Flame Magic Ore in the novice village are in his hands, so whether he can open the seal next depends on his face. In addition, because of the continuous brushing of the Lost Princess, Lin Tianhao's current health value has exceeded 120,000. With the 9-in-1 longbow, his current combat power has been greatly improved. Coming out of the mine, Lin Tianhao did not look for the old drunkard or Wang the blacksmith. He went directly to the cliff. As Lin Tianhao expected, the old village chief was still here. It seems that he knew what to do next. The battlefield will be here, so I will guard it here in person. Shuedi, why are you here again? Lin Tianhao did not answer this question, but took out an ice flame demon ore directly. Seeing the ice flame demon ore in Lin Tianhao's hand, the calm old village chief's expression suddenly changed. He smiled at Lin Tianhao and said, Shuedi, you found the ice flame demon ore, that's great. Old village chief, what exactly is this ice flame demon ore? You and Wang the blacksmith are actually looking for it. Hearing this, the old village chief smiled. This is a very important ore, which is very useful to us. Shuedi, give it to me, and I will give you unexpected benefits. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly, and the unexpected benefits of the old village chief made him hesitate. Specifically, Lin Tianhao looked at the old village chief. The old village chief's face was slightly gloomy, and he could see that Lin Tianhao wanted to bargain with him. A gold level ring. Lin Tianhao shook his head. I heard that the price offered by blacksmith Wang is a platinum level necklace. The old village chief's face sank. He is a blacksmith. I am indeed not as good as him in terms of equipment, but if you are willing to give me this ice flame ore, I can give you a saint level talent awakening stone. Almost all talents can be awakened through the saint level talent awakening stone. Lin Tianhao pondered for a while. He could not use the saint level talent awakening stone, but Zhou Xiaopeng and Monkey both had saint level talents. Giving them this awakening stone can help them awaken their talents as soon as possible and use their talents to become stronger earlier. Not enough, too. Lin Tianhao now has the initiative, so it is naturally impossible to give up like this. Shuedi, I only have one, and this is the best thing you can get in the novice village. Lin Tianhao did not comment, then 2 gold level rings. The old village chief's face sank. Lin Tianhao was already a little angry at the price. Shuedi, if the ice flame demon mine falls into the hands of blacksmith Wang, the novice village will be devastated, and it will also be a catastrophe for you adventurers. I am willing to pay the price to prevent this catastrophe. Lin Tianhao sighed, Old village chief, I really want to help you, but I am an adventurer, and all I want is profit. Sorry. After saying this, Lin Tianhao turned around and prepared to leave. Stop! The old village chief had a sinister look, and a murderous intent burst out from him. What? The old village chief wants to kill me. Kill me, I don't care if I lose a level. Hearing this, the old village chief's momentum was restrained. Yes. Lin Tianhao is an adventurer. Even if he can kill Lin Tianhao here, the end result is just to make Lin Tianhao lose a level. Wait until we return to the novice village. Lin Tianhao can still hand over the ice flame demon mine to blacksmith Wang. Okay, I agree to your request. Lin Tianhao showed a satisfied smile on his face and completed the transaction with the old village chief. Heavy Thunder Ring, Gold level. Wearing requirements, Level 10, Archer. Effect 1, Attack plus 350. Effect 2, Critical hit plus 30%. Effect 3, Armor penetration plus 15%. Effect 4, 5% chance to paralyze the opponent. Effect 5, 5% chance to deal double critical damage. Effect 6, 5% chance to trigger a ranged lightning bombing. Wearability, 100. 2 rings. The attributes are the same. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. Among these attributes, there are 3 special effect attributes. However, the probability is relatively low. Fortunately, the properties of the 2 rings are the same, and for Lin Tianhao, they can effectively deal relatively large damage. Replacing the 2 rings from the Tree Man suit resulted in Lin Tianhao's recovery being reduced by 20 points. His health also dropped by more than 1,000. But fortunately, the Tree Man suit has a suit effect when it is full of 10 pieces, so for now, it can still withstand it. Old Village Chief, happy cooperation. Lin Tianhao smiled. The old village chief's face was not very good. After all, no matter who it is, being blackmailed like this, it is estimated that they will not be too happy. 2 gold level rings, and they are only level 10. It is useful for Lin Tianhao at this stage, but it is only useful. After all, it is just transitional equipment. If it were not for the possibility of a confrontation with Wang the blacksmith and the old village chief next, he would not want the equipment, and it might be better to change it to free attribute points. Although he thought so in his heart. Lin Tianhao walked back to the novice village. Blacksmith shop. When blacksmith Wang saw Lin Tianhao coming, his expression was somewhat sinister. Shuedi, what are you still doing here? When Lin Tianhao heard the tone of blacksmith Wang, he knew that blacksmith Wang must have known something. Blacksmith Wang, didn't you ask me to find the ice flame demon mine? I'm here to submit the task now, and you have this attitude. Blacksmith Wang sneered, Shuedi, are you still pretending in front of me? The old drunkard saw you trade the ice flame demon mine to the old village chief, what can you give me? Lin Tianhao sighed, Blacksmith Wang, there is more than 1 piece of ice flame demon mine. That's it. Lin Tianhao shook his head in disappointment, since Blacksmith Wang doesn't want the ice flame demon mine, then I'll leave. Lin Tianhao turned around and left. Blacksmith Wang's face changed, and he stood in front of Lin Tianhao. He changed his previous attitude and said to Lin Tianhao with a smile. Shuedi, I was just joking with you just now. From what you said just now, you still have ice flame magic ore. Lin Tianhao nodded, yes, I do have an ice flame magic ore in my hand, but now I think it might be better to give it all to the old village chief. At least, the old village chief won't treat me like you. Chapter 34 Game with Blacksmith Wang. Hearing this, Blacksmith Wang was a little anxious. Shuedi, we can discuss things. We had such a pleasant cooperation before. There is no reason to be unhappy over such a small matter. Lin Tianhao paused. Wang Taijiang, to be honest, the conditions offered by the old village chief are quite generous. When Wang Taijiang heard this, he knew that Lin Tianhao might ask for a high price. Shuedi, my platinum necklace is not bad. Not bad, not bad. Lin Tianhao hesitated, but, it's just transitional equipment after all, and the old village chief even took out a saint-level awakening stone. How about you give me a saint-level awakening stone? Wang Taijiang's face changed. He didn't have any saint-level awakening stones. Shuedi, I really don't have a saint-level awakening stone. However, I can help you upgrade the 90-in-1 longbow to platinum level, and add a platinum level necklace. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. Platinum level main weapon plus platinum level necklace. His combat power will definitely be greatly improved. But there is still a problem. If he changes the necklace, there will only be 9 pieces of the tree man suit. The suit effect will no longer exist. It's a pity to use platinum level equipment as transitional equipment. How about this, give me a set of gold equipment for archers. 1 set. Wang the blacksmith's face suddenly changed. Shuedi, the suit is not cheap. The best in the whole novice village is the bronze suit. This is also the limit of what I can do. Lin Tianhao was a little disappointed, but it was also expected. Bronze level, not even silver, show me the suit attributes. Wang the blacksmith took a deep breath. When did a player bargain with him like this? But he just had no choice. Because the ice flame demon mine was something he must have. Okay. Blacksmith Wang took Lin Tianhao into the inner room, where Lin Tianhao saw 3 bronze suits. This set is the bronze suit suitable for archers, the Qing Feng suit. Lin Tianhao's eyes fell on the Qing Feng suit, and the properties of the suit appeared before his eyes. Qing Feng suit. Effect 1, attack speed plus 3.2. Effect 2, movement speed plus 5.9. Effect 3, critical strike plus 35%. Effect 4, attack plus 1800. Suit special effect 1, your general attack can stack attack speed. Each general attack stacks 0.5 attack speed, up to 6 layers. Suit Special Effect 2, your general attack can stack movement speed, each general attack can stack 0.5 movement speed, up to 6 layers. Lin Tianhao frowned. This equipment is not what he wants. Although attack speed and movement speed seem to be very important. But he saw another set of equipment, that is a set of equipment with high anti-injury. What he needs is blood-sucking. Otherwise, if Wang the blacksmith uses that anti-injury equipment, he will be very passive. Snow Emperor, how is it? Wang the blacksmith asked. Lo. Lin Tianhao spat out 2 words. How could it be? Wang the blacksmith pretended to be surprised. The attack speed, movement speed, critical strike, and attack power that archers need most, this set has all of them. Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally, it is indeed all of them. But there is no blood-sucking. This is the most headache. At this stage, there is such a thing as anti-injury. Lin Tianhao does not suck blood, the faster the attack speed, the faster he will die. Wang the blacksmith's anti-injury set is a natural counter to this Qing Feng set. This is premeditated. I don't lack attack speed and crit, I lack blood-sucking. Blood-sucking is a special attribute that cannot be added with free attribute points. It can only be obtained through equipment or skills. Wang the blacksmith narrowed his eyes slightly. An archer wants to suck blood, which seems to be to increase the fault tolerance rate. But to be honest, blood-sucking is definitely not as tolerant as attack speed and movement speed. As long as these 2 attributes are up, there is nothing to be afraid of. However, there is a prerequisite for this. That is, the opponent has no anti-injury. Lin Tianhao wanted a blood-sucking suit right away. The answer is already obvious. Looking at the entire novice village. Except for the Twisted Tree Man who has a little low anti-injury attribute, only Wang the blacksmith has it. Snow Emperor, the blood-sucking attribute is a special attribute. I do have it here, but the suit does not have it, and only 3 bronze suits have the blood-sucking attribute. Lin Tianhao's face changed slightly. It seems that Wang the blacksmith guessed some of his intentions. Alas! Lin Tianhao sighed, in this case, I'd better go to the old village chief. Wang the blacksmith's eyes condensed slightly, and an invisible momentum was released. Lin Tianhao only felt that the temperature around him was constantly rising. Ding! You are affected by the high temperature. 18. The damage was not much, but Wang the blacksmith's attitude made Lin Tianhao very unhappy. Wang the blacksmith, are you going to fight? At this point, Lin Tianhao spread his hands. Okay, anyway, I can't beat you, just kill me. Wang the blacksmith looked gloomy. He naturally knew that Lin Tianhao would only lose level if he was killed. And this is the novice village. If he killed Lin Tianhao in the novice village, the old village chief would definitely use this as an excuse to trouble him. Xue Di, I do have a special equipment that can absorb blood. I believe you will not refuse. Oh. Lin Tianhao was a little surprised. What kind of equipment could make Wang the blacksmith so confident? Wang the blacksmith took out a necklace from his arms. Bloodthirsty necklace, special. Wearing requirements, none. Effect, each normal attack restores 1% of its own health. Wearability, 100. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. I have to say, Wang the blacksmith was right. This is a piece of equipment he can't refuse. 1% of life recovery. This doesn't seem high. But Lin Tianhao's own HP is high enough. Okay, this ice flame demon ore is yours. Lin Tianhao said. No. Wang the blacksmith shook his head. If I want this equipment, in addition to the ice flame demon ore, I need 1,000 other equipment. Lin Tianhao's face changed slightly. This is a bit too much. Wang the blacksmith. Lin Tianhao's voice was a little lower. Isn't your request a bit too much? Not too much, I believe you will agree. Lin Tianhao smiled without comment. Wang the blacksmith made the right bet. Okay, as you wish, but I don't have it now, it takes some time. No problem, I'll wait for you. The reason why Lin Tianhao agreed was because this was something that happened naturally. He had accumulated a lot of equipment in his hands by brushing the dungeon. The next idea was to increase the HP as much as possible by brushing the dungeon. The ideal state is to upgrade the Hand of Heavenly Punishment to 3 stars, then his damage can be greatly improved. Coming out of the novice village, Lin Tianhao started to work overtime to brush the twisted jungle. Emerald City. Zhu Mengyangxiu looked a little strange when he saw the message sent by his subordinates. It's been so long, and he's still level 10. It seems there's no hope. Zhu Mengyangxiu replied a message, don't pay attention to Xue Di anymore. Even if he goes online now, he can't catch up with me. Do you still need to recruit him? Zhu Mengyangxiu hesitated for a while. Recruitment is fine, the annual salary is reduced to 1 million. If you agree, it's fine. If you don't agree, forget it. In the game, he is slow, so don't worry about him. Chapter 35 I accept this task. Not just Zhu Mengyangxiu. People in other clubs who were paying attention to Lin Tianhao all paid less attention to him. After all, the early stage of Ragnarok was very important, and Lin Tianhao had been stuck at level 10 for such a long time, which inevitably made them wonder whether Lin Tianhao's value was still okay. On the contrary, Futa Dungeon. He had been paying attention to Lin Tianhao all the time, and even sent Lin Tianhao several messages of concern during this period. Unfortunately, he did not receive any reply. On the internet, there were also bloggers who posted. Says that Lin Tianhao was just like everyone else. I believe everyone still remembers Xue Di. His popularity has been rising with successive server-wide announcements and invitations from major clubs with annual salaries of hundreds of millions. But now a day has passed, and other players are making great progress. Only Xue Di has remained at level 10 and has not advanced. According to my guess, he is just a flash in the pan genius. After entering the main city, when the boss has the 2 skills of dominance and rage, his infinite floating skills cannot be used. As for some people saying that Xue Di has not been online because of something offline, I think it is nonsense. Who would not go offline with an annual salary of hundreds of millions? After the blogger's analysis came out, many people agreed with his opinion. In fact, in the eyes of professional players, the blogger's words are full of loopholes. But most ordinary players do not understand the game well enough, so they think that what the blogger said is right. But professional players will not go to the field for someone they are not familiar with. However, others did not go to the field. Futu Dungeon couldn't bear to read it when he saw this post. He immediately opened a new post to respond. First of all, regarding the blogger named Game Donga, please think before you speak. With the floating skills, even if Shwedi can't beat the boss, can't he beat ordinary monsters? Besides, have you seen the live broadcast of Hu Ji Zhongcheng Fen Ji? What is the damage of Shwedi? Will he be stuck at level 10 and can't upgrade? Futu Dungeon's fate immediately caused quite a stir. After all, Futu Dungeon is the young master of the Futu Guild, and he has made a name for himself in the main city with the elite Treeman suit. Therefore, there are still many players who know Futu Dungeon. It was only 15 minutes after his post came out that Game Donga had already posted a new post. I didn't expect that a professional player would be a fan of Shwedi. I don't deny that Shwedi's floating skills are very powerful, but so what? His damage value in the novice village is already very outrageous. Relying on free attributes or equipment, it is almost impossible to have such abnormal damage. So, I speculate that Shwedi is likely to have special props for damage amplification. This is not unheard of in the early stage of the game. But special props often have time limits. I think the time of Shwedi's special props is up, and the damage returns to normal, so she is indistinguishable from the crowd. Game Dongji and Futu Dunshan began to argue with each other. Both have a certain fan base. Their argument caused an uproar on the internet. It has even rushed into the top 10 hot searches. At this moment, as a key figure in this incident, Lin Tianhao is happily brushing the twisted jungle. Cleared the level once, twice, 3 times. Here we have to thank one of the benefits of the novice village. Unlimited space in the backpack. Otherwise, Lin Tianhao's backpack would have been full. Lin Tianhao didn't even count how many times he had cleared the hell level difficulty of the twisted jungle. He only knew that he had been clearing it all the time. Finally, ding, your Hand of Heavenly Punishment has been upgraded to 3 stars. Hand of Heavenly Punishment, Super God level 3 stars. Effect 1, each general attack causes 3% of your own health value in real damage. Effect 2, each general attack permanently increases 3 health points. Proficiency, 0/100000000. Lin Tianhao showed a satisfied smile on his face. The Hand of Heavenly Punishment has finally been upgraded. At the same time, his health value has also exceeded 220,000. Now according to the effect of the Hand of Heavenly Punishment, he can have 6,600 real damage with 1 general attack. And each general attack can also permanently increase 3 health points. After the Hand of Heavenly Punishment is upgraded, Lin Tianhao did not stop. Clear the dungeon and get a lot of rewards again. Lin Tianhao checked the equipment and found that there were more than 1,100 pieces. The task requirements of Wang the blacksmith have been met. Return to the novice village. Lin Tianhao found Wang the blacksmith. Wang the blacksmith, I brought what you want. Wang the blacksmith was a little surprised, obviously he didn't expect Lin Tianhao to come so quickly. Lin Tianhao took out the equipment and the ice flame demon mine. Seeing these things, Wang the blacksmith also took out the bloodthirsty necklace. Exchanged with each other. Lin Tianhao showed a satisfied smile on his face. With this bloodthirsty necklace, plus the control-free ability of the Purification Jade Pendant, Lin Tianhao's pressure was reduced a lot at once. Control-free, blood-sucking, plus his current attributes and skills. He felt that even if he fought with the old village chief, he would have the strength to fight. Shwedi, you have got what you want now, shouldn't you leave? Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. To be honest, I have offended several guilds in the main city. I will probably be killed if I go there and won't be able to leave the main city. Hearing this, Wang the blacksmith's face darkened. The old drunkard scolded, "Shuedi, don't push your luck. You can't get involved in the affairs of the novice village." Lin Tianhao grinned, "I value benefits. As long as the benefits are in place, the old village chief will be ruined." Wang the blacksmith stared at Lin Tianhao. He was optimistic about Lin Tianhao's strength. It's a pity that Lin Tianhao has been a little capricious recently, which makes him untrustworthy. Moreover, he always feels that Lin Tianhao is the variable. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, he hopes that Lin Tianhao will leave the novice village. But if Lin Tianhao is willing to help him sincerely, the benefits he can get will also be huge. Okay. Wang the blacksmith nodded, "Shuedi, if you really want to help me, then go and destroy the resurrection altar now." Lin Tianhao's face changed. If he destroys the resurrection altar now, his retreat will be destroyed. In other words, if he is killed in the novice village without a resurrection altar, he will be forced to resurrect in the main city. The risk is too great. Even though Lin Tianhao's dead tree resurrection has been upgraded to 3 stars, the invincible golden body has not cooled down yet, so this cannot be done. Wang the blacksmith, the resurrection altar cannot be destroyed now, that would cut off my own path. How about waiting for the old village chief to die and then destroying the resurrection altar? Wang the blacksmith sneered, and it was obvious that he had more doubts about Lin Tianhao. "Shuedi, it's hard for me to trust you. How about this, you go to the cliff and fight the old village chief. There is a resurrection altar, and you can be resurrected even if you die. As for upgrading, I believe it will be easy for you." Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. Wang Taijiang was forcing him to stand on the side. "Ding, Wang Taijiang issued a task to you. Task requirements: go to the cliff to fight the old village chief. Task penalty: unknown. Task reward: unknown." If he accepted this task to attack the old village chief, he would have completely torn his face with the old village chief. From Wang Taijiang's perspective, Lin Tianhao could only choose to stand on his side. Wang Taijiang had a playful look on his face. In his opinion, Lin Tianhao could not accept this task. But Lin Tianhao's next answer stunned him. "Okay, I accept this task." Chapter 36. The old village chief is actually a fighter. Blacksmith Wang was stunned for a moment. "Oh? Then I hope you can successfully kill the old village chief. If you kill the old village chief alone, I will give you a growable weapon for archers." Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This kind of growable weapon is the most perverted. Because only growable weapons have no upper limit. It can surpass the artifact and achieve the legendary super artifact. "Okay, I'll go now." Lin Tianhao also wanted to try, what is the old village chief of the novice village like? It is said that the old village chief of the novice village is the biggest boss of the novice village. This time he can find out. Cliff. When Lin Tianhao arrived here, I don't know when, a pergola has been built here, and the old village chief is sitting in the pergola drinking tea. Seeing Lin Tianhao coming at this time, he took out a cup and poured a cup of tea for Lin Tianhao. "Shuedi, come and have a drink." Swish! The old village chief responded with a feather arrow. The feather arrow accurately hit the teacup in the old village chief's hand. The old village chief sighed, "Shuedi, you disappoint me so much. I didn't expect you to end up with Wang the blacksmith." Lin Tianhao looked indifferent. "Old village chief, there's no need to say more nonsense, just do it." The voice fell. Lin Tianhao took the lead. The feather arrow broke through the air and flew towards the old village chief's eyebrows. The old village chief smiled and did not take any action. Lin Tianhao's feather arrow actually hovered in front of him, turned into an ice sculpture, and finally shattered. Lin Tianhao's face changed suddenly. But the attack did not stop. Twisting the string arrow method. The high-speed rotating feather arrow was finally not frozen by the old village chief. The feather arrows with such strong penetrability were actually slapped away by the old village chief with his fingers. Then, the old village chief threw them casually. The feather arrows actually flew towards Lin Tianhao, and the flying speed was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, the feather arrows were close to Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao rolled over and narrowly avoided these feather arrows. The old village chief's method was too terrifying. A cold light flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. Fighter. The method shown by the old village chief now corresponds to a relatively special profession. Do you know? The old village chief grinned. The next moment, he actually disappeared from the spot. Lin Tianhao immediately dodged sideways. But the old village chief's speed was too fast. His dodge was not successful, and the old village chief grabbed his arm and threw him over his shoulder. Bang! Lin Tianhao smashed the ground, cracking it. 5128. A huge damage value appeared. Lin Tianhao felt his scalp tingling. He wanted to run, but the old village chief had already grabbed his legs and hung him upside down. Bang! At the moment when Lin Tianhao was hung upside down, the old village chief's knee hit Lin Tianhao's spine violently. Crack! 10,256. Lin Tianhao felt that his bones were about to fall apart. That is, this is a game, everything is digitized. Otherwise, Lin Tianhao would probably be paralyzed now. But then, the old village chief explained to Lin Tianhao what it means to achieve the goal, no matter what means. The old village chief swung his hand down between the legs of the upside-down Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao subconsciously clamped his legs together, then turned over with the help of the old village chief's hand, jumped up, and sat on the old village chief's shoulder. The experience gained from long-term life and death battles in his previous life made Lin Tianhao immediately hold the bow in reverse, and the bowstring twisted around the old village chief's neck and pulled back. The old village chief was suddenly unable to breathe and his face turned red. But his reaction speed was also ridiculously fast. A monkey stealing peach, grabbed Lin Tianhao's legs in reverse. Lin Tianhao's face changed. This old village chief is really a jerk. Lin Tianhao even suspected that the old village chief had been attacked like this before, so he also wanted to use this method against him. But it must be said that the old village chief's method is very effective. Lin Tianhao had to dodge. The old village chief stood up and rushed forward quickly. Twisting the bowstring, Lin Tianhao shot an arrow at the maximum distance. 6612, Lin Tianhao was so shocked. Because there is only real damage. This is simply outrageous. In other words, his close-range twisted arrow did not break the defense, which is terrible. The old village chief was also a little surprised. It seems that he did not expect that Lin Tianhao's attack on him could cause such high damage. Even though he was a little surprised, the old village chief's movements were not slow at all. He resisted Lin Tianhao's arrow and hit Lin Tianhao into the air with a hook. Then he jumped up and performed a set of combination punches. Wait! How come this set of combination punches is so similar to the combination punches of the old drunkard? Could it be that the old drunkard is the old village chief's man? This possibility cannot be ruled out. After all, the old village chief had planted people around Wang the blacksmith before, and now he has planted his men again, which can also explain it. But Lin Tianhao is no longer in the mood to think so much. Because before he landed, the old village chief grabbed his head and slammed it on his knees. Is this the fighting method of a fighter? The old village chief's fighting skills simply overturned his imagination. Now Lin Tianhao is like a toy, and he has no power to resist in the hands of the old village chief. He was almost infinitely controlled and knocked away. Bang! After being hit hard on the ground again, Lin Tianhao's blood bar dropped sharply. The blood volume of 220,000 is now less than Onet herd. But the old village chief still did not give Lin Tianhao a chance to react, and the old village chief raised his hand. Lin Tianhao was frozen. Then, the old village chief hit the frozen Lin Tianhao fiercely. Bang! With a loud bang, a huge damage number floated above Lin Tianhao's head. 59,280. The damage of nearly 60,000 instantly killed Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao was killed before he even had the dead tree resurrected. Because he was killed when his HP was above 10%, the dead tree resurrected was not triggered. Novice Village. In the resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao came out. His level dropped from level 10 to level 9. This result made the few players who were still paying attention to him dumbfounded. Especially Futu Dunshan. He confronted Brother Dong of the game online and supported Lin Tianhao. But now the news of Lin Tianhao's resurgence has not come, but he has dropped a level instead. Lin Tianhao has dropped a level. Who should be the happiest? Undoubtedly Brother Dong of the game. Before, he and Futu Dunshan had a fight, and both of them had their own opinions, which led to him not having the upper hand. But now it's different. Lin Tianhao has dropped a level. Now there is something to write about. In just 10 minutes. Game Donga posted a post. Futu Dunshan, haha, what else is there to say now? The Snow Emperor you praised so much has been demoted. It has been such a long time since he upgraded. Now he has been demoted by 1 level, which proves what I said before. Snow Emperor is just lucky. He got some special props in the novice village. Even his infinite floating is not a skill, but the result of the special props. This demotion can fully prove that Snow Emperor has become mediocre, and is even worse than ordinary players. Chapter 37, Novice Village Version of Infernal Affairs. What Game Donga said immediately made many ordinary players agree, and even some high-level players felt that what Game Donga said made sense. Futu Dunshan was so angry when he saw the post of Dong Ge from the game. To be honest, he still believed that Lin Tianhao was awesome. Because Lin Tianhao helped him level up. Those operations were really not something that ordinary players could do. But he really didn't know how to refute it now. He hadn't leveled up for a long time, and now he was downgraded. Even if he wanted to wash it, he had no way to start. But he still didn't admit his defeat. He simply posted a post. Everyone makes mistakes. I guess Shwedi had something offline and was delayed for a long time. After going online, in order to speed up the progress, he forced himself to jump to a higher level to fight high-level monsters, which was why he accidentally downgraded. Futu Dunshan's obvious sophistry attracted a lot of the ridicule of others. Futu Club. Futu Dunshan received a private message as soon as he posted the post. Don't worry about Shwedi's affairs, and don't post those messy things on the internet. That will only make others think that people in our family have problems with their IQ. Seeing this message, Futu Dunshan was immediately unhappy. Sister, even you think Shwedi is not good enough. Isn't the fact that he can do it? Futu Dunshan was speechless for a moment, but he still insisted, I believe that Shwedi is just a temporary failure, and he will definitely rise again. Lin Tianhao didn't know. Because he dropped a level, it caused such an uproar. Come out of the resurrection altar. The old drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao and smiled, not bad, you actually knocked off more than 6,000 HP of the old village chief. Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched, I never dreamed that the old village chief was actually a fighter. Yes, he is a fighter, and a dual-system fighter of ice and fire. Lin Tianhao waved his hand, okay, I'm going to level up. After saying this, he left the novice village and went to the twisted jungle. Enter the dungeon. Lin Tianhao's eyes became sharp. This time he fought with the old village chief. He did not wear the purification jade pendant. When he went to fight with the old village chief this time, he did not think about how much HP he would really knock off the old village chief. It was more about testing the skills of the old village chief and gaining the trust of Wang the blacksmith. Now the Hand of Heaven's punishment has reached 3 stars, and a normal attack can add 3 health points. But the same problem appeared. The wild monsters in the twisted jungle couldn't stand his attack at all. It was killed in 2 hits, and the stacked health points were also very limited. Solo twisted jungle twice. Lin Tianhao successfully reached level 10. There is no free attribute point reward for reaching level 10 again. But it doesn't matter. He didn't rush back to the novice village, but stacked his health points to 250,000 here before going back. With a higher health point, he can be more confident. Novice village, blacksmith shop. Lin Tianhao submitted the task of confronting the old village chief. Ding, you completed the task of blacksmith Wang, and the reward is +5 free attribute points. Lin Tianhao frowned. This reward is a bit low. But Lin Tianhao still didn't say anything. Blacksmith Wang, the old village chief is more powerful than I imagined. It's hard for me to compete with him. Blacksmith Wang nodded. The old village chief has dominated the novice village for so long, so he must have his own unique way. Then how should the old village chief be fought? Lin Tianhao asked subconsciously. I will fight the old village chief Heaton, and you can assist from the side. At this point, Blacksmith Wang continued. But before that, I need you to go to the mine with the old drunkard. Ding, Blacksmith Wang has issued a hidden task to you. Task requirements, kill the old drunkard. Task penalty, unknown. Task reward, unknown. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. When he was attacked by the old village chief with a combination punch before, he felt that it was very similar to the combination punch of the old drunkard. So he also had some doubts. Now it seems. Blacksmith Wang also doubted the old drunkard. Okay. Lin Tianhao nodded. The old drunkard didn't seem to notice Wang the blacksmith's thoughts, and went to the mine with Lin Tianhao. At the entrance of the mine, the old drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao with a smile. Shuedi, Wang the blacksmith asked you to kill me. Lin Tianhao was shocked. The old drunkard actually knew it. Don't be so surprised. Wang the blacksmith is suspicious. He must have discovered something, so he asked you to come with me. Lin Tianhao smiled. Since you know it, why are you still here? The old drunkard smiled. Of course I have to come. Because I have to die. Only in this way can you fully gain his trust. Oh. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. I have taken action against the old village chief and have gained Wang the blacksmith's trust. No, you don't have his trust. Just at this time, a figure walked out from the direction of the mine. Seeing that person, Lin Tianhao was surprised. Because the person who came was none other than the old village chief. Lin Tianhao felt that this small novice village, I was almost playing it into infernal affairs. It seems that the old drunkard is really your man. Lin Tianhao said with a wry smile. The old village chief nodded. Yes, including the flaws, we deliberately left it for Wang the blacksmith to find. The purpose is to let you kill the old drunkard and gain his trust completely. Then what? Cut off the fire from the bottom of the pot? Attack him in the real decisive battle? Lin Tianhao asked. I guess so. Do you remember the mandala potion I gave you? Put it in Wang the blacksmith's wine jar and let him drink it. Then you will be the biggest hero in this battle. Lin Tianhao was silent. The old village chief seemed to see that Lin Tianhao was hesitating, and he continued. Shuedi, you have been delayed in the novice village for so long. Help me this favor, I will definitely give you a reward beyond the current stage. Lin Tianhao was silent, he seemed to be thinking. But in fact he already had the answer. Don't look at him fighting with the old village chief last time, he didn't even have the strength to parry. That's because he didn't wear the purification jade pendant. If he wore the purification jade pendant, the old village chief would not be able to control him continuously. Moreover, he has now accumulated 80 free attribute points. If all are added to the speed, then his speed will reach a very scary level. Okay, old village chief, I believe you. After hesitating and struggling for a while, Lin Tianhao said seriously. The good stuff in Wang the blacksmith's hand is of very limited help to me. I hope that the stuff in your hand, the old village chief, can be of some use to me. While speaking, Lin Tianhao's feather arrow had already landed on the old drunkard. The old drunkard did not resist and quietly welcomed death. Not only him, but also his blue and white snake. Ding! You have completed the first kill of the blue and white snake. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Shwedi for completing the first kill of the blue and white snake. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Chapter 38 The War Begins. Ding! You have completed the first kill of the old drunkard, and a server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Shwedi for completing the first kill of the old drunkard. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Shwedi for completing the first kill of the old drunkard. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. 2 consecutive server-wide announcements sounded. Let the originally depressed Fu Tu Dunshan get excited all of a sudden. Killing 2 bosses in a row, isn't this bragging? I'm not going to refute the game, Brother Dong. Brother Game Director, what do you say now? Boss Shwedi completed the first kill of 2 bosses in a short time. Let me ask you, who else? In your words, from this point, it can prove what I said before, that Boss Shwedi's previous level drop was just a mistake. Brother Game Director did not soften his mouth because of Lin Tianhao's sudden double kill of the bosses. He responded shortly after Fu Tu Dunshan's post came out. 2 bosses with no gold content, this doesn't mean anything, and all signs show that Shwedi is still in the novice village. Is it worth bragging to kill 2 bosses in the novice village at this stage? A new round of collisions began on the internet. But Lin Tianhao, the initiator, had no idea. After killing the blue flower snake and the old drunkard, he chose to touch the corpse. Ding! You get skill book +2. Ding! You get equipment +3. Ding! You get special item, golden light talisman. Ding! You get special item wine gourd. Ding! You get gold coins +10. The reward is not particularly generous. Lin Tianhao looked at the skills and equipment, but they were not as good as his own, and there was nothing he could use. Then Lin Tianhao looked at the golden light talisman and wine gourd again. Golden light talisman, special item. Effect: after activating, you can get golden light protection, magic resistance +100, armor +300, and last for 5 minutes. Note: one-time elimination consumables. Wine gourd, special item. Effect: collect natural treasures and put them into it, and special wine can be brewed automatically, including but not limited to providing free attribute points, temporary buff, etc. Note: the more precious the natural treasures, the better the wine can be brewed. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This golden light talisman is very ordinary for him. But this wine gourd seems a little unusual. It's just that Lin Tianhao can't figure out what kind of natural treasures get what for the time being. And in the early stage of the game, natural treasures are not easy to get. Putting away the things, Lin Tianhao smiled at the old village chief, and then returned to the novice village. Blacksmith shop. Blacksmith Wang is forging iron. Seeing Lin Tianhao come back, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Shwedi, you really didn't disappoint me. Ding! You completed the task of Wang the blacksmith. Task reward: Qing Feng suit +1. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This Qing Feng suit is still very effective for him. The most important attack speed and movement speed have been improved. But Lin Tianhao already has a bloodthirsty necklace, 2 gold level rings and a 9 longbow. He has to make some choices. The 90-ohm longbow must be kept, after all, it comes with blood-sucking and so many powerful attributes. The heavy thunder ring is average, for the sake of attack speed and movement speed, he can temporarily not wear the heavy thunder ring. After just a brief thought, Lin Tianhao replaced a heavy thunder ring, forming a 10-piece Qing Feng suit plus a heavy thunder ring, a bloodthirsty necklace and the main weapon, the 90-ohm longbow. After changing into this set of equipment, Lin Tianhao's attributes have undergone earth-shaking changes. Blacksmith Wang, when are we going to act? Lin Tianhao asked straight to the point. He had spent too much time in the novice village, so he naturally needed to consider leaving the novice village as soon as possible. Blacksmith Wang smiled mysteriously, now. Lin Tianhao nodded and asked, how to fight? Blacksmith Wang smiled and said, the old village chief and I have secretly fought many times before. This time, you are the variable. Oh. Lin Tianhao was a little surprised. What do you mean? If we fight Heaton, neither the old village chief nor I are sure that we can defeat each other, but if you help, that's not necessarily the case. I see. Lin Tianhao smiled and said, so, we are going directly to the cliff to find the old village chief. Yes, before that, go to the tavern and buy me 2 jars of wine. Okay. Lin Tianhao was a little surprised that Blacksmith Wang actually needed to drink. Tavern. After Lin Tianhao bought the wine, he did not poison the wine as agreed with the old village chief. In this battle, no matter who wins in the end, Lin Tianhao hopes it will be a miserable victory. Because only in this way can he reap the benefits. After Wang Taijiang got the wine sent back by Lin Tianhao, he first tested it with a silver needle. After all, the old drunkard is the old village chief's man. Even if he is dead, we should be careful. Lin Tianhao was a little surprised. Is this the absolute trust that the old village chief said? This silver needle test. It's said that he doesn't trust the old drunkard. But in fact, he doesn't trust him. Let's go. After seeing that the silver needle did not change color, Wang Taijiang showed a satisfied smile on his face. Let's go. Lin Tianhao followed Wang Taijiang all the way to the cliff. The old village chief was still drinking tea in the pavilion. Seeing the arrival of Lin Tianhao and Wang the blacksmith, he smiled. Old Wang, we have known each other for so many years, do we have to go this far? Wang the blacksmith snorted, old village chief, I don't want to go this far either, but I have advised you, you didn't listen, and I have no choice. Can I listen? You want to destroy our novice village. You are the one who wants to destroy our novice village. Wang the blacksmith roared with some emotion, I want to solve it once and for all, and your method is to boil the frog in warm water. Our novice village must be finished. The old village chief sighed, at this point, you are still so stubborn. You are the stubborn one. Wang the blacksmith shouted. The old village chief shook his head, in that case, there is nothing to say. As soon as the voice fell, a silver suit appeared on the old village chief. Silver suit. This is in the novice village, it can be considered very abnormal. However, Wang the blacksmith is even more abnormal. Because what Wang the blacksmith is wearing is actually a gold suit. It seems that you have already made this black tortoise suit. The old village chief looked a little solemn. Wang the blacksmith smiled and nodded, yes, I have to thank Xuedi for this. He helped me collect a lot of equipment, otherwise I would not have been able to make the black tortoise suit today. It's a pity that there are only 10 pieces. If it were 13 pieces, I might not be your opponent. The old village chief was fearless. Wang the blacksmith angrily scolded, old village chief, you are about to die, and you still talk big like this. As soon as the voice fell, Wang the blacksmith took the lead. He charged at the old village chief with a barbed shield in his hand. Chapter 39 Wang the blacksmith vs the old village chief. The old village chief saw this, and he jumped up and actually jumped towards the cliff behind him. There was a thin steel wire above the cliff, and his body landed steadily on the steel wire. Wang Taijiang saw this, and the shield in his hand flew out. Bang! The sharp-edged shield instantly cut the steel wire. The old village chief jumped up, and took advantage of the gap in Wang Taijiang's hand without a weapon, and killed Wang Taijiang. Wang Taijiang's face changed slightly. Snow Emperor. Lin Tianhao shot without hesitation. The twisted bow and arrow technique instantly broke through the air, and flew towards the old village chief with a strong impact force. The old village chief slapped the feather arrow with one palm, and at the same time grabbed Wang Taijiang's collar with one slap, and slammed Wang Taijiang to the ground. 3958. The damage of the old village chief is still as high as ever. Even Wang the blacksmith, who already has a gold suit, is still not good enough in front of the old village chief. However, what surprised Lin Tianhao was a huge damage number also appeared above the old village chief's head. 2775. Reverse injury. This reverse injury effect is really terrifying. The old village chief was not surprised, and there was always green light coming out of his body. Plus 1000. Plus 1000. Similar to Lin Tianhao's recovery skill, it can restore blood volume. This is a bit interesting. The old village chief's automatic blood recovery can restore 1000 blood volume per second. Wang the blacksmith is wearing a meat tank suit again, and next, they have to fight. But Wang the blacksmith does not seem to have the intention of fighting a protracted war. The shield flew back and charged at the old village chief again. The old village chief wanted to distance himself, but Wang the blacksmith had already used his taunting skill. After being taunted, the old village chief began to attack Wang the blacksmith involuntarily. 1598. The old village chief's normal attack damage was still very high. Although there was a counter-injury, the old village chief was still able to handle it with ease thanks to the old village chief's blood recovery effect. Wang the blacksmith was obviously not so weak. The shield in his hand hit the old village chief. 5285. Lin Tianhao was a little surprised. Wang the blacksmith's damage was quite good among combat professions. After the taunting, the old village chief looked extremely sinister. But he did not retreat, but took a step forward and pressed his foot against the shield. Then he jumped up and landed on top of the blacksmith Wang. The next moment, frost condensed on the palm of the old village chief's hand. Bang! A slap wrapped in frost hit the top of the blacksmith Wang's head fiercely. 8299. A huge damage number appeared. Snow Emperor, stop watching the show. Blacksmith Wang used his shield to rotate upwards, forcing the old village chief to dodge. Swish! The feather arrow broke through the air. Lin Tianhao's target was not the old village chief, but Wang the blacksmith. Wang the blacksmith was hit by Lin Tianhao's arrow and shouted angrily, "Snow Emperor, what are you doing?" Lin Tianhao spread his hands, "Blacksmith Wang, this can't be blamed on me. If you want to blame someone, blame the old village chief for giving too much. This is actually an excuse." Lin Tianhao attacked Wang the blacksmith because he knew that if the old village chief died with his blood sucking, it is still difficult to compete with Wang the blacksmith's level of anti-injury. The anti-injury attribute is already about 70%. And it is not ruled out that Wang the blacksmith has hidden means. So Lin Tianhao wants to help the old village chief kill Wang the blacksmith. Shui Di, my anti-injury ability, even if you help the old village chief, it won't be of much use. Wang the blacksmith is still trying to win over Lin Tianhao. But Lin Tianhao's expression is indifferent, and he doesn't mean to talk nonsense. Feather arrows continue to break through the air. Wang the blacksmith's health bar began to drop rapidly. Even with a gold level suit, it is still not immune to Lin Tianhao's real damage. At the same time, Lin Tianhao is also losing blood quickly. Every time he attacks normally, he will lose more than 4000 health points due to anti-injury. But Lin Tianhao's bloodthirsty heart can only restore more than 2,000. Even with the recovery skill and the attributes of the 9-in-1 longbow, the recovery is barely above 3,000. In this case, this more than 4,000 anti-injury will cause Lin Tianhao to continue to lose blood. The more times he attacks normally, the more damage he takes. Therefore, Lin Tianhao is not the main output. He is slacking off. That's right. Just slacking off. He didn't even deliberately interrupt the attack of Wang the blacksmith. Because his goal is not to kill Wang the blacksmith. He wants Wang the blacksmith to die. The old village chief also needs to die. If they are all dead, then no one in the novice village can stop him. Now the intensity of the battle between Wang the blacksmith and the old village chief is very high. Both of them are the ceiling level figures in the novice village. But Lin Tianhao can still see it. In terms of combat skills, Wang the blacksmith is far inferior to the old village chief. The old village chief kicked Wang the blacksmith down with a sliding tackle, and then grabbed Wang the blacksmith's arm and threw him over his shoulder. After the shoulder throw, he immediately followed up with an inverted elbow strike. The series of actions were smooth and did not even give Wang the blacksmith much time to react. The health of Wang the blacksmith and the old village chief was both decreasing, but Wang the blacksmith's was obviously decreasing faster. After all, the old village chief was the one who took the initiative to output, and Wang the blacksmith was mainly relying on counter-injury at this time. Lin Tianhao continued to fish on the side, and at the same time, he also wanted to see the old village chief's fighting skills. Learning also made it easier for him to deal with the old village chief after Wang the blacksmith was killed. However, at this moment, Wang the blacksmith's counterattack began. Thunder appeared on his armor, paralyzing the old village chief who was close to him. It was this short paralysis that Wang the blacksmith directly hit the old village chief's throat with the edge of the shield. Whirlwind 9 consecutive slashes. Wang the blacksmith slashed down with the shield in his hand, and 9 high-speed rotating shield phantoms passed through the old village chief's body. 2958. 2958. 2958. A series of damage numbers appeared. The old village chief wanted to fight back, but how could Wang the blacksmith miss this once in a lifetime opportunity? He slammed the shield in his hand to the ground. A light shield immediately appeared above the old village chief's head. Gravity light shield. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. The old village chief's strength, under this gravity light shield, his body sank slightly. It was this fleeting opportunity that Wang the blacksmith attacked again. He slapped the shield with a slap. Ambush from all sides. 10 shields with spikes fell behind him and appeared around the old village chief. These shields kept hitting the old village chief, knocking down his health. The old village chief looked a little ugly, the frost on his fist disappeared, replaced by flames. Bang! The old village chief punched a shield, the huge impact force blew up the shield, the explosion of flames splashed more than 10 meters away, and shook Wang the blacksmith's figure. Swish! The old village chief's body turned into a residual image, and in an instant he came behind Wang the blacksmith. Mountain opening fist. With a punch, Wang the blacksmith's body was knocked out. Before he landed, the old village chief grabbed his hind legs. 18 falls. Bang bang bang. The scene was horrible. Wang the blacksmith was caught by the old village chief's hind legs in a round of extremely brutal 18 falls. And Wang the blacksmith fell on his face every time, that feeling, very sour and refreshing. Chapter 40 Seamless Connection, Decisive Battle with the Old Village Chief. Online games, I have super god level talent. Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched. He was thinking, will he encounter this situation when he fights with the old village chief later? Just at this moment, the old village chief used all his strength to throw Wang the blacksmith into the air. Then there were fists one after another. Fighter! This kind of punch-to-flesh fighting style is very exciting to watch. But Lin Tianhao remained unmoved and carried out the slacking pass to the end. Hegemony. Wang the blacksmith roared, activated the hegemony, and immediately exempted himself from all control. At the moment of activating the hegemony, the shield in his hand flew out. Space barrier, broken. This shield actually tore a hole in the space. Shuedi, I will remember you. When I meet you again next time, I will definitely become your nightmare. Stop him. Lin Tianhao's face suddenly changed. Wang the blacksmith forcibly tore open the space barrier and prepared to escape. The old village chief reacted quickly and immediately blocked Wang the blacksmith. Sacrificing equipment to break the space barrier, Lao Wang, you are simply crazy. Wang the blacksmith snorted coldly, today's game, I lost, I hope you can take care of yourself. Lin Tianhao's face was ugly. He couldn't understand how Wang the blacksmith opened the space barrier for the time being. Even if he sacrificed the gold-level suit on his body, there was no reason to do this step. Stop him. Lin Tianhao couldn't let Wang the blacksmith leave. He shot again. This time, 5 arrows were fired at the same time. This is the limit of what Lin Tianhao can do at this stage. He can't let Wang the blacksmith leave. But in the state of dominance, the old village chief couldn't stop the rampaging Wang the blacksmith, let alone Lin Tianhao. Destroy the terrain. Lin Tianhao fired 5 arrows at once. Although he couldn't repel Wang the blacksmith, he could change the terrain. The feather arrows blocked Wang the blacksmith's way in the form of a fence, delaying Wang the blacksmith's departure. The old village chief's eyes lit up. Ice and fire fist. The old village chief punched the ground in front of Wang the blacksmith, and a big pit was smashed out of the ground. Although the dominance is immune to various negative effects such as knockback, control, and deceleration, but it is not immune to terrain. There is a pit in front, and it is impossible to fly over the pit even with the dominance. The old village chief used all his skills just to stop Wang the blacksmith from leaving. Wang the blacksmith originally thought that he would be able to leave if he activated the dominance. But the current situation made him a little panicked. Frenzy. Savage charge. Blacksmith Wang activated 2 skills at the same time, and his speed suddenly increased. Hegemony, Frenzy. Frozen Pulse Fist. The old village chief also used his hegemony and frenzy, not giving him any chance. Lin Tianhao fired 5 arrows at the same time, and was constantly blocking the space where Blacksmith Wang could move. As long as Blacksmith Wang's hegemony ended, he would definitely die. Moreover, the space crack was getting smaller. As long as it was delayed, Blacksmith Wang would be dead. Blacksmith Wang also knew this, and he roared. 9 combos in the air. He actually used his skills to float in the air and wanted to rush into the space crack. However, how could the old village chief give him this opportunity? He jumped up and hit Blacksmith Wang. Both of them were in dominance, and neither could defeat the other. They were in a stalemate for a few seconds and landed again. But at this time, the space crack had healed. Lin Tianhao didn't care to think about how Wang the blacksmith created the space crack. He began to attack Wang the blacksmith with all his strength. Without the gold suit and the anti-injury, Lin Tianhao was already fearless. The old village chief was the same. In less than a minute, Wang the blacksmith fell down unwillingly. The moment Wang the blacksmith fell, Lin Tianhao's feather arrow was launched. This time the target was the old village chief. The seamless attack made the old village chief a little surprised. Shuedi, what are you doing? Lin Tianhao looked serious. Send the old village chief to his death. The old village chief roared in frustration, you are looking for death. He wanted to rush towards Lin Tianhao, but found that Lin Tianhao's speed was a bit ridiculous. Before that, Lin Tianhao had accumulated 80 free attribute points. At that time, he added all of it to the speed. It was to deal with the old village chief, the fighter. The fighter profession. There are many small skills, and the combo is also very scary. There are a group of people among the ancient warriors who like the fighter profession. If a fighter gets close to you, you will really lose a layer of skin. Lin Tianhao's 80 free attribute points increased his speed by 8 points. In addition, the passive speed of the Qing Feng suit is stacked up. This effect is terrifying under the double stacking. And because the health value is stacked up, now Lin Tianhao can knock down more than 7,000 HP of the old village chief with a normal attack. 5 arrows per second, the damage that can be dealt in 1 second is as high as 38,000. Shui Di, if you kill me, you are destroying the novice village. The old village chief looked sinister and roared. Lin Tianhao did not respond, or rather, his response was only a continuous stream of feather arrows. The old village chief, without the 2 skills of Tyrant and Rage, was like a toy in front of Lin Tianhao. But at this moment, the old village chief smiled coldly. 9 shadow steps. The next moment, the old village chief turned into a residual shadow and appeared in front of Lin Tianhao. 1 more step, and he was already behind Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao had expected that his feather arrows would be fired as soon as the old village chief appeared. But in the case of close combat, the old village chief just turned around to avoid Lin Tianhao's feather arrows. At the same time, blue frost condensed on his palm. Ding! You are affected by frost, attack speed is reduced by 14%, and movement speed is reduced by 14%. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. The old village chief's skill is a bit abnormal. Don't underestimate this 14%. Now Lin Tianhao is wearing the Purification Jade Pendant, which can reduce the negative effects by 80%. In other words, the effect of the old village chief's skill is to reduce the attack speed and movement speed by 70%. No matter which stage it is placed, it is very abnormal. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Tianhao fired 5 arrows at the same time. At the same time, he opened the distance. The old village chief had a good idea. But seeing that Lin Tianhao was still opening the distance at a brisk pace, he was completely dumbfounded. However, he only used 2 of the 9 shadow steps. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward and appeared behind Lin Tianhao again. Although Lin Tianhao had reacted, he swept the longbow in his hand. But the old village chief had too much combat experience. He leaned back to avoid the attack and grabbed Lin Tianhao's arm to throw him over his shoulder. Then he charged his fist and punched Lin Tianhao on the head. Lin Tianhao turned over to avoid the attack. The old village chief's punch missed, and the shock on his face became even more intense. Because the over-the-shoulder throw would cause a certain amount of dizziness, Lin Tianhao should not have recovered so quickly and avoided his attack. "Do you have control reduction equipment?" the old village chief asked in a deep voice. Chapter 41 A reborn person was abused in the fountain. Lin Tianhao did not answer. He didn't like to talk when he was fighting. The feather arrow broke through the air, falling on the old village chief again. The increase in attack speed and movement speed made Lin Tianhao's walking very smooth. The old village chief's reaction speed was also not slow. After Lin Tianhao pulled away, he used his 4th shadow step. Lin Tianhao felt his scalp tingling. 9 shadow steps. If he could really use 9 displacements, it would be too abnormal. Especially when this skill is in the hands of a fighter. Every close-up is a fatal threat to fragile ranged professions such as priests, mages, archers, and summoners. Explosive fist. The old village chief hit Lin Tianhao's chin with a fierce punch, knocking Lin Tianhao away. But just when he was about to knock Lin Tianhao away and then perform a combo, Lin Tianhao had already landed. So fast, can the knockoff be reduced? The old village chief's pupils suddenly shrank, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. He has no advantage in speed now, and both the dominance and the rage are used. If the 9-layer shadow step cannot kill Lin Tianhao, then there will be no suspense in the next battle. Snow Queen. We can discuss it again. You can name your price for whatever you want. The old village chief was a little panicked. After all, he was not sure that he could kill Lin Tianhao with 9 shadow steps. Lin Tianhao's blood recovery was too outrageous. One normal attack restored about 3000 HP, which was even more abnormal than his novice village boss who relied on the silver suit and restored 1000 HP per second. Sure. Lin Tianhao's hands kept moving, but he said yes. The old village chief was stunned for a moment. What do you want? Lin Tianhao pretended to think, but the speed of his feather arrows was still outrageous. Maximize the attack speed. How about this, 10 god-level talent awakening stones? Lin Tianhao said. Hearing this, the old village chief knew that he was being fooled. Shuedi, you forced me to do this. In this case, I will kill you even if I have to waste this talisman. After the words fell, a light blue talisman appeared in the old village chief's hand. Lin Tianhao's face changed drastically, and he turned and ran. Talismans are extremely scary. He might be able to deal with a yellow-grade talisman, but the old village chief took out a blue-grade talisman. Even if he wanted to fight, he didn't have the strength. It's too late to run now. The old village chief activated the blue talisman in his hand. The biting cold air rushed out from the talisman, and everything it passed was frozen into ice sculptures. Lin Tianhao was running at full speed, but it was still not good enough. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tianhao felt his legs stiffen, and saw his legs began to freeze from bottom to top. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Tianhao was completely frozen. 99.99. 99.99. After being frozen, Lin Tianhao's health bar began to drop sharply. But the old village chief did not intend to let Lin Tianhao go. Flame-piercing cloud palm. A palm of intense flame power slapped the frozen Lin Tianhao. The power of ice and fire completely exploded at this time. 98510. Lin Tianhao's health bar was directly emptied and he died on the spot. Novice Village, Resurrection Altar. After Lin Tianhao was resurrected, all his equipment except for a few that did not require a certain level to wear fell off. Because he was wearing a level 10 Qing Feng suit before. Now that his level has dropped to level 9, he naturally cannot wear the equipment. Lin Tianhao was resurrected from the resurrection altar. As soon as he was resurrected, many NPCs gathered outside the resurrection altar. There was a waiter from a tavern, the owner of a pharmacy, the owner of a tailor's shop. There were also some other NPCs wandering around the novice village. At a glance, there were 15 of them. When they saw Lin Tianhao resurrect, they attacked without hesitation. The silver needle in the tailor's shop owner's hand flew out and attacked Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao stepped on the bowstring and jumped up, and at the same time raised his hand to shoot 5 arrows. There was no requirement to wear the Jihi longbow, so Lin Tianhao still used this gold-level longbow. 5 feather arrows hit 5 different NPCs, causing nearly 8,000 damage to each NPC. At the same time, lightning jumps were also launched. 3 of the 5 feather arrows triggered lightning jumps, and another series of damage numbers jumped out from the heads of these NPCs. Flames burn. The tavern waiter threw the wine jar and hit Lin Tianhao's feet, causing burning damage to Lin Tianhao. Ding! You have suffered burning damage and will continue to lose blood. 100. 100. Damage numbers kept jumping out. Fortunately, there was a purification jade pendant, which made Lin Tianhao 80% immune to this negative buff. Otherwise, it would be 500 per second. Before Lin Tianhao made a second move, the owner of the pharmacy made a move. A bottle of ink black potion was sprinkled around him. Ding! You are affected by the serious injury potion, and your recovery and blood sucking are reduced by 8%. Not only the 2 of them, but other NPCs also used their own methods to deal various damage to Lin Tianhao. In just less than a second, Lin Tianhao's blood volume dropped by 20,000. Damn it! Lin Tianhao cursed in his heart. He is a reborn person after all, but he is being abused here. It's a great shame. If you want to abuse my fountain, then have fun. Lin Tianhao's eyes were cold and fierce. After taking a round of damage, he immediately fired 5 arrows at the limit. In the archer's equipment, there is a split bow. The split bow has a relatively low requirement for accuracy. But Lin Tianhao's 5 arrows have to hit all of them, and the pressure is unimaginable. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Tianhao shot out his feather arrows and attacked the 5 NPCs. He found something very interesting this time, that is, 5 arrows can trigger the passive effect of the Hand of Punishment 5 times. With his current 3-star Hand of Punishment, each time 5 arrows are fired, the health value can be permanently increased by 15 points. Not only that, there is another problem with 5 arrows. That is insufficient damage. Especially since these NPCs are bosses, their defense is not low. In this case, generally speaking, the damage that can be dealt by 5 arrows is not high. However, the abnormal degree of Lin Tianhao's super god level talent, Hand of Heavenly Punishment, was reflected at this time. The true damage of 3% of the maximum health caused by the passive is not affected by the 5 arrows. Therefore, he can deal huge damage with this passive damage alone. The old village chief has not come back yet. But he is definitely on the way. Lin Tianhao must kill at least 5 NPCs before the old village chief comes back, otherwise it will be very difficult for him to get out of here. 5 arrows at once. It consumes a lot of energy. Lin Tianhao's current attributes support him to fire 5 arrows at once for no more than 15 minutes. Longer. The accuracy of the 5 arrows will be affected. 15 minutes, enough. Chapter 42. It's terrifying to think about it, the Snow Emperor is being abused in the fountain. A cold light flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. No matter what stage of the player, abusing the fountain is a great shame. Especially Lin Tianhao is still a reborn. So even if the pressure is great now, he still has no intention of stopping. Frost, freeze. The owner of the pharmacy waved the staff in his hand, and frost appeared on the solace of Lin Tianhao's feet. Ding, you are affected by freezing, the attack speed decreases by 10%, the movement speed decreases by 10%, and the duration is 5 seconds. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly, the purification jade pendant is too critical. Otherwise, his situation today would be even more desperate. They seem to have some understanding of Lin Tianhao's ability to avoid control. After Lin Tianhao's main output, the 5 NPCs immediately pulled away to recover blood after being hit by Lin Tianhao to a certain amount of blood. The other 10 NPCs increased their output. Round battle. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. His current attributes are very strong. Each normal attack of the bloodthirsty necklace can restore more than 2000 HP, and 5 arrows can restore tens of thousands HP. In addition, Lin Tianhao can still recover HP in the resurrection altar, otherwise he would never be able to withstand their bombardment. But the consumption of mental power for 5 arrows is huge, so Lin Tianhao immediately switched to a feather arrow. This will make blood loss faster, but the consumption of mental power is obviously much lower. Even with Lin Tianhao's current ability, as long as he does not deliberately move to avoid skills, he can even slowly restore the consumed mental power. Just one feather arrow, and no moving. The result is that Lin Tianhao began to lose blood quickly. The blood volume is decreasing at almost 20,000 per second. With more than 200,000 HP, he could only hold on for a dozen seconds. I can't hold on any longer. Lin Tianhao fired 5 arrows again. Increase the recovery of his HP, thus delaying the time of his death. However, such an approach is a drop in the bucket. The recovery has indeed been greatly improved. But it is still not enough to make up for the extent of Lin Tianhao's blood loss. Finally, after Lin Tianhao held on for 3 minutes, he still fell down. The level dropped from level 9 to level 8. 30 seconds later. Lin Tianhao resurrected from the resurrection altar. These people didn't give him a chance to breathe at all, and continued to bombard him with skills. Lin Tianhao felt his scalp tingling. Past and present life. Except for the time when he was killed by Wu Xiaodao, he really had never been so aggrieved. Lin Tianhao still did not sit still and wait for death, but fought back with all his strength. He now only hoped that the 9-in-1 longbow and the bloodthirsty necklace would not drop. The three most core pieces of equipment in his hand at present. 9-in-1 longbow, bloodthirsty necklace, purification jade pendant. The purification jade pendant cannot be dropped. But the bloodthirsty necklace and the 9-in-1 longbow both have a certain probability of dropping. Therefore, this time, Lin Tianhao persisted for 3 minutes. When he was about to be killed, Lin Tianhao put the 9-in-1 longbow and the bloodthirsty necklace into his backpack. The probability of dropping equipment in the backpack is low. Not only that, Lin Tianhao's backpack has a lot of things in it. Even if items are dropped, the probability of dropping the 9-in-1 longbow and the bloodthirsty ring will be very low. Fortunately, Lin Tianhao did not drop any equipment this time. But now he has fallen to level 7. Moreover, he had seen the old village chief coming back. The next battle he would face would be even more severe. 30 seconds later, he was resurrected. The old village chief looked at Lin Tianhao coldly. "Shuedi, do you know the consequences of offending me now? I can abuse you so much that you can't leave the novice village." The old village chief's voice was full of murderous intent. Lin Tianhao snorted coldly, "If you think you can do that, you can try it." The voice fell. Lin Tianhao took the initiative to attack. Don't look at him only lasting 3 minutes in the last round. But with the help of 5 arrows. His upper limit of health value has increased by more than 8,000. Although these NPCs are difficult to deal with, they also have advantages. Then it won't be like other wild monsters, being killed in a few hits, and not being able to stack much health value at all. Fight again. Lin Tianhao's true damage increased by 150 points. This increase is not very impressive in the eyes of these NPCs who often deal more than 1000 damage. With the participation of the old village chief this time, Lin Tianhao only lasted for 1 minute before falling down. The reason is very simple. The old village chief used his ultimate move to kill Lin Tianhao instantly when Lin Tianhao's health was above 10%. Lin Tianhao had no way to trigger the passive effect of the dead tree coming back to life. However, it was this minute. Lin Tianhao still added 2000 health points for himself. At present, he can still maintain 5 arrows at once, and each general attack can increase 15 health points. In addition, with Lin Tianhao's current attack speed of more than 4 points, he can add 60 health points per second. Excluding factors such as being controlled, Lin Tianhao still added 2000 health points in this minute. The benefit is that the bloodthirsty necklace can restore more blood, and the true damage caused by normal attacks has increased by 60 points. For now, it is better than nothing. But Lin Tianhao will not give up. He wants to accumulate little by little. He can revive infinitely, but the old village chief and his people can't. As for the old village chief destroying the resurrection altar, that is even more impossible. If the old village chief destroys the resurrection altar, then the novice village will be destroyed. He, the village chief of the novice village, has no meaning to exist. This is the main reason, and there is another reason. That is, if the resurrection altar is destroyed, Lin Tianhao will be reborn directly in the main city if he is killed. Now look at the old village chief's situation. It is obvious that he wants to kill himself so that he can't leave the novice village. If it were another player, this account is probably finished. But Lin Tianhao has the super god level talent of the Hand of Punishment. He will not admit defeat, nor will he admit defeat. He will fight hard. Futo Club. Futo Dungeon looked at Shuedi in the friend list and was stunned. Because he found that Shuedi had dropped in level. And after dropping to level 9, it dropped to level 6 in less than 15 minutes. This is obviously unscientific. He didn't know what Lin Tianhao had encountered, but he instinctively sent a voice call to Lin Tianhao. However, Lin Tianhao was still fighting at a high intensity at this time, so he naturally had no mood to care about the voice call. This time, Lin Tianhao persisted for 1.5 minutes. Over 3,000 health points were added. Because the old village chief's trick was on cooldown, Lin Tianhao triggered the skill Dead Tree Resurrection. With the help of the Dead Tree in Spring, Lin Tianhao has a chance to breathe again. If he goes to brush the dungeon, he can only stack several thousand health points after clearing a dungeon. Now it only takes 1 or 2 minutes, and several thousand health points come. Futu Dungeon saw that Lin Tianhao dropped another level and was only level 5, and he couldn't help but worry more. What happened? Shouldn't the player be resurrected in the resurrection altar after death? Unless... Futu Dungeon thought of a very terrifying possibility, that is, abuse the fountain. Xuedi is being abused by the fountain. Chapter 43 Counterattack, Kill Amy Pharmacist. Online game, I have a super god level talent. Online game, I have a super god level talent. But in a flash, he felt it was unlikely. With Xuedi's strength, who can abuse his fountain? Even if there is, who dares? Whether it is the novice village or the main city, those NPCs will not allow the occurrence of fountain abuse. Killing someone in the novice village or the main city will result in a red name. To be precise, killing someone in the wild will result in a red name. Not to mention the main city. But in Lin Tianhao's current situation, he really can't think of a second possibility except that the person was abused at the fountain. Thinking of this, Futu Dungeon contacted Futu Shenlang immediately. President, do you think it is possible that players will be abused at the fountain at this stage? Futu Shenlang was stunned for a moment. How is it possible? Even if there are players whose damage can abuse the fountain, it is impossible to abuse the fountain. Futu Dungeon hesitated, but President, Xuedi has dropped 4 levels in less than 10 minutes. Are you kidding me? Futu Shenlang couldn't believe his ears. What kind of person? Can he drop 4 levels in 10 minutes? Even if he was trying to die on purpose, it would be hard to do. No kidding, that's why I think he was being abused. Futu Shenlang pondered for a moment and said, it shouldn't be abused. At this stage, no one can do such a terrifying thing as abused. What's the situation? Futu Dungeon asked. Futu Shenlang was silent for a long time before saying, I guess there is only one possibility. That is a hidden map or a special secret realm. In these places, it is possible that you cannot be resurrected in the main city after death, which is why Xuedi will be continuously downgraded in a short period of time. Futu Dungeon understood. Is there any way to help Xuedi? No help. Futu Shenlang answered decisively. We don't know where this special secret realm is, so we can't help. Futu Dungeon sighed, okay, I'll contact Xuedi first to try. Futu Shenlang hesitated. Finally, he said, young master, I don't think you need to focus on Xuedi. He is far behind us, and now he is losing levels continuously. The gap between us will only get bigger and bigger in the future. Futu Dungeon frowned, I know. Hang up the voice call. Futu Dungeon made a voice call to Lin Tianhao. However, it still didn't connect. Lin Tianhao was fighting at a high intensity at this time, so he naturally had no mood to care about other things. And his level was constantly decreasing under this kind of abuse. Level 5, Level 4, Level 3. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Tianhao dropped from Level 5 to Level 1. This is also the limit. If Lin Tianhao is killed again, he will not continue to lose levels. Xuedi, are you convinced? The old village chief looked at Lin Tianhao with a joking face. He killed Lin Tianhao from level 10 to level 1, just to tell Lin Tianhao who has the final say in this novice village. Lin Tianhao sneered, "Submit? Submit your uncle." As soon as the words fell, Lin Tianhao's feather arrow broke through the air. He could no longer insist on firing 5 arrows at once. But even if it was just one feather arrow, he would resist. He and the old village chief were completely at odds. The old village chief abused the fountain. He used the old village chief and others to stack their health points, and who would have the last laugh in the end? It is still unknown. Good, you are brave enough. Seeing that Lin Tianhao actually dared to resist, the old village chief grinned and fought with Lin Tianhao again. With one feather arrow, Lin Tianhao's survival time has increased from 1 minute and 30 seconds at the beginning to 1 minute and 40 seconds. Because in the previous battle, his health value has increased by more than 10,000. The increase in health value means that the damage and blood recovery are increasing, and the longer the resistance time is. The old village chief also found something wrong. Because Lin Tianhao's damage seems to be increasing. Although the current increase is not enough to threaten them, it is not a good sign. In a blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Lin Tianhao's health value increased by another 50,000. The total health value has reached 320,000. With this health value, a normal attack can cause 9,600 real damage, and Lin Tianhao can resist longer and longer. The old village chief was a little panicked. Lin Tianhao is already level 1, and he can't go down any further. But Lin Tianhao's attributes are improving, which is a very scary thing. "Shui Di, do you want to continue fighting?" the old village chief asked in a deep voice. Lin Tianhao looked at the old village chief indifferently. "What? Are you scared?" The old village chief's face was very ugly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Shui Di, you are an adventurer, and you always need a reason to do things. What do you want?" Lin Tianhao couldn't tell the old village chief his true thoughts now. Therefore, the only response to the old village chief was the cold feather arrow. "You are looking for death." The battle started again. An hour later, Lin Tianhao's health value increased by 120,000. The total health value broke through 440,000. Now, he can do more than 13,000 damage with a normal attack. And he can also restore more than 4,000 health points. The old village chief was a little terrified. Finally, Lin Tianhao was killed again. A golden longbow fell out. The old village chief's eyes lit up. "Ha ha ha, Shui Di, the weapon you are so proud of has fallen. What are you going to do next?" Lin Tianhao looked indifferent. This time he directly took out the novice longbow. Novice longbow, can't be dropped. Although the attribute addition is negligible, it is enough for Lin Tianhao. His own attack speed is 3.63. Without the Jihi longbow, his attack speed dropped a little, and he also lost 5% of blood sucking. It's a bit uncomfortable. But Lin Tianhao is still not panicking. As long as his health value is added, the victory of today's battle will be his after all. It's almost time to rest. Lin Tianhao's eyes flashed with cold light. 5 arrows fired at the same time. Lin Tianhao once again used his strongest means. 5 arrows fired simultaneously, each time sucking more than 20,000 blood. Not only that, 5 arrows fired simultaneously can cause more than 10,000 damage to 5 NPCs. When the blood recovery speed is fast enough, Lin Tianhao is somewhat invincible. After all, with 22,000 blood restored per second, plus the blood recovery of the resurrection altar, these NPCs can only knock down more than 20,000 of his health per second. Therefore, he will not be killed in a short time. In less than a minute, the 5 NPCs in front could not hold on. They retreated to recover blood, and the new 5 NPCs came up. Lin Tianhao did not chase the 5 NPCs, but directly attacked the new NPCs. Still less than a minute, these 5 NPCs were disabled. The last 5 NPCs came up, and they were helpless and unable to resist the terrifying damage from Lin Tianhao. The old village chief looked extremely sinister. Because Lin Tianhao was attacking him with all his strength. Lin Tianhao, who had the purification jade pendant, was not afraid of him as a fighter. In order to survive, the old village chief began to let other NPCs come up to resist the damage. But the HP of those NPCs had not recovered yet. Facing Lin Tianhao's crazy output, they simply couldn't stand it. Ding! You killed Amy Pharmacist, experience plus 12652. Chapter 44, Destroy the Novice Village, a million red name points. Ding! You have completed the first kill of Amy Pharmacist, and the whole server will be notified soon. Do you want to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to the player who hid his nickname and completed the first kill of Amy Pharmacist. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to the player who hid his nickname and completed the first kill of Amy Pharmacist. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. The server-wide announcement sounded, but it didn't cause any waves. Because any first kill of a boss of level 10 or above will have a first kill announcement, and recently many guilds have killed the boss for the first time. Just when Futu Dungeon saw this server-wide announcement, his eyes lit up. Because this server-wide announcement only has one name, the person who killed the boss did it alone. Recently, there have been players who hunted bosses alone, but most of them did not hide their nicknames. Of course, if it was just this, he wouldn't think there was anything wrong. What really surprised him was, in his friend list, the level of Shuedi from level 1 to level 5 in one go. There is only one possibility. It was Lin Tianhao who killed Amy the pharmacist and gained a lot of experience points, so he got so many rewards in one go. As for why Lin Tianhao hid his nickname, it was because he didn't know what the consequences of destroying the novice village would be. So, he had to hide his nickname. It's not people he's afraid of. It's some NPCs in Ragnarok who know. NPCs in Ragnarok can't be judged by common sense. Who knows what they will do in the future if they know that they destroyed the novice village? Ding! You killed the tavern waiter, and the whole server will be notified soon. Do you want to hide your name? Ding! You killed the novice village hunter, and the whole server will be notified soon. Do you want to hide your name? Ding! You killed the sixth tailor, and the whole server will be notified soon. Do you want to hide your name? Ding! You killed the sixth tailor, and the whole server will be notified soon. Do you want to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to the player who hid his nickname and completed the first kill of the tavern waiter. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. The entire Ragnarok Dragon Country area began to sound one after another server-wide announcements. If not many people cared about Lin Tianhao killing Amy Pharmacist at the beginning. But now, this non-stop server-wide announcement has made the entire Ragnarok explode. Fuck! What happened? Who is this great god? Is he slaughtering the novice village? If you didn't say it, I almost didn't realize that all the people in these announcements are NPCs in the novice village. Which great god is so awesome that he actually slaughtered the novice village? This is something we didn't even dare to think about before. Futu Club. Futu Dungeon's hands were shaking with excitement. Others didn't know who the fierce man who slaughtered the novice village was. But he knew. Shuedi. It must be Shuedi. Because Shuedi has now returned to level 10. There won't be such a coincidence. Moreover, now we can understand why Shuedi was abused at the fountain. Because it was not the players who abused the fountain, but the NPCs in the novice village. Futu Dungeon didn't know how Lin Tianhao slaughtered the NPCs in the novice village, but it didn't change his excitement. Novice village. The old village chief saw his men falling one by one, and roared angrily. Shuedi, you are crazy, what do you want to do? Lin Tianhao looked indifferent, Didn't I say it before? Send the old village chief to death. The old village chief's face turned blue and purple with anger. Shwedi, you are going too far. Even if we both perish today, I will not let you succeed. After the words fell, the old village chief's aura became extremely violent. He did not attack Lin Tianhao immediately. His attack was directed at the resurrection altar. Lin Tianhao's face changed. Not good. If the old village chief destroys the resurrection altar and another blue-grade talisman comes, his efforts may be completely destroyed. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Tianhao no longer dared to be negligent. The feather arrows in his hand kept flying out, all flying towards the old village chief's weaknesses. Tyrant. Violent. The old village chief yelled angrily, pushing his strength to the extreme. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Tianhao attacked again. He stood in the resurrection altar and took the lead in destroying the altar. The moment he destroyed the altar, the entire Ragnarok sounded the alarm. Alarm, alarm, someone maliciously destroyed the resurrection altar of the novice village. The resurrection altar has been destroyed. All adventurers can no longer enter the novice village and will be reborn directly in the main city. Adventurers who are already in the novice village will also be reborn directly in the main city after death. The alarm sounded continuously, making the Ragnarok players confused. It was the battle just now. The person who hunted the NPCs in the novice village destroyed the resurrection altar. What exactly does he want to do? Destroy the resurrection altar, and the level 1 player will be reborn in the main city. Fuck, those who enter the game later will suffer. They come to the main city at level 1, but the weakest in the main city seems to be level 10 wild monsters. What can they use to swipe? The entire Ragnarok players were furious. Many people cursed the person who destroyed the resurrection altar in the novice village. After Lin Tianhao resurrected the altar, he began to attack the old village chief frantically. The old village chief was furious, and he wanted to tear Lin Tianhao to pieces. Lin Tianhao was very calm, as he had experienced too many big scenes in his previous life. This scene couldn't scare him. The old village chief's violent attack fell on Lin Tianhao, although it knocked off a lot of Lin Tianhao's health. But at the same time, his health was also decreasing madly. Because of the purification jade pendant, he couldn't control Lin Tianhao to death, and was killed by Lin Tianhao's powerful output. Ding! You killed the old village chief of the novice village. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you want to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who hid his nickname for completing the first kill of the old village chief of the novice village. This announcement is hereby made. I hope all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who hid his nickname for completing the first kill of the old village chief of the novice village. This announcement is hereby made. I hope all players will continue to work hard. Another server-wide announcement. Those people have already started to criticize Lin Tianhao. Especially those players in the novice village. They must commit suicide to leave the novice village. Because only after death can they leave the novice village and be born in the main city. Ding! You destroyed the novice village, red name value plus 10000000. Ding! You completed the task of destroying the novice village, task rewards, free attribute points plus 50, blessing of the gods plus 1. Lin Tianhao was dumbfounded when he saw his red name value. Killing a player is 1 point of red name value. This, 1 million red name value. The higher the red name value, the higher the penalty for death. Generally speaking, 1 point of red name value will reduce 1 level after death, and increase the drop rate after death by 1%. Not only that, if the red name value exceeds 10 points, you will not be able to enter the main city. Even if you are resurrected in the main city, you will be expelled immediately. In other words, it is impossible to change jobs or accept tasks in the main city. Fuck, this red name value, when will I be able to use it up? Chapter 45 Blessing of the Gods, Reincarnation of Death. Red-named players can eliminate the red name value by killing monsters. Generally speaking, killing 100 ordinary monsters can eliminate 1 point of red name value, and killing 100 elite monsters can eliminate 10 points of red name value. As for bosses, a black iron boss can also eliminate 10 points, but it needs to be killed alone. And it cannot be lower than its own level. Because there is no reward for killing monsters lower than its own level in Ragnarok, it is naturally impossible to eliminate the red name. 1 million. Even with his strength, it is a long way to go to eliminate it. And he can't die. Otherwise, it will be this red name value. Once he dies, everything except the equipment that cannot be dropped will be dropped. And it is the kind that can be dropped cleanly after dying once. The problem is here. How can he leave the novice village? In fact, all other equipment is fine. Even if the gold level 91 longbow is lost, Lin Tianhao doesn't care. But the bloodthirsty necklace. This is simply like a magical artifact for Lin Tianhao. If the bloodthirsty necklace is lost, he doesn't know when he can have a second piece of equipment like the bloodthirsty necklace. Is it possible to get rid of the red name in the novice village before leaving? However, his 1 million red name, he can't get rid of it even if he brushes the dungeon until he vomits. Finally, Lin Tianhao locked his eyes on the blessing of the gods. Whether he can change his fate depends on the blessing of the gods. In Ragnarok, the blessing of the gods is absolutely a heaven-defying thing. Use the blessing of the gods. Lin Tianhao urged the blessing of the gods with great expectation. Ding! You have received the blessing of the gods. Because your red name value is too high, the blessing has changed. Ding! You have received the blessing of Hotu Niang Niang. A dark red light column fell from the sky, covering Lin Tianhao. Ding! You have obtained the death cycle. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked the introduction of the death cycle. Death cycle, 1 star. Effect: your general attack has a 0.5% chance of killing enemy units instantly. Cooldown: none. Consumption: none. Proficiency: 0/1000. Note: this proficiency is obtained by killing wild monsters whose level is not lower than that of the player, NPCs, and adventurers. Each time a unit is killed, 1 point of proficiency is gained. Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched. This is indeed a blessing bestowed by the Queen Mother of the Earth. It is only a 1-star death cycle, and it only has one seemingly simple effect. But even such an effect is outrageous. The effect of 0.5% is not high. But what if this star level is raised? The effect that can be achieved is not simple. Especially in the later stage, when facing those world bosses, can he even kill the world bosses in seconds? Just thinking about it, Lin Tianhao was a little excited. Adjust your mood. Lin Tianhao began to touch the corpse. There are 16 bosses waiting for him to touch the corpse. Especially the old village chief. This is the super boss of the novice village, and there is no telling what good things he can get. Equipment, skills, gold coins, various materials. Lin Tianhao frowned. Except for the skills he can use to improve his proficiency in the dead wood, other things are of no help to him. The reason is simple. His current red name value will definitely drop as long as he leaves the novice village. Finally, Lin Tianhao saw something useful to him. Gang building order. Awesome! In the early stage of the game, the gang building order is even more useful than the Lord's Heart. Use the gang building order. Lin Tianhao used it without any hesitation. Because if he doesn't use it, once he dies, he will only drop it. The key is that he will be reborn in the main city after his death, and he can't come back to pick it up. Please name your gang. Guxue Guild. Lin Tianhao named the guild he founded in his previous life. Ding! You are the first player to establish a gang. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shwedi for being the first to establish a gang. The gang's special props +1 will be awarded. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shwedi for being the first to establish a gang. The gang's special props +1 will be awarded. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Establish a gang. This is much more valuable than the first boss kill. Originally, many people were still discussing the destruction of the novice village. When they heard that Lin Tianhao had established a gang, their attention was immediately attracted. Fuck, Snow Emperor? After being silent for so long, Snow Emperor finally speaks again. What are the benefits of establishing a gang? Can someone point it out and popularize it? It's in the game introduction of Ragnarok. It seems that there can be special bonuses, such as 1% increase in the experience points gained by guild members, 1% increase in damage, 1% increase in movement speed, etc. Only 1%, not much. This is a 1-star guild. The higher the guild level, the greater the increase. There are voices of discussion everywhere in Ragnarok. In a level 15 dungeon, Zhu Meng Yangxue frowned when she heard this server-wide announcement. You haven't rushed up all the time, just for this gang order. She actually wondered why Lin Tianhao's level had not risen. Now it seems that it can be explained. In order to get the gang order, she gave up upgrading while doing the plot tasks. But, you don't have a big guild behind you, so what can you do if you set up a game guild? Not only Dream Chaser, but other guilds are discussing this. They all have the name of a guild, but they don't have a guild order, so they are not real game guilds. They are just spontaneous guilds. While the outside world was discussing, Lin Tianhao began to check the situation of his own guild. Name: Lonely Snow Guild. Level: 1 star. President: Snow Emperor. Vice President: none. Administrator: none. Ordinary members: none. Wealth: 0. Warehouse: none. Achievement: 0/1000. Bonus: damage +1%. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, and he deposited all the gold coins, equipment, and various materials and props into the guild. In this way, he won't drop his items when he dies. It's like there's a pillow when you're sleepy. Before, Lin Tianhao was worried that his equipment would drop when he left the novice village. But now that he has a guild, all his things can be stored in the guild warehouse. So he can take everything with him. After establishing the guild, he also got a special item for the guild. Guild Special Item: Bronze. Effect: after using, guild members will receive a 10% crit bonus. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This blessing is good. In the early stage, the attributes of the guild's blessing were basically 1%, but this time it was 10%. Use it. Ding! You use the special item, guild members crit plus 10%, guild achievements plus 200. XXX. Chapter 46 Under the Cliff: People Who Shouldn't Appear. Guild upgrades depend on achievement values. When the achievement value reaches the maximum value, it will automatically upgrade. However, guild achievement values are very rare. Only when the guild makes outstanding contributions can it get achievement values. For example, guild members awaken their talents and obtain hidden professions. Or the first pass of a dungeon, the first kill of a boss, etc., can all get achievement values. Powerful guilds in the later stages can get a lot of rewards. Just at this time, Lin Tianhao noticed the message sent by Futu Dungeon. From the initial concern and worry, to the later asking if he needed help. Futu Dungeon died too early in his previous life, and Lin Tianhao didn't know him well enough. However, he was still able to care about him when he was continuously downgraded, which shows that this person is still quite loyal. Suddenly, a voice call came in. It's not Fu Tu Dun Shan. It's another good friend of Lin Tianhao. Shui Di, our captain wants to ask if your guild can be transferred. We are willing to offer 100 million. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. This is really willing. 100 million. And it's Shadow Killer. If it was a normal situation, he might agree. But now, he won't agree. He wants to be in power. It's definitely not enough to be strong alone. He needs a group of strong and capable generals, and he also needs to have the conditions to attract other masters. Guild. It's a very critical thing. If Lin Tianhao can do it, the guild's bonus damage, critical strike, experience value, movement speed, attack speed, etc. will all increase by 100%. At that time, I don't know how many masters will flock to it. Sorry, I don't plan to transfer the guild. The price can be negotiated. Yingxia said hurriedly. It's not about the price. At this point, Lin Tianhao paused again. I don't need money. If you have special equipment, I can consider it. Yingxia was silent. Wait for me, let me see. Special equipment. Very important. The Purification Jade Pendant is a special equipment. Lin Tianhao was able to defeat the old village chief and others in the novice village. The Purification Jade Pendant played an indispensable role. Shui Di. We don't have special equipment now. Can we discuss the price? No. Lin Tianhao refused decisively. The faster the guild is established, the faster it can be upgraded. His own level can fall behind, as long as the attributes go up. But the guild level will not fall behind, which is particularly important. Hang up the voice. Fu Tu Dunshan's voice came over. Big brother Shui Di, are you okay? Fu Tu Dunshan was concerned at first. Fortunately, thank you for your concern. Lin Tianhao replied. Fu Tu Dunshan hesitated to speak, and finally said, Big brother Shui Di, my father just came to me, he wants to ask you, can the guild be transferred? The price is negotiable. No. Lin Tianhao still refused directly. Fu Tu Dunshan didn't say much. Okay. Big brother Shui Di, when you come to the main city, remember to take me with you, the price is negotiable. Okay. Hang up the voice. Lin Tianhao began to think about the second task. In ancient times, the son of the Yellow Emperor became Hanba after his death. He fought for the Yellow Emperor against Chu, but was sealed by Chu under the novice village. Task requirements: release the sealed son of the Yellow Emperor. Task penalty: all fire attacks you receive in the future will have their damage doubled. Task reward: unknown. From the first task scroll. His guess was correct. After completion, there will be the blessing of the gods. It's just a pity. The third task scroll he guessed, killing Hanba, did not appear. However, this task, it seems that it is not difficult for him to complete it. Because he has the Ice Flame Demon Mine in his hand, he can just open the seal under the cliff. All the way to the cliff. Lin Tianhao had a headache. Because he didn't know how to get down. The players who jumped off the cliff before were all dead. Now that the resurrection altar in the novice village has been destroyed, if he dies, the result will be to leave the novice village and be reborn in the main city. After walking around the cliff twice, Lin Tianhao still found nothing. One arrow piercing the clouds, thousands of troops come to meet. Lin Tianhao shot a feather arrow at the bottom of the cliff. Result: no response. Then he made a homemade Molotov cocktail and threw it down. After the Molotov cocktail was thrown down, the flames became smaller and smaller, and finally completely invisible. Lin Tianhao had a headache. At this height, he would probably die if he jumped down. There must be some hidden mechanism that I haven't discovered. Lin Tianhao pondered for a while and continued to walk around. I knew it earlier. I should have asked the old drunkard how to get down. Lin Tianhao began to try with the feather arrow. There must be something he didn't discover. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao saw steel wires in the fog on the cliff. If it weren't for the immaculate eye, Lin Tianhao couldn't see it clearly. So that's it. Lin Tianhao understood, jumped up, and landed on a steel wire. Then came the second, the third. That was Lin Tianhao. If it were any other player, even if they came here, they probably wouldn't be able to stand firmly on the steel wire. Half an hour later, Lin Tianhao finally came to the top of the cliff. Here, Lin Tianhao saw a huge yin-yang Pisces formation. Lin Tianhao came to the front of the yin-yang bilingual formation, and there were two holes on the two grinding discs, one black and one white. One of them was similar in shape to the ice flame demon mine, and as for the other hole, he also had the thing corresponding to this hole. That was the mysterious key that burst out from the angry yellow skin. At that time, Lin Tianhao was still wondering what this mysterious key was used for. Who is it? Lin Tianhao was just about to open the seal, and his eyes instantly looked towards the end of the canyon. At the end of the canyon, a figure walked slowly. He walked steadily and had a strong body. Because of the thick fog under the cliff and the long distance, Lin Tianhao did not see the man coming from a distance clearly. As the man got closer and closer, Lin Tianhao finally saw his face clearly. But after seeing his face clearly, Lin Tianhao showed an unbelievable expression on his face. Even because of shock, his figure couldn't help but stagger back 2 steps. How is it possible? Why is it you? Lin Tianhao couldn't believe his eyes. Once the NPC in the novice village dies, it means that he is completely dead, and there is no reason to revive him. Aren't you dead? The man showed a teasing smile on his face and said slowly. Who told you that I was dead? You killed only my brother. We have been planning for this plan for so long, and we must sacrifice my brother to do it. At this point, he looked up at the sky with some regret. Brother, your death is worth it, our plan is about to succeed. Wang the blacksmith is your brother? Who are you? There is no such person as you in the novice village. Chapter 47 Village Chief Wang, The Secret of the Novice Village. Lin Tianhao thought he knew more about the novice village. The NPC in the novice village was dead. He had never heard that Wang the blacksmith had a brother. Moreover, they are too similar. The man in front of him is almost identical to blacksmith Wang. Lin Tianhao even prefers to believe that this is blacksmith Wang who has resurrected. Who told you that blacksmith Wang has no brother? He does. His brother was originally the village chief of novice village. Unfortunately, on the first day when he became the village chief of novice village, the previous village chief did not want to give up power. The two had a conflict, and his brother was expelled to the wild to fend for himself. Lin Tianhao's pupils suddenly shrank. The man continued, otherwise, how do you think the old village chief of novice village got his name? Because he was the previous village chief of novice village, I should be the current village chief of novice village. Lin Tianhao finally checked his attributes at this time. Village Chief Wang, Silver Level 20. HP, 525550/5255500. Attack, 3999. Skills? Note, the village chief of novice village, the elder brother of Wang the blacksmith, was expelled from novice village because of a conflict with the old village chief. He was possessed by a devil and became the outdoor boss of novice village. He has been planning a very terrifying thing. Don't let him succeed, otherwise he will be punished by the gods. Lin Tianhao's face changed suddenly. Because this guy was judged as an outdoor boss. Not only that. It is a silver level outdoor boss. 5 million health points plus 4000 attack power. At this stage, it is definitely a fault level existence. It turned out to be village chief Wang, but I'm curious, what are you planning? Destroying the novice village doesn't seem to be good for you. Under normal circumstances, village chief Wang should want to regain power. But now that the novice village has been destroyed, he, the village chief of the novice village, has no meaning to exist. Who told you I want to be the head of this novice village? What I want is to become the son-in-law of the Star Empire. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought of Princess Leona. She is the princess of the Star Kingdom, and she happens to be in the novice village. Princess Leona is in the novice village, you can pursue her directly, there is no need to destroy the novice village. Of course it is necessary. Village Chief Wang looked ferocious. Princess Leona, how can you look down on a lowly commoner like me? If you want her to surrender, you must make her ask me for something. Oh! Lin Tianhao became interested, he knew that he was likely to start a new plot mission. After I was expelled from the novice village, I took away 2 blessings from the gods from the novice village. After I left, I discovered the existence of Princess Leona, and began to plan. Lin Tianhao nodded. It seems that there is no prince in the Star Kingdom. If you become a prince consort, you may compete for the throne in the future. Not bad. Village Chief Wang grinned and said, I didn't expect you to know the Star Kingdom. If Princess Leona is released, she will leave from the resurrection altar, so the resurrection altar must be destroyed and cannot be repaired. Therefore, the old village chief and others must also die. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly, and had a crazy guess in his heart, you want to use this as a condition to threaten Princess Leona to surrender. That's right. Village Chief Wang nodded. Hydra Bai and Huang Paizi are both my subordinates. I also arranged the 2 task scrolls in advance. I am just waiting for someone to help me kill the old village chief. Lin Tianhao smiled. It turned out that he had done so much, but he became someone else's pawn. So, what is your purpose here? Is it not? Shouldn't you go find Princess Leona? Of course, I want to get the quest scroll back. Village Chief Wang grinned and said, I also want the blessing of the gods. I should be satisfied if I let you get the blessing of the gods once. Hand over the quest scroll and I'll let you go. Lin Tianhao was a little surprised. I deliberately designed the opposing quest to make your plan perfect. Not bad. Village Chief Wang nodded, now that you know everything, just hand it over. Why should I hand it over? Lin Tianhao grinned, anyway, I'm leaving the novice village. I'm going to die anyway. The worst thing is to be killed. Village Chief Wang's face darkened when he heard this, it's up to you. Anyway, with your current red name value, as long as I kill you, everything that should explode on your body will explode. After the words fell, Village Chief Wang's figure turned into a shadow and rushed towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao also took action. Swish! The feather arrow broke through the air. At the same time, Lin Tianhao took out 3 bottles of potions and drank them down. Movement speed, attack speed, blood sucking. All 3 attributes were temporarily improved. 13,358. A huge damage number appeared above Village Chief Wang's head. Immediately afterwards, a huge damage number also appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. 10,000. Lin Tianhao's eyelids twitched slightly. Rounding back. Rounding back is to take the integer of the maximum value of the damage received and counterattack. This thing, the counterattack is at least more than 50%. If you encounter the kind of damage that is just 100, it is 100% counterattack. With his more than 5 million health points, this kind of rounding back mechanism, Lin Tianhao has no chance to fight against it. Jumping up. Lin Tianhao has landed on the wire. Don't you think it's too late to run now? Hearing this, Lin Tianhao secretly thought it was not good. His intuition told him that something was going to happen. Sure enough. Above the cliff, the stone wall broke open, and a vine whipped towards Lin Tianhao. Hydra Cypress. Lin Tianhao did a backflip to avoid the attack, but the steel wire was broken by the vine of the Hydra cypress. Before Lin Tianhao landed, he heard a sound of breaking air from behind. Swish! The sharp claws scratched on Lin Tianhao's armor, bringing a series of sparks. At the same time, a damage number appeared above his head. 1580. This damage is not too outrageous. Lin Tianhao can still accept it. But the current situation makes his scalp tingle. Hydra cypress and the yellow skin are both very abnormal at this stage. Fighting alone, Lin Tianhao is not afraid. Even if they join forces, Lin Tianhao can still deal with it. But there is also a silver-level village chief Wang, who is a little difficult for him to deal with. Lin Tianhao's expression is solemn. The steel wire was broken, and it is unrealistic for him to leave now. Shui Di. There is no need to waste time. Hand over the things and we can still be friends. If I become the king of the Star Kingdom in the future, I can grant you the title of Earl and the corresponding Lord's heart. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. He really had no reason to refuse. Although the blessing of the gods is good, he has no chance of success in the current situation. Unless... Lin Tianhao looked up at the cliff. On the cliff, snowflakes fell. The temperature around dropped suddenly. Ding! You are affected by the cold air, the movement speed is reduced by 12%, and the attack speed is reduced by 12%. You have suffered freezing damage and will continue to lose blood. 240. 240. Chapter 48 Leona's Choice. Village Chief Wang's face suddenly changed, and he, Hydra cypress, and yellow skin all entered a state of continuous blood loss. On the cliff, a gorgeously dressed woman stepped forward. She took a step forward, seemingly stepping into the air, but after landing, ice flowers condensed from the soles of her feet, holding her steadily. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, step by step. The distance was still a little far, but Lin Tianhao had already judged the other party's identity. Princess Leona, in the current novice village, the only one who can do this is the princess from the Star Kingdom. Dear Princess Leona, you are here. Village Chief Wang changed his previous expression and showed a kind smile to Princess Leona. Princess Leona glanced at Village Chief Wang coldly. I know what you want to do. Hearing this, Village Chief Wang was startled, then smiled. Princess Leona, since you know it, you should know my love for you. Why do you have to be so hypocritical? Princess Leona sneered. You think everything is under your control, then have you ever thought that I can kill you? Village Chief Wang's eyes condensed, he spread his hands and said, Great Princess Leona, of course you can kill me, but after killing me, have you ever thought about how to leave here? Your ambition will not let you be trapped in the novice village willingly. Princess Leona sneered, you don't need to think about this. I know my own affairs. As soon as the voice fell, the cold air spread out with Princess Leona as the center. Village Chief Wang's face changed suddenly. Crazy tyrant, tyrant body, winged dance. Just a moment. Village Chief Wang released 3 skills at the same time, and a pair of broken wings appeared behind him. The wings flapped. Village Chief Wang flew towards the cliff. Princess Leona raised her hand, and a huge ice magic circle appeared above Village Chief Wang's head. Then, countless ice cones fell from the ice array. 15,928. 15,929. A series of damage numbers appeared. Just a magic array knocked off millions of health points of Village Chief Wang. So terrifying. Lin Tianhao thought that Princess Leona might be quite powerful. But the degree of this power was still beyond Lin Tianhao's imagination. No wonder Village Chief Wang started to run away without hesitation after knowing that the other party was going to take action. At this time, Village Chief Wang in the sky changed his position and continued to flee. Hydra Cypress and Yellow Skin attacked at the same time, trying to delay Princess Leona. Just a breath. These 2 powerful bosses were actually frozen. Princess Leona raised her hand. An ice shield appeared behind Village Chief Wang, and the ice shield pressed Village Chief Wang down. After Village Chief Wang escaped from the ice shield, he did not run away, and just looked at Princess Leona coldly. Kill, kill, if you can kill me, I will accept it. Princess Leona did not attack again, and Lin Tianhao figured out the problem in an instant. Village Chief Wang is no longer an NPC, he is a wild boss. One feature of wild bosses is that they will refresh after being killed, in other words, they are resurrected. Hydra Cypress and Yellow Skin Lin Tianhao have both killed them, but they still appear here. It is resurrection. What? Don't kill? Since you don't want to kill, why not listen to me? Village Chief Wang gradually calmed down. I want to marry you and become the future king of the Star Kingdom. Princess Leona's breath suddenly became irritable, and the temperature around her dropped a lot. Don't be angry, we are just mutually beneficial. You have been away from the Star Kingdom for so long, if you go back rashly, no one can help you. But if you marry me, I can help you. I am a wild monster and an NPC. The key is that I have received a blessing from the gods, that is, I can upgrade and grow like adventurers. Hearing the 4 words upgrade and growth, Princess Leona, who had always been calm, was somewhat moved. Whether it is an NPC or a wild monster, there is basically a limitation, that is, it is impossible to break through the current shackles and continue to become stronger. Lin Tianhao saw Princess Leona's emotion and thought to himself that it was not good. If Princess Leona agreed to his request, he would not be able to get the second blessing of the gods. Lin Tianhao made so much effort just for the blessing of the gods. A helper who can grow and revive infinitely. I think you know how much help he can be in your fight for the throne of the Star Kingdom in the future. Don't worry, we can have a fake marriage, it won't affect you, as long as we can become the king of the Star Kingdom in the end, that's enough. Lin Tianhao had to admit it. If we stand from the perspective of interests, the conditions proposed by Village Chief Wang very tempting. Alas, it seems there is no chance. Lin Tianhao sighed secretly. However, Leona's next words made Lin Tianhao see hope again. I think there are many partners I can choose, such as Xue Di. Village Chief Wang's pupils shrank, and he said in a deep voice, after all, he is an adventurer. It is hard to say whether he will be of the same mind in the future. No. Princess Leona shook her head, I am not going to marry him, but to issue him a task. Xue Di, are you willing to support me to become the king of the Star Kingdom? If you can make me the king of the Star Kingdom, I will open 3,000 ancestral halls for you and let you become the god of war of my Star Kingdom. Lin Tianhao showed an incredible expression on his face. In the late period of Ragnarok, ordinary attack power and magic power are not enough. The top group of people are all pursuing godhood. The first step to becoming a god is to have enough incense power, which is commonly known as believers. Princess Leona's words are very clear. That is, she wants to build a temple to worship Lin Tianhao, so that Lin Tianhao can get the incense power of their Star Kingdom. Ding! Princess Leona has issued a task to you. Task requirements: help her become the next king of the Star Kingdom. Task penalty: unknown. Task reward: she will make you a god of war and build 3,000 incense temples for you. Accept. Lin Tianhao had no reason to refuse. In the previous life, I don't know how many strong people wanted to become gods one after another. But in the end, they all fell on the power of incense. It's too difficult to get the power of incense. Princess Leona, even if that's the case, how are you going to leave the novice village? Hearing this, Leona's eyes fell on the yin-yang Pisces formation. It's very simple. Release Hanba, and he will naturally break the space barrier. We can just take the opportunity to leave with him. Village Chief Wang shouted angrily, Leona, you are simply a lunatic. Do you know how big an impact releasing Hanba will have? Chapter 49 Release Hanba, shock the world. Online games, I have a super god level talent. Online games, I have a super god level talent. Princess Leona smiled noncommittally, I know, but so what? The voice fell. Princess Leona attacked without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the area within a radius of 100 miles was frozen. Village Chief Wang widened his eyes and was frozen there, unable to move. Sweetie, open the seal. Lin Tianhao nodded, stored all his equipment in the guild warehouse, and then put in the ice flame demon ore and the mysterious key. The next moment, the earth trembled. The yin-yang Pisces pattern began to crack, and the scorching heat spread out from below. I can't die, I'm leaving first. Leona took a step forward and disappeared. Lin Tianhao's scalp tingled. If you want to escape through the space crack, take me with you. What's going on? You left yourself here alone? At this moment, a notice for the entire server sounded. Alarm, alarm. Someone has released the sealed Hanba, the world boss Hanba is about to be born, all adventurers please be careful. Alarm, alarm, someone has released the sealed Hanba, the world boss Hanba is about to be born, all adventurers please be careful. The sound of the alarm resounded throughout the server, and many players were dumbfounded. What? Am I hallucinating? You are not hallucinating, world boss? Are you sure it is not a system error? At this stage, we are struggling to beat even a black iron boss, how can we beat this world boss? Hehe, although I don't know how to beat him, I can be sure that as long as we beat him, the reward must be very generous. Ragnarok exploded. All major clubs, consortiums, and government offices held emergency meetings. The sudden appearance of the world boss. No matter who it is. As long as we can take down the boss of this world, the benefits we can get are immeasurable. Government, War Department. An old man with grey hair appeared in the conference room. You are all the most powerful analysts in our dragon country. Our special warfare group members have already encountered iron, bronze, and even silver bosses. We must take down the world boss this time. Hearing this, the leading analyst shook his head. Commander, according to our speculation, the health of the world boss should not be less than 100 million, and all attributes will be extremely terrifying. Even if all our special forces team members attack together, the result will be a drop in the bucket. Is there no way? The old man frowned. Not that there is no way, that is the human wave tactics. Now there are tens of millions of players in the core cities. If tens of millions of players besiege, there may be a 1 in 10,000 chance of killing the world boss. 1 in 10,000. The old man almost thought he had heard it wrong. Even if tens of millions of players attack together, there is only 1 in 10,000. Yes. The analyst nodded, this is still considering the efforts of hidden professions and high-level talent owners, otherwise, there is no chance at all. Okay, I understand. The old man's face was not very good. The world boss is a hope, but they are helpless. The War Department is helpless. The results of other clubs and guilds are similar. That is, at this stage, players cannot have the power to compete with the world boss. Hanba is born. It's not just the players who are alarmed, but also some existences in Ragnarok. Star Kingdom. Palace. After hearing the announcement of the whole server, Queen Fiatingyu immediately raised her head and looked in the direction of the novice village. After so many years, it finally came out. Beside the queen, there was an old woman with a hunched figure. She held a skeleton staff in her hand, and a sharp and hoarse voice sounded. Queen, this may be an opportunity for us. Fiatingyu heard this, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Star Kingdom has been too peaceful for too long, and some changes should indeed happen. Make arrangements, and the plan can be implemented. Not only the palace, but also some other people in the Star Kingdom began to act. The appearance of a world boss is entirely possible to change the current situation. Lin Tianhao didn't know this. He was standing next to the yin-yang Pisces formation at this time. The scorching temperature was burning his skin. Ding, you have been burned and will continue to lose blood. 4,000. 4,000. Lin Tianhao was annoyed. It hasn't even completely broken the seal, but it's already so abnormal. You know. Lin Tianhao's purification jade pendant can be immune to 80% of negative effects. Burn is also a negative effect. In other words, if there is no immunity from the purification jade pendant, he will lose 20,000 blood per second. In his previous life, he had never fought with Hanba, and he didn't know much about Hanba's strength. But now, he has a clearer understanding. Boom! A loud bang. The sky collapsed and the earth split. Lin Tianhao was directly blown away. 99,999. If the damage really touched him, his health bar would drop sharply. But Lin Tianhao didn't care. He was seeking death. As long as he died, he could be resurrected in the main city. Then, he saw a figure wrapped in flames soaring into the sky. Everywhere he looked, there was a raging flame. However, when his eyes fell on Lin Tianhao, the flames disappeared, and he slowly walked towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao also began to check his situation. Health? Attack? Skills? Lin Tianhao? How high is this level? Even the name is a question mark. You let me out. A magnetic voice sounded, soft in the feminine, strong in the soft, making it impossible to tell his gender. Moreover, this man had a hideous face, and it was impossible to distinguish between men and women from his face. According to the previous task prompt, the man in front of him should be the son of the Yellow Emperor. But Lin Tianhao remembered that in the myths and legends, Ming who turned into Hanba Ming is the daughter of the Yellow Emperor. The task prompts of Ragnarok may not be completely correct, so Lin Tianhao reserved his own opinion. Yes. Hanba glanced at Lin Tianhao and sneered, have you ever thought that if you let me out, there will be a lot of suffering? Hearing this, I don't think so. You were a good person at the beginning, and now, I still believe in you. Good person. Hanba smiled noncommittally, I was indeed a good person in the past. I helped many people. Even if I became Hanba, I still help people. But just because I am Hanba, everyone speaks ill of me and wants to destroy me. If it weren't for my immortal origin, I'm afraid it wouldn't be a seal, but a complete obliteration. That's it. Hanba instantly grabbed Lin Tianhao's neck, I don't want to be a good person anymore, I want to be a big devil, the biggest devil in the world. Chapter 50. Damn it, I was abused twice in one day. Lin Tianhao stared at Hanba and gritted his teeth and said, no, you still have a conscience. If you really have a demon, you will not talk to me, but directly kill me. Hearing this, Hanba's eyes flashed coldly. I didn't kill you at the first time, just because I haven't talked to anyone for too long. After this, Hanba slapped Lin Tianhao's chest with a palm. The blood bar above Lin Tianhao's head was instantly emptied. Then, he was automatically born in the Black Wind City of the Star Kingdom. There will be a resurrection time after death. Lin Tianhao is now waiting for resurrection. Announcement to the whole city, a sinner has entered Black Wind City, the Lord of Black Wind City has issued an urgent task, hunt down the sinner. Announcement to the whole city, a sinner has entered Black Wind City, the Lord of Black Wind City has issued an urgent task, hunt down the sinner. All players in Black Wind City have an extra task at this moment. Task, hunt down the sinner. Requirement, kill the sinner, adventurer with a red name value greater than 10,000, who enters Black Wind City 100 times, current progress, 0/100. Penalty, none. Reward, each hunt will get a bronze equipment and 10 free attributes. What the hell? When the players in Black Wind City received this task, they all showed an expression of disbelief on their faces. Fuck, What did I see? Welfare mission. Hurry up and find out who is the player whose red name value has exceeded 10,000. Come out and let me kill him 100 times. 10 free attribute points each time, 1000 free attribute points 100 times, and 100 bronze equipment. If I kill him 100 times by myself, I will be blown away. Please calm down. I don't know what this guy did. He actually got a red name value of over 10,000. The Black Wind City was full of discussions. Lin Tianhao was full of black lines. What virtue and ability did he have? They actually offered a reward to him like this. Looking at the countdown to resurrection, Lin Tianhao was already thinking about how he was going to run away. Kill it out? There is probably no better way. After all, the red name value cannot be hidden. It is right above your head, and it is a bright red enlarged number. In this case, if you want to sneak out, that's not realistic. So, you have to kill your way out. Wearing the 9-in-1 longbow and the bloodthirsty necklace, and preparing the potion for speeding up and adding shields, Lin Tianhao is ready to rush. Here. I have to thank the good people in the novice village. A lot of things exploded after death. But in the short time when Lin Tianhao was resurrected, the national notice came again. National notice: the Star Kingdom has entered a heinous person, and the King of the Star Kingdom has issued an emergency task, hunting down the evil person. National notice: the Star Kingdom has entered a heinous person, and the King of the Star Kingdom has issued an emergency task, hunting down the evil person. Lin Tianhao? He was dumbfounded. Who did he offend? They actually targeted him like this. Now, not only the players in Black Wind City were excited, but also the players in the entire Star Kingdom were excited. In other words, the players in the entire Dragon Kingdom were excited. Because all Dragon Kingdom players can only be in the Star Kingdom before the second transformation. Wow, damn! The rewards given by the King of the Star Kingdom are so generous, directly double the rewards of Black Wind City, love it. Ha ha ha, that red-named adventurer, you should come out and die. You can't hide. It's your honor to become our equipment and free attribute points. In the past, a group of people looked for wild bosses, but now they look for red-named players. But I really want to know how this red-named player's red name value was raised. All the players in the Dragon Kingdom area were boiling. And at this time, Lin Tianhao finally resurrected. Level 1. That's right. He is now level 1. The red name value is too high, and all levels and experience points will be cleared after one death. The moment he came out of the resurrection altar in Black Wind City, Lin Tianhao ran out of the city at full speed. But the red name value of 1 million above his head was so eye-catching. He's there. Who is that player with a red name? Fuck. His red name is worth 1 million. Kill him. Red-named players are not protected in the main city, so these players can attack him in the main city. Lin Tianhao can't care about anything else now. He can't fight back. If he fights back, it won't be the players chasing him, but the city guards of Black Wind City will come. Killing a player in the main city will be arrested and imprisoned by the city guards, and sentenced according to the red name value. The higher the red name value, the longer the sentence. With his red name value, if he is arrested, he won't have to play anymore. As for fighting the city guards, it doesn't exist. If the city guards in the main city attack, he has no resistance and will be killed in seconds if he can't stand for a second. Therefore, before leaving Black Wind City, Lin Tianhao can only run. He is level 1 now, but he can wear too few weapons. Purification Jade Pendant. There is also a 9-in-1 longbow with no level requirement, and Bloodthirsty Necklace. However, these two pieces of equipment do not add resistance. These pieces of equipment have a characteristic. That is, they do not add resistance. Now the attacks of these players fall on Lin Tianhao, which is almost equivalent to real damage. 512. 198. 299. A series of damage numbers floated out from Lin Tianhao's head. Behind Lin Tianhao, there are hundreds of thousands of players chasing him. Although Lin Tianhao's movement speed is fast, there are people everywhere, and he was soon blocked in Black Wind City. Damn, this really doesn't give any chance. Lin Tianhao jumped up and ran on their shoulders. But when he got there, countless skills hit him. Even if the damage of a single skill is not very high, it can only deal a few hundred or even more than 100 damage. But it can't withstand so many people. Hundreds of thousands of people. That's because of the crowd. If hundreds of thousands of people really hit him at the same time, he would have no chance and would be killed instantly. But it is true that in this situation, he loses more than 100,000 blood per second. Damn, this is the first time I feel that the resurrection altar of Black Wind City is so far away from the city gate. Lin Tianhao's face was extremely ugly. At the moment of being killed, he put all his equipment into the guild warehouse. He died under his strong pulling. He lasted for 9 seconds with more than 440,000 HP. He was able to last for 9 seconds because he suddenly appeared and many players did not react. Looking at the resurrection countdown. Looking at the large group of players standing outside the resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao was dumbfounded. There was no chance at all. There was really no chance at all. Fuck you. I am a reborn person, but I was abused twice in one day. Where is justice? Lin Tianhao complained in his heart. But looking at the hundreds of thousands of players blocking the resurrection altar, and the players who came from outside the Black Wind City one after another, he gave up struggling. He has more than 400,000 HP. To be honest, it really is just a round of attacks. Sure enough. Lin Tianhao had just resurrected, and a round of attacks fell, and he died again. Lin Tianhao? It's boring. It's really boring. Lin Tianhao chose to go offline. You guys can abuse me, as long as I'm not online, you killing me 1,000 times will not affect me. Can't help but feel sad.